to get in it and where they're at in the multifamily space. I have property managers coming on. Gosh, who else? I have a securities attorney on the attorneys and lending and all that stuff set up as well. So get ready. Get ready. We have it all set up for you. We'll go through a couple housekeeping issues first. Love to see. So what I loved, and I haven't had this before, so I can see you all, which I love. So if you can turn your cameras on, have them on so I can see your smiley faces and all that. It actually gives me energy. Super excited. Normally I'm in a webinar setup to where I don't get to see everybody's faces. So this is great. Do me a favor, chime in. I see Dawn, you're in Atlanta, Georgia. Chime in the chat where you're coming in from. East Coast, West Coast, maybe city and state and name would be great. That way we can get a feel for where you're at and what's going on. I can even tell you which markets to invest into based upon where you're coming in from. So we got Dallas, Texas. We got the West Coast, Eugene, Oregon. Beautiful, Jeremy. Indiana. I'll be in Indiana on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, by the way, Indianapolis, Indiana. Abilene, Texas, Mike. Good to see you in here. We got Hawaii. Hawaii. I love it. San Jose, Las Vegas. Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Beautiful. Xander, good to see you in here from Coeur d'Alene. San Francisco, Bay Area, Los Angeles, Apple Valley, on and on and on. This is beautiful. Okay. Yeah, a couple housekeeping items just so you guys are aware of it. For you, you can see this on my board here. So you have a dashboard. We run a software called Avio, and that's basically a conference software like this that's going to give you a little bit better experience than a traditional Zoom, right? Traditional Zoom. A little more immersive, more interactive. You're going to be able to see some things. We're going to put some things on screens when I have the interviews up. Today, we have a great interview with a commercial broker, and he's going to go over kind of step one, finding great deals and how they start and how you utilize the brokers and be getting behind the scenes to get access to the great deals. So we're going to be walking through that in great detail, okay? So I have him coming on. And then tomorrow we have a bunch of stuff with lenders. We have our inspiration panel. I got capital guys coming on to talk about the financing and capital, which typically are the largest roadblocks for most people when you're looking to get into the space. But let me ask you a couple quick questions as we kind of get going. What would you say your biggest roadblock is? Is it in the financing and capital side, or is it in finding good deals? Put it into the chat, one or two. Which one you think is your biggest kind of roadblock holding you back currently from leaping in, right? Because you're here because you're excited, you're about the multifamily, but I want to know specifically what is that major roadblock? Yeah, definitely the capital and financing side, finding good deals. Okay. Yeah, those are usually the biggest things for most people. Oh, cool. We get a separate angle. This is great. I can say hi to this screen over here. Awesome. Beautiful. Yeah, we see the workbook just came in there, Angelica. So you have that. So you have your dashboard. Just so if there's any technical issues, FYI, if there's any technical issues, let me pull up some of these notes so you guys have them. You have your dashboard for it. We have our help center. So if there's any issues you're having, we have our team ready, set, go, just like a live conference where they can help you out with any tech issues you're having. Okay, so right there on your dashboard, you can enter your main stage right there at any point in time as you come and go. We have the virtual chat, which we're monitoring in real time for you. So if there's any questions, issues, things going on, please chime in the chat. We have our full team on that one. And we will take some 15-minute breaks, right? 15-minute breaks. And then when you come back, you're going to hear a song, God Bless the USA by Lee Greenwood. That is our motto song for the conference. God Bless the USA by Lee Greenwood. So when you hear that song, that means come back in to the conference here. What else we got going on? Definitely stretch your legs. I don't know, do you guys have coffee this morning? Or you guys use Red Bull? What is your preference of caffeine? Tea? All the above. So it's very important on that one. You will see some of our team members in here as well that'll have the multifamily schooled backdrops behind them, like the Zoom backdrops. They're going to help you out. If you see them in the gallery, they're here to help you. So you can actually see their names and you can type into them. They're here for you throughout the entire conference for the 3 days. So cold coffee. Yes, Lisa, there are replays. We do set that up for the VIP members. There will be limited replays if you're not a VIP. So you will have some limited time for the replays if you're not VIP. So you don't have to be a VIP, but we will give permanent replay access for anybody in the VIP section, okay, for that. Okay, beautiful. I think those are the housekeeping items, just so you guys have this for your dashboard so you kind of know how to work with it. Any questions before we get started? Any questions before we get started? Just going to go through the chat real quick on some of the questions. Making espresso now, Pamela. I love that. It's very good. Okay, so the first things we want to dive into is really the big mindset shift. And this is really important because I had to make the same mindset shift. And if you don't know who kind of my background and how I got started in the space, you know, I grew up in a real estate family a little bit, learned from my grandmother, you know, God bless her soul at 91 years old, you know, driving around her little S10 Chevy truck collecting rent on her apartment complexes. But she never did it with OPM, right? The other people's money game, right? She didn't do this syndication like you've heard the term before, or OPM game, other people's money, and collaborating money to buy apartments. She actually did it all alone. So that kept her small in a sense, but it was good enough for her. Good enough for her. And then fast forward to my dad, who learned a lot of things from my grandmother. You know, he was that character in our family that kind of made it big. And he was very influential in my life in teaching me a lot of the things I know now as a man, you know, the value of a dollar, the value of hard work, you know, just those important things that you need to know that, you know, no one's coming to save you, right? You're not entitled, self-reliance, self-accountability, go make things happen, don't play victim, all of these mentality things that like instill a mindset in you to, no matter how tough it gets, you know, pick yourself up, you know, dust yourself off and go make things happen, right? Go make things happen. You know, you're not responsible for where you start in life, right? None of us are in terms of our starting point, but you sure as heck are responsible for how you finish up, right? And what you do with it. And we can all follow pathways depending on how we're raised and how we were started, good environment, bad, you know, our mindsets, our parents, some of the limiting beliefs, whether you grew up in a scarcity environment where you're just like, oh, play it safe, don't go big, don't do this, don't do that, be too careful, don't take too much risk, because that sets you into what I call the contributor world. Has anybody explained to you before contributor versus creator? Contributor versus creator before? I'm curious. Chime in the chat if you've heard those terms and how the money game is played in the United States. Nope. Well, you're going to hear it today. Also chime in real quick. Who here is in a W-2 job where you're collecting a paycheck every 2 weeks or every week? W-2 job. You're working for the man. You're working for the man, as they like to say. Chime in if that's you. Yep, that's me. It's probably going to be a vast majority. And that's okay. That's pretty typical. Okay. I do not, for myself, you're a contractor. You're technically still, are you a solopreneur as a contractor, or do you have a large contracting business? Big difference. Yep, we're going to be going through that contributor creator world because this is the leap. And I call it moving from contributor to creator, which is what you're trying to do in the multifamily space. Moving from the active income world, which you're doing every day now, right? You're trading time for money. You're going to a job. You're collecting a paycheck. And that's helping you pay the bills and run your life with your family. That's the active world. And you're trying to transition from that world into the passive world, more passive income, where you can actually wake up in the morning, go do what you want to do, and your bank account is still going up. You're not trading time for money as much as you may be doing in the past, okay? Very, very important. And I call that passive with passion. Passive with passion. Because with that, right, with moving into the creator world, what you're really doing is an identity shift for you. So that way you can take, right, the more time you have now, because you're not trading time for money exactly. And now you have more time with the income that's being made to go do the things you really have passions for. And maybe that's philanthropy. Maybe that's certain aspects of your life, spending more time with family, friends, doing the things that you love, and moving from that identity of the active income world, W-2, into the creator world and having that passive with passion. Does that sound like something that would be interesting to really learn how to take that shift? Okay, awesome. Educate RE, definitely HOH audience. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Absolutely. Cool. Appreciate that, Patrick. Yeah, chime in on the chat because I'm actually watching this in live time, which is really cool. I can interact with you, which I love. But that's a really, really important thing to understand, okay? And that's how we're going to get this shift, right? From going from this active world and active money into the passive world, and using multifamily to do that. Curious from you, what attracts you so much to the multifamily game? I mean, you've heard about it. You know that they're single family. And with the folks that are in here that are already part of our community, right, you kind of know this game. You're in the midst of it right now, learning the process of how to find great deals, analyze them quickly, put it together, raise the capital or put the capital together, finance and structure the deals, and then move to the closing. And then, of course, the management, where you're hiring the property managers. So that way you don't have to deal with the toilets and tenants every day, and you can continue with your job that you're working with your family, right? Because you have a job, you're busy. Everybody in here, you're busy. And you're taking the time here, which is amazing. And I commend you all for investing in yourselves. It's not easy to do that, right? And come in here for a few hours each day and for the next 3 days and commit to this because you want to take this leap and take this action by the end of the year and get into your first deal. We can absolutely help make that happen for you. So my entire goal over these next 3 days is to make sure you have what you need to take that next step and leap, right? And start finding, analyzing, and writing offers. Finding, analyzing, and writing offers, because that is the first stage in the 5-pillar stage in getting into your first deal. You have to find good deals. You got to analyze them quickly. Then you have to write offers, because that's how you're going to then get one to pop. And then you move into the capital financing, closing, and management, right? But until you have a good deal, the rest of it is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. We're going to go through that. Awesome. So building income, wealth, transfer loved ones, scale under one roof, control evaluations through NOI. Awesome. Generational wealth. Okay. So our goal is really to get you into your first multifamily deal or your next one, and to be able to set you up to be able to execute that in the next 90 days. That's number one. That's number one goal. Number two goal is I'm going to show you throughout this 3-day process, utilizing multifamily, commercial real estate in general, but multifamily specifically, how to wipe out your income tax for the remainder of your human existence. Would that be beneficial to you? Chime in the chat. Yes. SFR is too slow. Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, I had a great conversation about this with a friend of mine who bought 12 single family homes in Georgia. 12 single family homes in Georgia. I couldn't stop him because he was getting ready to close. When I talked to him, he says, I'm already in escrow. We're closing escrow. I said, okay, fine. I can't stop you from doing that. But I said, Jeff, don't ever do that again. I said, why would you buy 12 single family homes when you can buy one building with 12 units in it? And then you have the economies of scale, right? You have one loan. You have one insurance policy. If one tenant moves out, you go from 100% occupied to maybe 95% occupied, not from 100 to 0. You have economies of scale, one roof, right? All these things that are so beneficial to doing multifamily versus single family. And his response to me was pretty simple. And it's probably similar to what most of you feel. Oh, I just don't know how to get started. I don't know how to find the good deals. I don't know how to analyze them quickly versus a single family. It just makes more logical, simple sense. And then the financing and capital, dude, like how do you take these things down? How do you put them together? How do you get a loan? How do you raise all the money? Because there's more money involved. That's true. I don't have all the money, Justin. So how do I then bring in the money and close it? How do I put it together? That's the OPM game. That's the game of money. That's what we're going to really dive into to show you on the financing and capital side, how you structure the deals, how you put them together, and where you find the money. Where do you get the money? Okay, it's very, very, very important. Chiming in the chat, so I may have found a deal, 15 units, beautiful, near ASU and Arizona. That is a great spot. Good market, very good market. Economies of scale, Sandra Nixon, I see that. You're looking for that. So that's very, very true. Okay, but I think this identity shift is really important for everybody, for yourself at the end of these 3 days, and we're focusing on that mindset here kind of the first day and then getting into finding deals. But this is really important, this active money into the passive money, and that's why you're doing this. Okay, you're doing this multifamily game to take this shift identity-wise from active to passive. And I call it passive with passion, because when you get here, then you get the chance to wake up every day and not have to rush into work and sit in a cubicle or report to the big guy in the job and then have your schedule dictated, right? I mean, I can't tell you how much of a relief and amazing feeling it is every day to be able to wake up and not have to go talk to a boss and then have the power to dictate my schedule. And I would say even more importantly, if something comes up with my kids, like being able to go pick them up from school or take them to their soccer practice or do certain things with them and not have that dictated day to day and have my schedule, right, to where I can't control it. I would say more than anything, that is one of the biggest reliefs when I made this full transition years ago and made that commitment mentally to myself. I'm going to make this happen. Enough is enough. I'm done working for somebody else. I'm going to make this happen for me and my family. And it was a mental commitment. And then the next stage is, how do I bring that into the universe and how do I manifest that per se, right? That's the next step on it. Well, step one is what you're doing today, right? You're here, you're making that commitment, you've paid to be here, and you're spending your time with us for the next 3 days. So I really, really, really commend you for doing that. So let's jump in. Truer words have been spoken. Dante. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So let's keep moving. And I talked about the contributor world, right? And I don't know if the team, Karim, if you can actually pull this up so this is a little tighter on screen for everybody. I know you guys can see this board, which is helpful, but we're also going to kind of bring it up too, just if you guys need it side by side. But taking it away from this contributor world into the creator world, we're going to talk about the money game. And I didn't really fully understand how this was played until honestly about 3 years ago. I thought I understood it, but not to this level. And I'm going to explain something to you that was explained to me on how the money game works and how we're all kind of in this system, right? The capitalistic system in the United States. You then take into account the IRS, our lovely friends at the IRS, which I know you love giving your money to every year from taxes, right? And how does it work? And why does it work the way it works? Because that's important to understand that, because that's going to move you from here and understanding the importance of how you get from here to here. Because all your financial freedom, all the wealth, all your generational wealth, all the passive income, everything you're trying to accomplish and you're searching for is here. It's not here. This is minions in the system. This is where they want you to stay. They need you here. A vast majority of society is here on purpose, by design. This is give you what you're talking about. And we're going to show you how that happens, okay? So as I stated before, my goal for the next 3 days is to give you the confidence to make the commitment for yourself and your family to leap from the active income world into the passive with passion world, from the contributor into the creator identity, and make that commitment for yourself that you don't know how it's going to happen. That's okay. You don't have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, O, P steps. That's okay. But you're at A. You know you want to go to Z. You're going to get to the edge of the cliff. You got to jump off. And then you allow the how to show up. And it will show up. You got to bank on yourself. We're going to help you do that and move in that direction. Okay? That is my goal for the next 3 days. So money is, I want to ask all of you the question, money to you, money is, fill in the blank in the chat. Fill in the blank in the chat. What is money? Energy, currency, freedom, control mechanism. That's a good one. Horrible master, major tool, leverage, a tool. I like that. Purchasing power. All great answers. None of them right, none of them wrong per se. But we're going to walk through what is called, right? Money is, right? A game. Money is a game. Money is a game. And I'm going to explain to you how the game is played for all of you. How the game is played. Has anybody seen this before? Does anybody know this gentleman? If you've read that beautiful book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, you probably know this guy. There you go. There you go. That is Mr. Robert Kiyosaki himself. Now, when I'm talking about contributor and creator, right, I highlighted these things up here for you. It blends directly with what Rich Dad, Poor Dad is talking about. You have two sectors, right? You have the contributor world, which is employees and self-employed. I sat down here for the longest time as a realtor. Okay, as a licensed realtor for over 10 years, I was sitting right here as a solopreneur, right? I didn't have a big team. Yes, I was running my own business. I was self-employed, right? But as you know, here you have a job. Here you own a job. That's the only difference. Here you can clock in and clock out. Here you're always on, right? You own a job here in the self-employed world, and that's okay. You got to start here, right? Most people that are here, then the question is, okay, how do I get to the creator world, which is, say, a multifamily investor, right? Or business owner, because this is where all the passive money is at. This is where all the wealth is at, right? The freedom. All these kind of cliche terms that you hear and you love, they sit here. So then the next question becomes, how do I make this leap, right? How do I go from contributor to creator, and why would I do that? What is the benefit of doing that? Because it's hard. Here you have more consistency. There's technically, in people's minds, more safety, because I don't have to go chase my paychecks per se, right? I get to show up to a job, trade time for money, and then I get a paycheck, which sounds nice in term. In reality, it can be riskier because you can be laid off anytime. And maybe some of you have, and you've experienced that. If you've been through different recessions and downturns and financial crises, or companies expanding, contracting, whatever it is, you're susceptible to that at any point in time. And then you chase the next job and you chase the next job, and that's totally fine. But I think that's why a lot of people, everybody, you need to make the leap. It's not like a question of you not knowing what you need to do. It's just, okay, how do I do that? And I will tell you, there's no other way to pull this off than what I like to call as a double hustle. And you're going to double hustle for a window of time. It's a 2 to 3 year sprint. It's a 2 to 3 year sprint that you have to commit to, because you have to make bills and pay bills and do all the stuff here, right? You have responsibilities. You got kids, family, all the stuff you got over here. And you're that's why it's fearful, because you're like, well, how do I make that leap? I have responsibilities. I can't take too much risk. I can't, put my family's life savings at risk. I'm already in my 30s, 40s, 50s or more. I can't take this huge risk. I have to be tactful. I have to be tactful with my time. I think the video, are we okay? We're coming back here. I know we go, okay, a little bit better here. Awesome. So it's very important. It's very important that you do this tactfully and you make that leap if you're going to do it. So what does this mean? This means that you're going to go to work like you're doing right now for 8, 9, 10 hours a day. You're already doing it. And then you're going to come home and you're going to have family time. And then the family's going to go to bed. And then you, for about an hour to 2 a night, you're going to start making this move. You're going to make this move, and you're going to stay consistently disciplined to make the move. That is hands down one of the hardest things. This is why it's a mindset game, right? And that's why I would say, they always say the only thing keeping you from where you're at and where you want to go is 7 inches. And people are like, well, what do you mean 7 inches? I mean, it sounds weird. And I'm like, no, it's the 7 inches between your ears. I mean, we tell ourselves some crazy stories. You did it this morning, right? Do I get on this 3-day or do I not? Do I have these other things? You probably had some chaos in your life this morning. Who knows, right? I mean, we have good, bad, and different days. We're emotional creatures by nature. And it's hard to keep this thing in check, keep it aligned, keep it neutral. Very difficult. We're emotional by nature. So that is in staying consistently disciplined. This morning I woke up, I was pretty tired. But I was also excited because I got to come on here today. And I didn't want to work out this morning. But you know what? I got my ass in the gym, even if it was for 20 minutes. Consistently disciplined. It's very hard to do this, but that is why you're here, is to help with that process. And part of it is accountability. Part of it is community. Part of it is people kind of calling you out and keeping you honest. It's really, really important for everybody. But this is really important. So does this make sense? I mean, you've all seen this before. You understand kind of this cash flow quadrant game, right? Moving from this, right? E, S, B, or I, right? All the stuff over here is in the B or the I quadrant, right? Investor or business owner, and moving from here to here to move to the passive wealth and freedom. So that's kind of the Robert Kiyosaki method. But let me kind of dive in a little bit further to this money game. This is really cool. This is really cool. So this was explained to me, gosh, about 3 years ago now. And it was Andrew Cannoli. He runs all the Aspire tours around the United States, if you've ever been to an Aspire conference before. And he comes on and he tries to explain this to people. And he says, okay, what's money? Kind of like what I did for all of you. And everybody said all these things. And he says, no, money is a game. You have contributors and you have creators in the United States economy. You are one or the other. That's it. You got two choices. Most people sit here. You have a W-2 job. You're an employee working for somebody else. And you want to get out of that. You hands down want to get out of that. Now the question becomes, okay, how do I make that leap? We're going to talk through that. But what happens is this. You have creators here. Creators, you create products and services into the marketplace. They are consumed by the contributors. The money leaves the pocketbooks of the contributors. It's leaving your pocketbook now, and it's moving over to the pocketbooks of the creators. And that is the money game. That is capitalism 101. Products and services get created by the creators. They get consumed by the contributors. The contributors take the money out of their pocket and they hand it over, and the creators get rich. And then in the process of getting rich, they wipe out all their taxes because they understand the money game. Because all the tax benefits are right here. It's right there. Why is that the case? Right? Why is that the case? Our friends over at the IRS know one thing. Have you ever put into ChatGPT, give me the definition of capitalism and how the movement of money helps define that definition? Try it and watch what pops out for you. The entire capitalistic system is banked on movement of money. The more money you move, the more tax benefits you get. Why is that the case? Because the more money you move, you're creating more jobs, more opportunities. You're creating more products and services, which then moves the GDP capitalistic system. And then the IRS is like, sweet, you're making money and creating money and moving money, which is probably creating jobs and opportunities for everyone. So we want more of that to happen. We're going to get our piece of the pie in taxes at some point. Trust me. We just want it to be of a bigger pie. So we're going to give you a ton of tax breaks now so you can expand and grow and create more wealth and move more money. Okay? And then at some point we'll get ours. And that's how capitalism works, which is why they give all the tax breaks here, which is why, sometimes when these politicians talk about they didn't pay any taxes, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. Well, they're a creator. They've utilized the system to move a bunch of money, which is why the IRS gives them a bunch of tax breaks. And then everybody here gets pissed off because they're like, I'm working my tail off. I should be getting all the tax breaks. I should be getting this. Unfortunately, you're not moving enough money. You're not moving enough money. And that's why you're not getting as many write-offs when you do your taxes every year to the IRS. And it's coming out of your paycheck. And you don't have all these deductions. And you can't wipe everything out. You're not moving enough money. Plain and simple. So this is why you do multifamily. Because real estate, hands down, is one of the largest movements of money and creates the most opportunities. I mean, think about it for a minute. When you buy a commercial asset, a multifamily real estate asset, I mean, I did the math. There's literally like 50 or 60 jobs, money transfers, and movements of money that happen from one real estate transaction, more so in the commercial space. So because of that grandeur movement of money, this is why the IRS put in the tax code 168K, which gives you what's called bonus depreciation, and it's specific to real estate. And because you're moving a crap ton of money, the IRS says, sweet, we're going to allow you to accelerate the depreciation on your real estate asset, take those paper losses, apply them to your income, and wipe out your taxes right now. Why? Because we want you to do it again, and do it again, and do it again. Because the more you do that, what happens? Movement of money, more jobs, more opportunities, more capitalism, everything grows. GDP. And then if you're creating more jobs, what are those jobs people doing? They're contributors. Are they paying their taxes and paying less deductions or having less deductions? You bet your ass they are. So now there's more people paying into the system. So they give the benefit here so that you can pay it here. And that is the God honest truth. And sometimes it's painful to see it, especially if you're sitting here like most of us are and have been, and I was for years. And I finally said, holy cow, once I understood this, I was like, sign me up. I said, I can go make a bunch of money and I can write it all off and pay no taxes and do it again? Is this legal? Right? Is this legal? The answer is yes. And there's a reason why. Movement of money. Okay, movement of money. Does this make sense? They love creators because that moves more money. There you go. Creates more tax revenue. Jeremy, you are smart. I love that. Any other, Justin, can you move to the right a little? Yes, I can, Patrick. Yes, I can. Just so you can see it all. And this is also in your workbook, right? But that is the tax code. You can go look it up, 168K in the IRS. You can look it up about bonus depreciation, cost segregation, all that stuff. It'll give you the whole kit and caboodle, okay? How is our video so far? Are we doing okay? We're a little patchy. I know sometimes the internet comes in and out, but I think we're doing okay right now. Okay. Ooh, somebody already copied that in. That's great. A little bit choppy. Okay, King. Yeah, we're working through it. We'll, depending on, we got a lot of people on here. This is great. So maybe causing a little internet stuff here. So, we'll work through it. For a little fuzzy, don't worry about it. It probably helps me out if you don't get to see all the wrinkles. Just kidding. Okay, keep going. So let me ask you all a question before. So remember I was talking about moving from the active to the passive with passion? Who here has ever done what's called an identity audit before? Like you didn't know we were going to get a little Tony Robbins today, did you? But this is really important. It's important for all of you because you're here making a commitment. You want to get to this game of multifamily, but understand that multifamily is simply a tool, right? It's a tool to get to where you want to go. But really, what are you trying to do this for? And a lot of people will say, well, my big why is my family, my kids. Yeah, that's one of them. And that's an important one. But you all have deeper levels of passion, right? There's deeper levels in here as to meaning. If I gave you all $1 million cash today and you didn't have to go to work for at least the next 12 months and you have plenty of runway, what would you spend your time passionately doing? Chime in the chat. I'm curious. What would you spend your time passionately doing if you had $1 million in cash, you didn't have to go to a job for the next 12 months, and you could do what you really want to do? Creating more wealth, family freedom, traveling, hanging with daughters, working out, playing poker, baby. I like that one. Don't waste it all in Vegas. Don't do that. Learning how to reinvest, right? You could grow it, have time to actually make money. Yep. Versus like being in that hamster wheel, right? You all feel that you're in the hamster wheel, which makes sense. Buy more real estate. Yep. All great stuff. So that's the passionate side to it. So at the end of today, I'm going to have you all do a homework, right? And the only homework you're going to have to do this evening, it's going to take you about 30 minutes. and you're going to do an identity audit for yourself. And you can probably start playing this now in your mind as to which is going to happen here. Okay, but behind me, it's what they call the 7 mountains that move a nation and inspire people. The 7 mountains that move a nation and inspire people. And these are the 7 things that will get your belly going. Because it may not be your job that you're going to every day. It probably isn't. But you have to do it, right? Something you have to do because you got to pay to play. But once again, if you had all the money and you could actually apply it to other things, because once you start making money and you've had that experience of making money, well, then you may not have to get out of bed every day. So there needs to be something in your belly that's firing you up to make you excited every day. I mean, for me, it is, because it's not the money. Now it's about, okay, what do we do with it? What choices do we have with it? How can we go, help the world, do some more things that are more driven and passionate to me, that are more cause-based, that really drive me beyond family and stuff like that. But I want to show you the stepping patterns, at least mine. I'm going to give you an example, and then I want you to apply it to you, okay? So the 7 mountains: sports and culture, family. And this is not just your personal family. This is also philanthropy, okay? Media, government, politics, business, education, and religion. You need to think of 3 or 4 that you can, start thinking through them right now. Obviously, most people will click into the business, and a lot of people will touch on the family. That's fine. And I'm going to walk through at least the progression I've made for myself, which will give you some sort of a template, a blueprint for how you're going to do this for yourself and apply it. Because it's really, really, really powerful. I was at a conference a couple years ago, and this was put up on the screen for me. And I had to go back to my hotel room that evening and do this. And it was a much more lengthy process than what I'm having you do. And I remember bawling my eyes out, because part of that identity audit was determining whether you were an under or an overachiever. An under or an overachiever. And for somebody like me, I always think I'm underachieving. Just by nature, I have like a problem. I think I do. But not everybody's different, right? And this, everybody's wired differently. But it's important for you to kind of identify this for yourself. Okay, identify it for yourself, because this is what's going to keep you motivated, right? When you hit resistance, which you're going to always do, there's always going to be resistance and problems and issues happening. But it's when that happens, how do you say, you know what? Great, we're going through it. Keep pushing. I always say you never lose unless you give up. And as long as you believe in your process and you believe in your cause, you stay the course. The only way you lose is if you give up and you stop trying. Because most people's winning happens just on the other side of that zone when you're about to quit. So think for yourself. Out of these 7, just immediately think and put it in the chat. Where would you say your most important ones are? Put it in the chat. List your top 3 or 4 in the chat. Top 3 or 4 in the chat. Where do you sit in this? I'm curious. Family, education, religion. Very good. Very good, King. Love that. Family, business, and education. Okay. Christianity, yep, the religion side. Family, business, religion, education, family and philanthropy, business and family and religion. Yep. Yeah, so kind of looking at this, if you weren't having to do what you're doing right now, and you had all the money in the world, $1 million in cash sitting in your bank account, sounds like a lot of people would be going after their passion projects, right? So when I say moving from the active world and that identity into the region of passive income through multifamily and linking that together and understanding that's how you get there, and you become a creator, right? In the economy, and multifamily is that tool and mechanism to get there, which allows you to focus here. It allows you to focus here, okay? So let me walk you through mine. So that way you'll understand how to apply this for yourself. Because forever, right, I was chasing success and money, because you think, okay, great, if I get the success and money, then I can make the choice. And then if you start making some money, you still don't feel fulfilled, right? You don't. You think you're going to, but then you're like, okay, so I made some money. well, I need to make some more or whatever it is. So you like keep chasing and chasing and chasing, and then you lose your motivation, right? Because motivation, money is a great motivator to start, but it won't carry you through once it starts happening. But these types of things will. So I had to like think for myself. I said, okay, like if I won the lotto tomorrow, like what would I really do? Okay, aside from taking care of my immediate family and kids and all that, right, which is automatic, what else would I do? Like, what do I really have passions for? And for me, obviously, in the family side of it, because that's the end game, right? All of you put it in here in the chat. Like, family was in everybody's setup. And then religion, right? Maybe it's your church or religion, faith, whatever it may be, because that's the passion, right? That's the belly that burns. So then you have to say, okay, how do I link that to where every day when I wake up, I'm like loaded with it. And I'm excited to go to my job or whatever it is I'm doing to move that needle, right? To get out of that contributor world into the creator, because my ending drive is this. So for me, it works like this. Business is important, right? So we have these businesses. You have to have the resources, whether it's financial or some sort of resources, to then be able to take it and move it into other passion projects. So for me, the media side is important. And the media side is important because the media allows us to scale our message for really what I enjoy doing, and that is helping other people. Education. So when you talk about the education mountain, that's what it really means to me. Mainly because of my foundation. When I say my foundation, my rock of knowing that freely ye give, freely ye receive. Freely ye give, freely ye receive. In my college, so I went to Pepperdine University, and at the top of the plaque, right, in Malibu, it has that, right? And what you learn very quickly is the law of reciprocity. The universe pays itself forward 10 times over when you give more than you take. It's called the relationship capital game. And you keep giving and giving and giving, right, without any expectation of receipt. But then you need to be okay receiving too, because it's going to come back to you, and the universe is going to pay itself forward to you in many different ways, right? But you have to be willing to do that. The freely you give, freely you receive. And so the education and helping people keeps me fulfilled. It keeps me burning and excited every day. And then from that, because of the resources that we've gotten, right, from the business side, moving into the media, which amplifies the message. Think about that. Everything that got you here today was that. So that way, we could do that. And then from that, moves to the passion. And my passions are pretty simple. I have 3 organizations that I love near and dear to my heart. It's the Tunnels to Towers Foundation. Is anybody familiar with that one? That started right around 9/11. It was designed specifically to help pay off the mortgages of mothers, initially, left behind with their children because of first responders that died in the Twin Towers. That's how it started. Because think about it for a minute. You had these police officers, firefighters, all these first responders, health professionals died that day. And they were the income breadwinners. And 9 times out of 10, it was the mother with her kids left behind. So all of a sudden, now she's into the alpha male position, having to now go, holy, you know what? How do I provide for my children? How do we pay our mortgage? How do we do these things, right? And she's freaking out. Well, Tunnels to Towers came in. They said, you know what? We want to take the burden of ever having to worry about a roof over your head. Gone. We're going to pay off your mortgage and give you and your kids a free and clear house so you can at least have stability to raise your family. And that's how it was founded. And then it went and it's grown into now soldiers, right? Iraq and all the soldiers and stuff, and helping wounded soldiers too, and helping pay off those mortgages. It's an incredible organization. And so we give time and money to that. That is a passion of mine. But if I don't have the money and the resources and or the time, right, because I'm giving it to a job, I can't give that. Seal Future Foundation, for me personally, I don't know if anybody knows this. Is anybody a team guy or a SEAL? They call you guys team guys. If you're a SEAL or former SEAL, you know it's team guys. It's not SEALs, it's team. So San Diego, trains, I don't know, probably 80% of all the Navy SEALs in the world in San Diego. My family's big in the military. I mean, my dad was Army. My grandfather was a Navy commander, current business partner, former Marine. So I've seen a lot of the different sectors of our military and the branches. And so military is near and dear to what we do. And I ended up going to a conference some time ago, and they talked about the Navy SEALs, the team guys. I mean, it makes complete sense if you think about it. I mean, they are at the top of their game. I mean, these are the most elite of elite of elite, right? And they have all this camaraderie and time together, and they're saving the world, right? And then their time is done. And now they have to transition into the civilian life. I mean, that is a mind F along its own. And so there's a mental, there's a physical, and there's a financial process that is very difficult for these SEALs and these team guys to transition to. And so the suicide rate for SEALs is through the roof. It's off the chart. Every day they're committing suicide, right? And so this foundation goes in and it provides the support financially so they can get moving and provide jobs and things for them. It provides the mental health side of it and then the physical health side of it. And it's an incredible foundation. So that's what I give to: time and energy and money. And then the last one is almost probably bigger than all of them. And that kind of leads to, children that are born into bad situations. And as I said earlier, when you start, you are not responsible for your starting point in life, but you sure as heck are responsible for how you finish up. And the two things that are usually very important for that to happen for any young child is having a role model that they can look to and see that, hey, I don't need to be a gangbanger. I can get out of a bad neighborhood. Don't need to do this. I don't need to do that. I have a vision and a role model to look to. And then knowledge, education, that, hey, this is actually possible, right? I don't need to do these bad things or do this type of life. I can grow and do these other things. So I'm knowledgeable of this experience. And so helping disadvantaged kids around the United States, it's huge because you see the shift. And I was fortunate enough. I mean, I grew up in a middle-class family. We didn't grow up rich. My dad made it though. So we didn't start rich, but with my dad, he was that transitional character in our family to where he was that go-getter, right? He had a really bad upbringing. His dad died when he was 3. My dad's dad died when he was 3. Then he was raised by his stepdad and his mom. And his stepdad beat the crap out of him. Like just beat the living crap out of him most of his youthful life. And so he built up a lot of internal trauma, anger, stuff with that. And then he went off to Vietnam. And he told the story before he passed. He was supposed to be the driver of the Jeeps to the admirals in the army over in Vietnam. That's what he was going over there to do. He got off the plane, as they say, and rather than going right to do that job, they said, hey, you're going left over here. And he didn't know what he was getting into until he finally realized he was going to become a door gunner in the Hueys, in the choppers, flying down in the rice paddy fields, right? He didn't know that the average lifespan for a door gunner at that time was 7 days. 7 days in Vietnam. And he went into his hazing. So this is how the hazing works. Just so you all know, back in 1970s, going into Vietnam, the hazing worked like this. He went left with his buddy, and they're waiting for his pickup. They come in, I kid you not, in a black chopper. It's like straight out of Hawaii 5-0, but black chopper, flying in. They got sawed off shotguns, black masks on, everybody's black, black dressed, and they land this chopper, right? Come over here, get on. So they both get on the chopper. Thing takes off. Thing goes literally straight up in the air, full throttle, straight up until it stalls. And then the chopper comes back down, the blades slap, thing turns back on. He says, Justin, I have never crapped my pants so big in my life. I was so scared to death when that happened. And he says, welcome to door gunning. That was their hazing. But he tells you the story. I was a quarter of an inch, meaning I was a quarter of an inch from never being born. Because in Vietnam, they would sit on bulletproof vests. When they'd go down into the paddy fields, they'd get shot up from underneath. And he tells the story about how one day they went down and they got shot up from underneath, killed the door gunner on the other side, wounded the co-pilot. The pilot was still flying. The bullets came through. My dad would always sit on 3 bulletproof vests Most of the guys would sit on one. He sat on three. It came through all the vests, stopped in the last one. And he says, Justin, you were about that close from never being born. I mean, that'll bring perspective to your life. The reason I'm telling the story is because it built this like inner drive inside of him. So he comes home, he gets into real estate. He's a real estate broker. He doesn't like the selling side of it. So he's like, I want to get into building and, doing the building side of real estate. So he starts building single family homes, gets into the real estate side, then wants to go larger, starts building little subdivisions of 10, 15, 20 homes. Then he's like, well, I want to go bigger. So let's start doing some maybe attached product. Let's do some condos and townhomes, maybe some bigger subdivisions of homes. So he starts doing 100, 200 unit deals. I mean, this was big time. Then he gets into 300 unit apartment complexes. And that's all amazing because he made a gob of money, right? And it showed us, right? We went from zero to hero, right? We went from not rich to, yeah, we had a lot of money, but then my dad was never formally taught how to manage it. He didn't understand that the real game is not in building and selling, right? It's buying and holding. He didn't understand the game of wealth creation, how money works. He didn't understand that debt is tax-free money. Did you know that? Did you know that debt is tax-free money? Chime in the chat. Did you know that debt is tax-free? Anytime you take out a loan, it's tax-free money. Most people don't know that. And then they have a bad connection with debt. They think debt's bad. No, bad debt's bad, meaning consumer debt, right? When you go take out and you buy TVs and consumer type products that are liabilities, that's bad debt, right? That's bad debt. But good debt is taking out debt against appreciating assets on fixed rate interest rates. That's where you get rich, and hence the real estate game. So now he kind of taught that process, but he went through 4 different financial crises, or 4 different, I should say, market cycles. And the fourth one got him. The fourth one got him. So that was the financial crisis of 2008. Who here was affected by that? The 2008 financial crisis. Anybody lose a job? Anybody, family, anything like that? Chime in the chat if you were a part of that and lost any of that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it was a big deal back then. But you learned a lot through that. So I would like to, kind of walking through this process, you get into the passion project. So every day, I get excited because not only do I now get to help my family, my personal family, but now I have an inner drive to be able to give back to this. And I don't care if that's your church, right? Or political party or neighborhood, whatever, or your kids' soccer teams or whatever, like really gets you burning every day in your life. That's what this is about. And that's going to keep you going to make this transition, to go from active money into the passive world. And what you're going to go through in that process, you're going to face some resistance. And to get through that resistance is going to be this. Why am I doing it? What's the inner drive and the inner belly and the inner fire that's going to push me through the days that I want to give up, the days that I don't want to go, the days that I don't want to look for a couple deals, underwrite them and write some offers, because that's when it happens, right? Consistently disciplined. It's one of the hardest things to do, okay? Patrick says, I lost most of my real estate assets back in 2008. Your fault? Well, partially your fault, but the market was pretty gnarly. There were some pretty crazy things going down, as you all know. What about the next market crash in multifamily? You know what? I thought it was, we can get into that. We're going to get into that. On the surface, you'd think there's a big crash coming. However, you've heard of the term, the problem's too big. They can't let it fail. Well, that's what's happening in the commercial loan business space now. Okay, that's what's happening in the commercial loan space now, because you have $905 billion this year in 2025 that's been coming due and needs to be refinanced. Well, the problem is with interest rates up, income's down on properties in some ways because rents have stabilized or dropped. Great time to buy. But with that in mind, okay, things aren't penciling. People can't refinance. People can't get out of loans. So distress is happening in the industry. Distress is happening in the industry. Many lenders not doing 70%. They're 60, 65. Don, yeah, depends on the deal. You're correct. Depends on the deal. But you are right. It's typically between 65 to 70% depending on the deal. You're correct. You're correct. You've heard of the market crashing similar to 2008 now, just silently. It is kind of silently, Jeremy, because it is happening behind the scenes. but it's not happening in the residential space, which is why it's not out front. You don't have people losing their homes because that market's actually stabilized, because most of the people who have loans on their homes, right, it's lower interest rates, fixed rate. The fundamentals are in place in the residential game. Now, the commercial space, different story. Loans in the commercial game are only 3, 5, 7, or 10-year loans. 3, 5, 7, or 10-year loans. And so they have to be refinanced at some point in the process. It just depends on, is the market there for it to happen? Well, as you know, we had interest rates super low for super long, and then they went through the roof in 2022, 2023. So it's caused a massive problem where people can't get out of those loans. And so you would think that the lenders would just start foreclosing on all the properties. The problem is, the problem's too big. They can't. So you're actually seeing a lot of those deals modified. A bunch of those deals just pushed down the road where the lenders are saying, hey, you're at least, you're paying us, like you're not defaulting. So we're not going to actually call your loan. Even though your term is up, you're supposed to get out of the loan, you're supposed to pay us back. We're just going to kind of extend this thing, silently. And you're seeing a lot of that because they know that if they start calling the loans, then they have to get what's called appraisals done on them. And if there's appraisals done on them, now they have to now mark the property's value, which is down right now, and the whole system starts to implode. They can't do that. So the system's being pushed out until interest rates begin to drop. Okay. And that's where we're at. So you're seeing some distress, which is there. You're seeing other stuff get modified, but there is enough stress in the industry where it's an enormously beautiful time to buy. And you definitely want to buy now when we're in this dipping period in the commercial space to then take advantage of what is coming. And it is going to improve next year. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. You're going to have a new Fed chair. I guarantee rates are dropping on or before next May. Guaranteed. Because they're going to force it. New Fed chair, whatever's, they're going to drop the rates on or before next May. No doubt about it. Okay. Brent had asked, aren't these lower purchasing going to lower the values anyway? On the distress stuff, right? But you have other comps and stuff when they're comparing properties and cap rates and stuff like that. So no, you don't actually absorb that loss on paper until you have to actually mark the property's true value, which is why a lot of these big banks aren't initiating that process, because they don't want to have to order an appraisal, which then forces under regulations to mark that property's value to market. They don't want to do that. So they're just kind of silently pushing it down the road, hoping and praying interest rates can improve, and then they can refinance the property under better market conditions. And that's where we're at. Okay. Yeah, and Vanessa, I saw a question about the dads going through a refinance. If you want to ask that question a little bit in detail, our team can help answer it, and I can try and answer it here. But looking at this, getting back to this kind of game, okay, it goes into this spot, moving from the contributor world, right, where you have active money, you have a job, you're an employee or you're self-employed, and you're going to move from this into the game of the creator world. Multifamily. And that's why you're doing this. That's ultimately why you're here, because subconsciously buying an apartment building allows you so many resources to do this on top of the cash flow, on top of the profits, on top of the wealth creation, the massive tax benefits that you're going to get for doing that and growing your family's portfolio to move into this space where now you're an investor and business owner, and then it's really going to allow you to follow this passive money with passion. Passive money with passion. How awesome would that be if you could truly follow that and you didn't have to go to the job every day? Okay, and we can get into what this is going to take, but to get started in this and move this needle, if you haven't done it already, it's going to take you 1 to 2 hours a day. 1 to 2 hours a day of looking at deals, analyzing them quickly, writing the offers, beginning the process. And we'll get into more detail on this in just a bit, but that is the beginning cycle that you're in. You got to find good deals. You have to analyze them quickly. You have to write offers. You got to pump it out. And then deals will start to pop, and that moves you to the next sector in the process of the capital raising, the financing that we all talk about, closing the deal, and then how you hire the property managers so that way you are not dealing with the toilets and tenants every day, and you're focused what you are doing still, and that is you still have a job. And then at some point, you're going to be making enough passive money to then be able to move the needle and say bye-bye to the job if you want to do that. If you want to do that. Okay? You're going to have that choice. And that's a good choice. By show of hands, or not even hands, you can't put the hands up, but putting it in the chat, generally speaking, what level of monthly income would be great enough for you to leave your current job? Chime in the chat. Is it $10,000 a month? Is it $20,000 a month? What is that number? I'm just curious, because it's always nice to put that in there, because that's how we're going to identify what it's going to take here to make it happen. Okay. 20,000, 12,000, 15,000, 10,000, 30,000. Okay. You don't have one, Sean? We're going to make one for you. Just kidding. 50,000, 8,000. Okay. All different numbers. So keep in mind this. If you're going to be buying, and we'll get into more detail on this, okay, a 10 to 30 unit apartment building. Okay, a 10 to 30 unit apartment building for you is going to produce somewhere between $2,500 a month to about $4,000 a month for you. For you. So then you can back into those numbers based on what everybody told me here. Now, the bigger deal, the more money you get, okay? So what typically happens with folks that are newer in the space and you're trying to jump into it, I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of gurus out there. I see them, and they're talking about going after 50-plus unit deals. I understand why they're telling you this. It's just not realistic, okay? Because when you're a newbie, you have to play in a space where you don't need a lot of track record. You can work with more mom and pop lenders, mom and pop sellers, mom and pop brokers, and actually take it down. Okay. And you don't have to rely on some massive team and huge sponsors and all this other logistical stuff that's way outside of the reality in the beginning. And you can actually go execute this in the next 90 days. Okay. That's the key. It's either that or it's going to take you 6, 12 months or more. If you want to start doing bigger deals, that stuff takes a lot longer, right? So if you want to execute this quickly, this is how you're going to do it. You're going to stay in the 10 to 30 unit space. This is what we teach all the people in our community and so forth, and every live webinar I've ever done, is you stay in the space. This is how I got started. And this is going to produce somewhere around this per month for you, depending on the deal. So if you're looking at, hey, I need to make $20,000 a month, you're looking at 3 to 4 deals. 3 to 4 deals in the 10 to 30 unit space. But what will end up happening is this, because it happens every time. Your first deal is going to be 10 to 30 units. Your second deal is going to be 10 to 30 units. Your third deal is probably going to be 30 plus. Probably going to be 30 plus. So then you're going to start playing with the big boys. Because now you have a little bit of runway, you have some track record, you've done it a few times, you can actually go and actually execute this game. But this is the trajectory. And how can this happen? It can happen over about a 2-year window, 3-year window. 2-year window, 3-year window, just like I did it. Okay, I was a realtor. 2010, I left the W-2 job world. I jumped into the world of realtor. Okay, now I'm self-employed. That's a little fuzzy. We'll let for the media to come back. 1 second on the video. Stand by. Do I recommend becoming a full realtor while getting into the multifamily investing, or just keep my W-2 job? I will tell you this. If you have a W-2 job that is producing enough income for you, and then you can dedicate 1 to 2 hours a day to finding deals, analyzing them, putting them together, then stay in your W-2. It's more consistent for you. Okay, it's more consistent for you. I mean, part of me wishes I had that, but I was in the realtor world for 10 years. So what I would be doing is working 10 hours a day, and I'm 100% commissioned in that world. So I don't even know where my next paycheck's coming from, right? So then I come home after 10 hours of working and helping clients and people and help the kids. You got family time for a couple hours of family time, and then kids go to bed, family goes to bed, and then dad, right? Dad's going to be on the computer. And I started looking for deals. And I was using the typical websites, Crexy.com, LoopNet, CoStar, but I wasn't looking for deals. I was looking for brokers. And this is how we're going to get into today, how to find great deals, because there's a methodology to this. Now we're going to dive into details because I'm going to be bringing on one of the brokers, commercial brokers, and we're going to role play. I'm literally going to role play in real time with you, with the broker, on how those first phone calls should go. After you've actually used the websites to identify some properties in a market, what's the next steps of making the connections, building that rapport? So now you can actually get the real deals behind the scenes that are making sense. And we're going to walk through the process of how deals come to market and how you would actually find great deals in the details in that. And I'll be going through that with the broker this afternoon. Okay, so it's going to be cool. You got to stay around. That's for Kevin Jury Broker. But this is your process. Having a license adds risk to lawsuits. Potentially. Potentially. If you can devote 4 to 5 hours a day, are you able to move faster? Of course. 100%. Yeah, if you have more time to dedicate to it, right? You're not stuck to, an 8-10 hour a day job, then sure, you're going to be able to move a lot faster because you can look at more properties, analyze more deals, put out more offers, and that process is going to start to pop a lot faster for you. Patrick, you mentioned you communicate with brokers via text and emails. Best way to get the ball rolling instead of phone calls, okay, so that's not bad. But there's nothing that's a replicate for a voice and or belly to belly, because this game of commercial real estate is still a good old cowboy and cowgirls club. And so, yes, you can text and yes, you can email. That's all great. Nothing wrong with them. But you have to take the step to hear the voice, to get to know somebody on a phone. The next step is face-to-face. And I'll walk you through that process. Okay. Awesome. But that's kind of how your trajectory is going to go. You can see this on the screen. They're going to move the camera there so you can see that. But that's how that trajectory is going to go. Okay. I apologize for a little bit of a fuzzy video here. We'll do a little bit better here and see if we can get the internet rolling a little bit better. How do you evaluate properties out of your state? The same way you would in, right? A deal analyzer will do that. What you're talking about is how you would manage the properties out of state. And we'll get into that in these 3 days. That's part of the details on it. So these are the false belief patterns, and I'm going to go through them, and I want you to tell me when I hit a few of them, just put a thumbs up in the chat when you hear a false belief pattern that you may have, okay? Number 1, it takes too much money to get started. That's why I haven't done it. Number 2, it seems too complicated. I have to be an expert. Number 3, I'm scared to lose money. Number 4, I don't know how to raise money, and I don't know anybody with money. Number 5, I don't know how to structure the deal once I have people with money. How do I legally put it together and do the financing structure legally? Number 6, I already make good money in my job, so I'm pretty comfortable. But there's a reason. There's a bigger reason why you're trying to leap. Number 7, I need to quit my job or my business in order to do this, right? I don't have enough time. I have to quit my job in order to do it. I don't think you need to do that, right? I don't think you need to do that. Most of the people that have done this, including myself, I didn't quit anything. When I said earlier, an hour or so ago, you have to create a double hustle, right? You're doing your day job, but you got to commit to this. This is where it's at. And you will make this happen, right? For you and your family. A couple hours a day, 1 to 2 hours a day, committed consistently, will make this happen. Okay, so that way, you don't have 2 full-time jobs. You have 1 full-time job that's paying your bills right now, and you're going to leap into this space. But you'll have to stay consistent, right? 1 to 2 hours a day to find these deals, okay? Number 8, multifamily is too risky. It's actually the odd part about it, it's far less risky than 90% of the stuff you're investing in now. I mean, you have no control over the stock market and your 401k, your IRA, or any of that other stuff. With a multifamily building, it's not like you're buying something you have to build. You're buying an existing asset that has tenants in it. The thing is cash flowing from day one. It's paying all the bills, including the mortgage, and you're taking home cash flow. And then you have a pretty good delta between what it's producing and kind of your break even. So that way, if there are recessions or market changes or issues in the market, you have runway. It's not like you're sitting there like threading needles every single month. So it's designed to have runway, which is why the banks, as stated earlier, they're only going to give you 65 to 70%, right, loan amount to the value of the property, because they want you to have a delta there to protect you but more importantly, protect them. So they're going to ensure, like you may underwrite the property and do your underwriting and analysis. Well, they're darn sure going to make sure your numbers and their numbers are accurate because they're loaning all the money on the property and they're using the property versus you to substantiate their loan. So they're going to make darn sure those numbers look pretty good. Okay. So number 9, I am a novice, don't know enough. Totally fine. Number 10, I don't want to be a landlord. That's why you hire good PM companies, property managers. I don't want you dealing with toilets and tenants every day either. I don't, right? You sure as heck don't. If you can avoid that, that's why you do it. Number 11, I don't have the time to take on something this big. It's not this big. But more importantly, how are you going to get to where you want to go? And you have to ask yourself that question because you're either going to get the time freedom and the financial freedom. Hopefully, if you stay in your contributor world, you'll be 65 or 70. If you do this now, you get it sooner in life. Now, do you have to put in some sweat and some energy to get there? Yeah. But if you, once again, 1 to 2 hours a day, you can make this happen. And what ends up happening is once you get your first, second, third deals, well, now you're making money with it. So now you want to dedicate more time to it. And then you start making that transition. If you're done with the W-2, now you can make the transition full time into the multifamily world, which I did. It took me 2.5 years, right? I made the decision in 2018 that I was going for it. You know, and everybody has different reasons why they finally get to a point where they're pissed off enough or they're mad about or whatever it is in their life they're pissed off enough about where it finally gets them to go. Okay, to go. And I don't know if anybody here has lost somebody, a loved one to them that probably shouldn't, pass too early in their life. But for me, it was my sister. And she passed in May of 2018. It was very, very difficult. But what it does at that time is it brings a massive amount of perspective to life very quickly. Because we don't know when we're going. We don't know when we're going. We just don't. And it could be tomorrow. It could be today. It could be next week. So you got one shot, man. You got one shot. And that opened me up immediately. I'm like, wow, she was 46. It shouldn't have happened. And it did. So what am I going to do about it? Because I'm sitting here and I want to do this, right? I want to take the leap. I was doing literally what all of you are doing. I'm right at that edge, but I wasn't taking the leap. I wasn't taking the leap. I was holding myself back because of all of this. And a lot of it was self-limiting belief things that I just didn't realize. I didn't know that I was worthy of it. I didn't know that I could pull it off. All these things, literally, all these things I'm listing here, right? You create them in your own mind and then you hold yourself back and you don't take the next step. But I finally got pissed off enough. And I had that moment in 2018. I had this tragedy happen in life and I'm sitting there and I'm scrolling through Facebook and I happened to come across a conference about OPM, other people's money, and syndicating and multifamily. And I'm like, you know what? I've been wanting to do this. I got to go. Now's the time. I had this moment. I'm like, I'm going. Let's go. And I booked my ticket literally right there. I bought the ticket, $3,000. I spent a lot more than I probably should have. I'm going. And then I bought my plane ticket and it was out in Boston. I had to fly completely across the country to Boston, Massachusetts. Went to a conference for 3 days with 3,000 people. Bought the best ticket because I knew that that's how I could probably beat the best people there. And I flew out there for 3 days, met a bunch of people, brokers, attorneys, lenders, other investors, people like me, other people that I'm friends with now that are doing great things in the space. And I will tell you this, I sat there in the audience. And normally you'd have the imposter syndrome sitting there. And you'd think, oh gosh, this is really above my head. But I sat there in the opposite. I'm seeing all these people on stage doing all this great stuff. And I'm going, holy cow, if these people can do it, I can do it, right? If these people can do it, I can do it. And that got confidence in me because now I just needed some skill sets and some tactics. I need to learn the process of how do you find good deals? How do you analyze them? How do you put together the capital and the financing? How do you close the deal? And how do you manage that property or hire the property manager so that way I'm not dealing with the toilets and tenants every day and I can continue to move into that passive income space and have the passive with passion and all of that stuff that comes along with it. And so I came home from that conference and I had met somebody there that said, listen, you should consider Kansas City, Missouri. I'm in California. Most of the stuff we had purchased at that point, right, up until that point, was all in our backyard, our own market. So now I'm thinking, well, we need our dollar to go farther. And we can't be buying stuff in California because number one, it's too expensive. Number two, the landlord-tenant laws are horrendous. So we started that vision of out of state. So for everybody in here is asking the questions, you know, how do you invest in out of state stuff? I'm a perfect example. And we're going to walk through that process. But step one was, how do I find good deals and what market am I going to go into? And after doing a little market research, we chose Kansas City, Missouri. And then the next step was, okay, I got to start finding brokers in the market that can find me deals. Well, I don't know any brokers and I don't know how to reach out to them. So then it started me going to the websites, Crexy.com, LoopNet, and CoStar. And instead of going to those websites looking for deals, I went to the websites seeing who were the brokers in the market doing the most deals, posting the most properties on the websites. Because then my next action is to pick up the phone and talk to them, ask them about their deal, let them know I'm coming out there. And I'm going to be doing a tour for 3 days, and I'd love to tour their property, meet them. I'm going to then ask them, do they know any property managers that I can speak to while I'm out there? And then I'm going to ask those property managers, do you know any construction and renovation crews that I can bring in that can help me out with the properties when I find them? And then, by the way, brokers and PM companies, do you know any local lenders that can lend on the properties I'm about to find? And I established a little team in the market. And then I asked the broker, because none of the deals made any sense, which I'm sure they don't for you either. You're on these websites, you're looking at them, and none of them pencil. There's a reason for that. We'll get into, right? But the next step was I went out there regardless of that. And I said, hey, you know, look, I'm probably at like $1 million for this deal. You guys are asking $1.4 million. Will the seller take that? And they're like, no, probably too far apart. I said, I totally understand, right? Totally understand. But, you know, we're here if they do. I'm sure, but we're going to buy, Mr. Broker. I'm buying in this market. I would love to buy through you. Do you happen to have some deals you're working on right now that I can take a look at? Maybe things coming up. Can I get on your email list and start that process of seeing some deal flow? And that is your direct to broker approach that we're going to get into in depth today. I'm giving you high level, but that is the process for starting that. And then lo and behold, a couple weeks later, after coming back and doing all my kind of reconnaissance and setting up my little market in Kansas City, my first one, the deals start to flow. These are pre-market deals. They're not yet on the websites. I do the analyzation. You know what? Holy crap, they actually make some sense. Believe it or not. And once you understand how deals come to market, you'll understand this process. Okay. And we're going to get into that today. But that is how I found my first deals. That is the direct to broker approach. The other approach is direct to owner. And we'll get into that too. So looking in the chat here, do a triplex, quadplex qualifies for 168K? It technically does, Luce, but you're not in the multifamily game yet, and it's not really investable. So that's why if I had to do it all over again, we started with a $100,000 condo. That was our first deal in Murrieta, California. And then from there, we got into duplexes and triplexes and quads. Just what you're thinking about, right? And that was all fine at the time. I didn't know any different. But if I had to go back, I would have gone straight from that condo to a 10 unit. Because once I understood that the financing's easier, it's actually more investable, meaning I can bring in other people's money with us along, right? And get everybody great returns and we can all make money together. And I can provide great opportunities to my friends and family and people around me. That space becomes pretty awesome. And that's what I'm in now. But I wish I would have fast forwarded. So if you're sitting in this space going, do I start with a duplex or a triplex or no? No. You know, you're going to go to a 10 to 30 unit because it's easily financeable. You can come in with limited capital. Okay. You can come in with $20, $30, $50,000 of your own money, run the show, put it together, manage it, control it, right? And get the wealth and get all the stuff you're talking about. Okay. You can come in with limited capital and run the show and pull it off. And I'm going to break a deal down for you and do that. Okay. But that's why you do it. People are doing deals in every market in the country and they are not smarter than you. I believe that, Don. First of all, I appreciate that. Thank you for that compliment. And I agree with you. Yes, landlord-tenant friendly states. Landlord-tenant friendly states. So ideally, we give the advice that you only want to invest in a red state or a purple state. Red state or purple state. And I think you know what I mean by that. Just better business climates. Doesn't need to be, a red state can be a purple state, okay? All the above. So why would you say that most of the listing properties don't work? The ones on the websites, David, the ones on the websites. And it's the reason how they come to market, okay? How they come to market. And we're going to get into that, right? After our breaks and stuff, we'll get into that. Team, how am I doing on time? Just so I understand timing-wise how we're doing and how much time I may have, just so I get that. So I don't go crazy on timer. We could go 40 hours. Okay, we got a few minutes left before our first break. So how are we doing so far? Can I give you a thumbs up if you're enjoying it so far? And we're building, guys. You have to understand, I'm giving you context and building so that you can realize this isn't just about rushing out and finding multifamily deals, right? Because that's not going to last. Because the minute you hit any resistance, you're going to give up. You're going to give up. The reason why I'm building it and bringing you through this identity shift and going from, right, the contributor world to the creator world, from the active income to the passive with passion. It's that passion that's going to keep you going, right? When you're ready to give up and you're like, man, this is, damn it, right? No, that's when you keep going, right? Pull up your big boy pants and let's go. That's when you go. But that passion of why I'm doing this for you and that identity shift is so critically important, right? We're moving the mind. I'm getting you set mindset-wise to go make this happen versus just you keep going out to conferences and you keep learning stuff and you keep downloading stuff. You keep consuming on YouTube. You keep consuming, and that's all great. But at some point, we got to get to the edge of the cliff. We got to jump off, everybody, and you need to allow the how to show up. You got to trust. You got to surrender to the universe, right? Surrender to God if that's the thing, and you got to let it happen. And it will. You will show up. Because you know why? Your family's counting on you. Because now you're building with passion. You're building with that, like, why am I really doing it? And you're not going to give up, okay? Action, 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 baby. Maybe stupid questions, but what red and purple states mean in this context? Republican or swing states? We'll keep it real, Najib. Republican or swing states, okay? The business climate tends to be better. Landlord-tenant laws. Landlord-tenant laws, hands down, the biggest piece of it. So that way, if somebody does not pay rent, you can actually get them out. And it doesn't take you $14 million in 25 years, okay? That is why, okay? And once again, this has nothing to do with politics, but we've just seen that those states tend to have better climates for landlord-tenant laws, swing states and red states, just the way it works. I'm in California. I totally get it. It's great. I mean, one of the most beautiful states in the country, right? But it's got some problems with the landlord-tenant stuff for sure. Yeah, do the research before you taking action. Yeah, and we'll give you a list of some states and stuff to look at based on either where you're from. I mean, that's hands down the first thing that happens when you come into any community or you're learning this is identifying the first market you're going to go into, right? The first market you're going to go into and then how you attack it, right? And putting that 90-day action guide and plan in place for you to go after it. And all of you are going to be getting a 90-day action plan and guide. So at the end of today, all of you, if you don't already have it, you're going to get our multifamily toolkit. And part of that is going to include deal analyzers, so you can analyze the deals, pitch decks, which are what are used to help raise money, the 90-day action guide and plan, and a few other things that are very important to get you started with a multifamily toolkit. And part of you guys coming in addition to your workbooks and everything else. Elaine, I think they put up the sessions there. There you go. That's pretty good. They're on it. Yes, you'll get it via email, and then we're also going to put it into the WhatsApp chat. So make sure you all are added into the WhatsApp chat, which most of you are. Awesome, team. How are we doing on time?
You're good. You can sit into a 15-minute break.
Okay, everybody, take a break. Get another cup of coffee. Don't forget to come back. We'll be playing the song. Is it God Bless America?
Yeah, God Bless America.
By Lee Greenwood. So when you hear that song, that means come back in 15 minutes sharp. So that'll be 10:45-ish, right around then, our time Pacific, or for you to be 1:45-ish, East Coast. So see you shortly. Thomas, you are in the right space for the VIP. We will be jumping in. We'll have a VIP session for you specifically time hour. Okay. So you're doing great. So we will see you all in just a few minutes and chat soon. Thank you.
Margaritaville, come to think of it.
I heard that.
You've been there, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
I've seen your boat there.
I've been to Margaritaville a few times.
All right, well, that's good.
Stumbled my way back.
Okay, well, we just want to make sure you can keep it between the navigational beacons.
Between the buoys, I got it.
All right, well, it's 5 o'clock. Let's go somewhere.
I'm ready. Crank it up.
Let's get out of here.
I'm gone.
Them neon lights look good on you, so good on you, but we ain't got no room to move, no room to move. We need some space, and I know a place outside of town where it don't ever close down. No, we never close down. Yeah, we can two-step, put your boots on, baby, we can do that. Girl, cut a little loose, you can move that, move that. Oh yeah, I'll take you dancing in the country, Levi's in them low beams, spin you in some red dirt, sweep you off of both feet, out here where the sun sets, Silverado backbeat. You never wanna go home and never wanna not be dancing in the country, dancing in the country. Yeah, it goes left, right, left. You're making me wanna sway. You're making me wanna play some Alabama and Jackson. Got you around my neck. You're making me wanna stay. You're making me wanna lay you down here in the pasture. Yeah, we can two-step. Put your boots on, baby, we can do that. Girl, cut a little loose, you can move that, move that. Oh yeah, I'll take you dancing in the country, Levi's in them low beams, spin you in some red dirt, sweep you off of both feet, out here where the sun sets, Silverado backbeat. You never wanna go home and never wanna not be dancing in the country, dancing in the country. Oh yeah, I know you feel that heat. Watermelon summer, get them Lucasies, stomping like the thunder. We can two-step, put your boots on, baby, we can do that. Girl, cut a little loose, you can move that, move that. Oh yeah, I'll take you dancing in the country, Levi's in them low beams, spin you in some red dirt, sweep you off of both feet, out here where the sun sets, Silverado backbeat. You never wanna go home and never wanna not be dancing in the country. Don't stop, I'm dancing in the country. Don't stop, even dancing in the country. Oh yeah, even dancing in the country, dancing in the country. Let's go.
I keep chasing that same old devil down the same old dead-end highway, riding that storm running through my veins like a shot-down tailspun airplane. I'm scared of nothing and I'm scared to death. I can't breathe and I catch my breath, but I keep chasing that same old devil down the same old dead-end highway. Ain't no love in Oklahoma, just the whistle of a long black train. You'll know when it's coming for you, riding in on the wind and rain.
Chevrolet that don't always run and the radio never turns down. He's got a pedigree that's no good for nothing, no commas in his bank account. But there's a girl at the hole in the wall where he plays. Don't take her eyes off the stage, she loves his southern drawl from north of Atlanta. That Silverado he got parked outside, loves it cranking 89 Alabama, kissing for an hour in the parking lot light. Here's to good girls that can't keep from falling for bad boys that their daddies don't like. Small towns that keep staying small. Here's to old trucks, young love, and Saturday nights. Saturday nights. As long as pawn shops sell beat up guitars to a kid with some hand-me-down keys. As long as leather jackets keep stealing hearts like Elvis and Cash and James Dean. There'll be a girl at the hole in the wall where he plays. Don't take her eyes on the stage, she loves his southern drawl from north of Atlanta. That Silverado he got parked outside, loves it cranking 89 Alabama, kissing for an hour in the parking lot. Lighters to good girls that can't keep from falling for bad boys that their daddies don't like. Small towns that keep staying small. Here's to old trucks, young love, and Saturday nights. Saturday nights. Tank of gas, some blue eyes, and some beer in the back. Falling way too fast for a southern drawl from north of Atlanta. That Silverado he got parked outside, loves cranking 89 Alabama, kissing for an hour in the parking lot. Light. Here's to good girls that can't keep from falling for bad boys that their daddies don't like. Small towns that keep staying small. Here's to old trucks, young love, and Saturday nights. Saturday nights. Yeah, Saturday nights. Young love and Saturday nights. There we were, in the back of that old C-71, the road was dirt.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, we'll there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
All right, we are coming back in. So one of the tickets, if you paid that amount, you guys can chime in on that chat and stuff there. Let everybody get settled in. Good to see everybody's faces up here. If you can, move the cursor over here where it says OK up there and click that OK button. Awesome. Beautiful. I think everybody's coming on back. I'm coming back in. How's everybody doing so far? Good to see everybody. We will have the little internet thing fixed tomorrow for you. I know it's going a little bit in and out, so bear with us, please. We will get it fixed up. So what we're going to be going through here, kind of this before the lunchtime hour, this next session, is we're going to be jumping straight into it, right? Finding and analyzing deals. Finding and analyzing deals, and mainly the finding part first, right? Because you can't analyze deals unless you find good ones. And how is that process, and what is that process, and how does it work? Okay, so we're going to be getting through it. And yeah, for all of the people that are in our community that are in here today too, thank you for coming in and being a part of this. I see some of you in here, Eric and King and several others that are in here. So awesome to see you guys on and taking advantage of this as well. So beautiful. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Will everybody kind of come back in? Good to see some fancy faces on here. I see everybody up there. Everybody needs to wave. Cool. Love it. So let's kind of jump into it. So the $1 million question that everybody has is, where do I find good deals? Where do I find them? And what is that process? And as we kind of discussed, I said there's really two of them, right? You have the direct to broker, and then you have the direct to owner approach, right? The direct to broker and direct to owner approach. So I call it the 3 M's, right? You have to think in these terms. And that is your market, right? Where are the jobs at? Where's the population growth, right? Where are landlord tenant friendly states? You're looking for some metrics such as cash flow potential, value add potential, all of that. And then management, right? Can the property be improved? Are you going to value add it in terms of pushing value through renovations and improvements like you would flip a house, you flip an apartment building? Or are you going to improve the operations? Meaning you're going to come in and make sure the revenue is all being collected and the expenses are as low as they can be and make that property operate as best as it possibly can. So these are kind of the terms you're thinking about. Now, what's cool is this. In the past, right, you'd have to go onto all these data websites and all these things to find a market that you would like to invest into. I'd like for you to chime into the chat right now. Based upon where you're at, would you want to invest in your current state and then put in the state name? Or would you like to invest out of state? Chime in the chat for you personally. Where would it be? In state or out of state? And then where are you at? Yeah, not in Hawaii. Definitely be a challenge. We do have what's cool about that, I saw that, is we have a handful of folks that live in Hawaii and they invest in the Midwest, believe it or not. And it works quite well. Out of Washington, okay. Out of state, in state, out of state, in state. Okay. Clearly much better if you live in a red or purple state. You can kind of think of where you're already at. If you live in a red or purple state, you're already living in a decent state to invest in. So you may not need to go out of state, and you could stay in your backyard to find good deals, okay? If you are in a tough state, then going out of state is probably going to be the direction you go. No different than I had to do. And how I had to learn to go, okay, we're going to go out of California. And for us, for our dollar to go farther, we had to go into the Midwest because we needed to find deals that we could buy. And here's kind of the secret sauce and everything we teach. is you want to go find deals, okay, that are somewhere between 50,000 to 150,000 per unit. Per unit. So when you look at the total price divided by the number of units, and that's your per unit price, that is the ideal price point for your dollar to go farther. That's how this whole formula that I talk about, where you can actually buy a 10 to 30 unit apartment building and do it in a similar time frame with 20 to 30, $50,000 physically out of pocket, it works there. Obviously, when you're in tougher markets like California, New York, any of these coastal markets that are higher priced, this game doesn't work too well, which means you're also going to need a lot more capital, which also means it's tougher to get started. So that is why you go into these markets in the Midwest and other parts of the United States where you can absolutely find this. And there are plenty of states. I'd say most of the states outside of the coastal zones in the country, you can find this. You can find this, okay? What about overpriced level real estate right now? What do you mean by that? Yes, Patrick, Texas, Idaho, South Carolina, Missouri, and Arizona, all fabulous. Yeah, New Jersey is fine. I mean, it's, you know, tougher landlord-tenant states, but if you go into areas where you can make this happen, so I saw that, then this is your key component. So when you're looking for deals, you're looking for apartment complexes in the 10 to 30 unit space. This is kind of the buy box we're going to talk about here in just a little bit, but some of the metrics you're looking for. But you'll want to go on to, just so you know, like in the past, I mentioned you go to these websites and you look for population growth. You look for job growth. You look for median household income. And some of those metrics are going to allow you to identify a market that's worth investing into. What's really cool now is our beautiful thing called ChatGPT, where before you'd have to go to all the websites and actually extract the data, and it would take you a decent amount of time. Now, within 15 minutes, you're literally going to put in this prompt into ChatGPT. You can put in the property address of an area or region, call it Phoenix, Arizona, or Indianapolis, Indiana. Give me the population growth, job growth, and median household income for the last 3 years in a trend. Put it in a table for me, and then also let me know where the city's general plan is planning expansion, development, and more money, because that's going to show you what's called path of progress. Path of progress. And that's going to tell you. And as long as these metrics hit, population growth at 1% or more, job growth, ideally 2% or more, but you can get away with 1% or more. Income, median household income at $60,000 or greater. If all three of those align, that is a beautiful market. Another thing you'll probably want to Google or ChatGPT is this. Give me a list, ChatGPT, of the top 75 MSAs, which is metropolitan statistical areas, MSAs, in the United States of America, and list them out for me. And it should be able to do that. The reason why that's important is that's going to show you probably where all the population growth, job growth, and income is lining up with. There's a correlation there. So that's how you're identifying these first set of metrics, right? That we're talking about, the 3 M's, which is metrics, management, market. Metrics, management, market. Okay? Makes sense. Awesome. Student housing count, apartment complexes. Yeah, student housing is actually great. The key is being in a student housing area where the population of the student housing is increasing. So be very tactful with that. You can use ChatGPT for that too. So depending on the city and town where this university is at, you could go in there and ask ChatGPT, hey, is this university increasing or decreasing its student body over the last 3 years? And where is it projected to go? And it's going to put it in a nice little table for you and give you percentages. Okay. Elaine, this session ends for the lunchtime, right around lunchtime, Pacific time. So for you, if you're East Coast, that'll be probably 2:30, 3 o'clock. Okay. And then we'll have a little lunch hour. And then right after the lunch hour, I'm bringing on the commercial broker, Kevin Jury. It's going to be awesome. Awesome for that. But yeah, don't leave for that. It'll be awesome. Can we get the prompt? I can't give it to you right now. It's a long one. But I think you get the point. I mean, what you're asking for is ChatGPT for that stuff. In long story short, and put in the region that you're looking at, and ChatGPT will give you all that. Okay? It'll give you all that. Okay? So that's how you'll handle that stuff, right? Moving to the right. There you go, Patrick. Let you guys see that. Some of that stuff. So that way you can ask ChatGPT for that, and it'll actually help you identify a market and whether it's good based upon what you're looking for, right? Because you may already have a couple markets in mind. You just want to check them out, right? And then or adjust based on that, okay? That's population. Population. So population, job growth, job growth, and median household income. Those are the three main metrics. Population growth, job growth, and median household income. Those are the metrics. So where are the deals hiding? As I mentioned before, you kind of have two ways to get to them. You got the direct to broker and the direct to owner approach. Which one do you think is the easiest one to leverage when you're getting started? Chime in the chat. Which one do you think is the easiest one to leverage when you're getting started and you have a 9-to-5 job, you have other sources and time that are peeling you away, and you only have a couple hours a day to put into this? Okay. Direct to broker, broker, owner, broker, owner. A little bit of both. Awesome. Yes, that is correct. So technically, the direct to broker approach is going to be your most efficient method to find deals to start. No different than the example I gave you of when I went into Missouri and set up our first market. I didn't go direct to owner, right? Because in order to do that, it's a lot more guerrilla marketing tactics to make that happen. We have a software now that we use, and I have our team scouring the country looking for deals that we can find. And we can take some of those down ourselves. We can wholesale some of those deals out. People wholesale multifamily. And we can even give them out to our community, which we do. So all that happens as well. So this is kind of important, but that's once you have that ability. Now the direct to broker approach for all of you is going to be the first and best method of your time and money and energy to go execute at that. So those are the two ways to find deals. And we'll get into them in depth here in just a little bit. Why the direct to broker approach is the best method. You have limited time. Brokers, they send their best deals to their preferred pre-market clients in their list. Okay, the credibility factor. Let me show you how this game works. So let's say a property comes on the market, or I should say a property is getting ready to come on the market. A broker is calling around to someone like me, asking us nonstop, would you like to sell? Would you like to sell? Would you like to sell? Eventually I say, yeah, I'm interested. Can you tell me maybe what my building's worth? No different if you were selling your house. And so what the broker will do is he'll put together what's called a BOV, broker opinion of value. Broker opinion of value. And that's going to let me know, generally speaking, what this thing could probably sell for. And then if I agree to that, right, I give a check mark. Now that broker takes the property, he puts what's called an OM together. It's called an offering memorandum. All it is a nice little listing marketing package, a PDF of maybe 10 pages that shows everything from a high level on the property, financials, property info, market data, comparables, all that stuff. The broker's putting that together. Then the broker puts it out initially to their preferred list. Right, of about 25 to 50 investors in their database. The property will sell 80% of the time right here. 80% of the time right there. If it does not sell, then it's going to move to the website, where you're only seeing about 20% of the deals. 80% of them sold here. You're only seeing this, which means all you're seeing are the leftovers. Now, many of you have seen me kind of discuss this on some of our other webinars, but that is the process. So when you're on these websites and you're seeing these deals and maybe you're looking at them and they don't make a lot of sense, well, number one, it's because it wasn't a good deal. Otherwise, it would have sold here. Number two, you're only seeing 20% of the market. You're missing out on 80% of the market. And all you're getting are the leftovers. So the key is, I need to get here. Which is why earlier I showed you the exact process of how I went into Missouri. I didn't use Crexy to find deals. I used Crexy to find brokers. Because I get to see who's doing it. And I'm going to show you here literally the process of going on to one of the websites and how my mind works when I'm looking at the website. So that way you can utilize that and just go execute. Okay, go execute. Preferred list, whichever, I agree, good info. Yes, Patrick, that is exactly how it goes down. If I'm a broker, can I call around for myself? 100%. 100%. You just need good data, right? So you want to identify owners who are likely to sell. You can do that through guerrilla tactics and just knocking doors and pulling that game. Or you can use software, which a lot of the brokers do, we do as well, to identify the properties likely to sell in the next 12 months. And then you're honing in your marketing, much more efficient. And you can use AI technology overlaid on public data to go do this. And that's what we do. Because we have a software now called Real Estate Radar, realestateradar.ai. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So that is kind of the process by which a property comes to market. So I think, intuitively, you can see you want to be on this preferred list, right? Because this is where you're going to get it. And you do that by building relationships with the brokers, right? They're going to send you the best deals. You're going to get to see that process by being here. And that happens by not just emails and text messages to the brokers, but picking up the phone and using the websites to identify the brokers. And I'm going to show you how that works here in just a minute. So when we talk about buy box, okay? People always ask, like, what should I really be looking for in deals? This should be your buy box in the beginning. So the deals you should be looking for, like I put up on screen earlier, 10 to 30 unit deals for your first two. Your first two. Buying somewhere between $50,000 to $150,000 per unit. The reason why you want it in that pocket is so that way the capital, right, the loan amount and the capital raising, the amount you have to bring in is limited, right? It's actually doable to where you can bring in 20, 30, 50,000 of your own money, and then you bring in OPM, other people's money with you, and then collectively, right, it may be $500,000 that has to come in, but you're only coming in with a small amount of it. They're coming in with most of it, but yet you're still controlling the deal and running the show and calling the shots and earning wealth and growth and passive income and all these things you're talking about. So that's how you execute, and that's how you can also execute within the next 90 days, okay? As I'd mentioned before, the top 75 MSAs, you can go into ChatGPT and put that in there. That stands for Metropolitan Statistical Areas. Okay? Light to medium value add, meaning don't be going and getting some crazy heavy renovation construction project for your first deal, right? There are some people that sophistication-wise, they can pull it off if they're in the construction industry, so they can handle that. But if you are not, you want to stay light to medium value add. You want to be surrounded by single-family homes. Surrounded by single-family homes. You don't ever want to sacrifice the location. The reason why you want to be around single-family homes in terms of you're looking at it from an aerial, and I'll show you what I'm talking about, is that's going to create pride of ownership. What you don't want to do is be around industrial and commercial that are abutting the property. Liquor stores, 7-Elevens, smoke shops, you get it, right? You want to be around other single-family homes and a couple other multifamily that are abutting the area. But this is your buy box. This is your buy box. And this is how all of you are going to be able to go execute in the next 90 days, okay? David had asked, or Victor had asked, can you break down light and medium value add? What type of conditions would work? Great question. So Victor, a light to medium value add means it's going to be all cosmetic. So I'm not going in and building more units. I'm not going in and putting a brand new roof on it. I'm not going in and building all this stuff, right? I may do paint, new flooring, some cabinets. I may do new appliances and stuff like that, some cosmetic type stuff. But I'm not going in and literally taking the property down to the studs. That's a heavy reno, right? I'm doing light to medium reno. And then maybe some exterior paint and stuff like that, okay? David had asked, when you say top MSA, do you mean largest? No, what I mean is it's based on metrics and data. So if you type that into ChatGPT, give me the top 75 MSAs, ChatGPT, it's going to list them. They're well known. They're well known. That's all you need to put into chat. It'll list them out for you, okay? Perfect. Scroll up on that chat. I think there's a few other questions coming in there. Why surrounded by single family? Wouldn't it be best to be surrounded by other multifamily? No and yes. So you want to be some multifamily is fine, but single family, right? What it's going to do is bring pride of ownership and less crime to the neighborhood. Just so you know, right? Just so you know. The other thing to kind of look at when you're driving down the streets, you're doing any street views on Google or you're driving them physically, is you want to count the number of bars, like metal bars, that are on each of the home's windows. If there are more homes that have bars on their windows, you're not buying there. Pretty simple. Okay, pretty simple. You also want to, if you're considering a property, you want to visit it 3 different times of the day and week. So you're going to go there on a Sunday. Best time is a Sunday because everybody's home. And you're going to get to see all the neighbors and what kind of mischief may be going on there. Number 1. Number 2 is a weekday evening when people are coming home from work. And then a third time would be just a general time, morning, afternoon time, doesn't really matter. But those are the 2 biggest ones, okay? Are cap rates ever used in these metrics? No, mainly because the cap rates will be in line with where they need to be, Brent, if all these other metrics are, by nature. By nature. Cap rates are one mechanism, but they can be very delusional because they can show some things that doesn't really show the market. Because all a cap rate is, just so everybody knows, when you hear the term cap rate, all it means is that is the cash on cash return, percentage cash on cash return that the property is producing with no leverage on it. So presuming you have no loans, that is the cash on cash return that that property is producing for you, period. That's what a cap rate is. So this is kind of your buy box, right? This is your buy box. So what happens after you find a deal? What happens after you find a deal? So finding the deal is certainly step 1, as you know, but what do you do afterwards? So what you want is people get stuck, right? So I want to know, like, if you're underwriting, if you're making offers, negotiations, due diligence, lending and closing, right? Those are where that's what happens, right? But you got to find the deal first. Once you find it, then you can start to underwrite it. That's analyzing. You can make an offer. You can negotiate it, right? Then you get into the closing phase and you get into lending and financing and make that happen. But those are the processes. So this is why partnerships are very, very important, why hand-holding are so powerful. Because once you get going, a lot more logistical and due diligence stuff happens. And you want to make sure you're not making any big money mistakes. A lot of those false belief patterns that we were listing earlier, those happen because people are getting out of their comfort zone. And that's totally normal. But how great is it when you have somebody there kind of holding your hand as you're going through it in real time? It'd be pretty valuable to avoid the big money mistakes, okay? Right? To walk through the how-tos, right? So you're not making those costly mistakes. So what I want to do now is actually do a case study for you live in real time in finding deals. So we're going to share my screen here. Let me pull it up real quick and see if Karim and the team can do this real quick. I'll share. I think we may already have it shared. But you can probably pull that up. If not, give me 1 minute. We'll do that. Hold on one second. I only want these ones. We're going to get out of all that. Student housing, RV parks, all that stuff. Okay, so let me share this real quick. Got 2 of them up. Get rid of that one. Then I'm going to come in here to Zoom. Are you able to share that? See if I can do it on here. Try and share my screen if it'll work. Just hit the share button and try and bring that up and see if it'll allow us to do it. Does that work? I think it's working. Thumbs up. Can you guys see the website or no? If not, he'll bring it up. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Perfect. So let me show you. So this is Crexy.com. This is Crexy.com. Standard website. You have LoopNet, you have Crexy, you have CoStar, all of them there. So let me show you like the process I'd be doing. So let's say I wanted to go into Missouri, right? Let's say I wanted to go into Kansas City for simple math. Kansas City, Missouri. Okay. And so it's going to start to populate this stuff. And the whole purpose of me coming on here is not to find deals. What I want to do is I want to start seeing who are the brokers doing the most deals. Remember, I'm brand new. I'm just identifying my market. I want to look and see who are the brokers I need to reach out to. Because this is the exact process I used when I first got started and got into our first 27-unit apartment deal in this market. Is I literally got on this website and started scrolling through. And what I want to pay attention to are these logos here on the right hand, the bottom corners, Equity, Lutz, right? You start seeing the different logos on the website here, KW, Coldwell Banker, right? A couple of the other ones that are in here, Compass. I'm trying to find a trend. So you see another one, Lutz, right? He's been in here more than once. Peak Real Estate, I know those guys, right? Newmark, Lutz. You're starting to see Lutz a lot. That tells you they're starting to be a market maker. Lutz again, right? You're starting to see them a bunch. That's telling you, oh, these guys do some listings. Lutz again. So what do you think I'm going to do? I don't care about the property, but I'm going to pull it up. This is a little, how many units is this one? Does it say? 1 unit? No, 1 building, 2 units. It doesn't really matter. You see how it says Michael Lutz and then Lee? So this is like literally how the phone conversation is going to go. Keep in mind, it has nothing to do with the property. I could care less about the property. Hey, Mike, or is it Michelle or Michael? I'll say it's Michelle. Hey, Michelle, this is Justin Brennan from the Brennan Poley Group Capital. Yeah, I'm looking at your property over here on the Bell Duplex property, the 2 units. Interested in it. Can you tell me a little bit about it? Right, a little small talk. Awesome. Any activity on it? It's been on about 90 days on the market. Do you guys have any active offers? Have you had offers? Tell me a little bit about that. Okay, great. Awesome. How are you guys doing tours on it? Like if somebody wanted to tour this property, like what would be the process that you guys would go through? We can set it up with your assistant, you or your assistant. Okay, great. Yeah, look, I'm going to be out there in about a week. I'm going to be looking at a few deals. I would love to take a look at this one. Super interested in it. What would you recommend in me setting that up? And listen, there's going to be some phone conversation stuff back and forth. They're going to ask you some questions and stuff for that, right? We actually have a video specific to that, the top 10 questions that brokers are going to ask you and how you reply to them. So we can actually put that up. That's actually on YouTube. So if you want to find that maybe in a little bit, we'll put that up in the chat for everybody. But then I'm going to be going through these questions when I was talking about role playing with the broker, right? We're going to role play with that broker here in just a bit this afternoon after the lunch hour. And we're going to be going through stuff like this. I'm going to presume he is the broker and I'm talking to him, and we're going to go through the role playing of how that's going to go down. I'm going to ask him questions. What is he looking for? What does he expect from me? All that stuff. So you can kind of get a feel for this initial process of going and finding deals. Because keep in mind, it has nothing to do with finding the deal. I could care less about the property. What I do is I want to find a good broker who's doing deals in the market. And from what I saw, that company Lutz, based on this, it's got a lot of listings, which tells me they're a market maker, which means if I get in with a broker or a couple brokers on their team, right? Make some relationships. What do you think is going to start happening? I'm going to get on that preferred list. This whole preferred list that we were talking about. I don't know where that went, but I had it up here. I had it in here somewhere. But it was there. You get the point. Then you get that. So that is the broker list that you're going for. I had it in there, but that's the preferred list. And that's what you want, because that preferred list is going to allow you now to see 80% of the market. Whereas before, on here, I'm only seeing 20. On these websites, I'm only seeing 20% of the market. That's why you do this. Does that make sense? And do you think you can do that? Because that is literally the process that you're going to go through, right? That's what you're going to be going through until you find some good deals. You're going to find the brokers. The brokers are your gatekeepers. Your brokers are your gatekeepers. This is not residential real estate, right? You cannot go on Zillow and Trulia and Realtor.com and try and find your deals. That's residential. The commercial game is a little bit different. It's still a cowboy and cowgirls club. So you got to get with them. They're your gatekeepers. They hold a lot of stuff close to the vest. As I showed you the process, right? They're not even putting them on these websites until they sell, which means 80% of them sell. To give you a perfect example, we just listed one of our properties. It's not on the market yet. It's going to be coming to market. But the broker is going to be putting together the package. He's going to be putting it out to his preferred list, right? And that's the first few weeks. And then it's going to sell. It's going to sell about 80% of the time right there. You will never see it on the Crexy unless it doesn't sell. And we're pricing it, pretty decent to the market. So, we bought it a while ago, so we have good basis on it, and we can sell it for a market value and still do very, very well. So because of that, it's a deal that's going to sell. Okay. So stuff like that, right? But you have to be the first in for it, and you got to know about it. And the only way that happens is you use these websites, unless you have a database right now of brokers that you know. So if you have a great broker database, then you know what? You don't even need to use these websites. But if you're like most people, and most people don't have a broker database, you utilize the websites to find the brokers, not the properties. Walk through every unit through purchasing. Yeah, scroll up to a couple of the questions there. I saw Rochelle in there. But why don't you fly out to meet them, though? You are going to fly out to meet them, Rochelle. 100%. Yeah, but you're starting the conversation on the phone. Now, if they're in your backyard, right, it's much easier. If you have to invest out of state, right, you may have to fly out. But you set up that, I call it your reconnaissance mission, right? That's a 3-day trip. It's a 3-day trip reconnaissance mission. I'm literally getting ready to do one right now with one of our community members out in Indiana, which is why I'm going to Indiana for 3 days. I'm getting boots on the ground with them. We're touring 3 properties. We're meeting 3 brokers. We're meeting 3 property managers, 3 construction crews, and 3 lenders. And we're going to set up the market. He's going to be locked and loaded, ready to go in that market in 3 days. But that's how you do it. And you do call it your reconnaissance mission, because you're setting up your little team. So that way, once deals start to come through, you're not catching your tail, right? You're actually going and you're going to execute, because now you have all your ducks in a row and you're ready to go. You're ready to go. Patrick had asked, Chuck had asked, how do you show credibility starting off to a broker? A few ways. Okay. So if you don't have any track record in real estate, right, that's okay. Once again, that's why partnerships and collaboration are pretty important. So for example, all the people in our community, they leverage us as their strategic partner, right? So if they don't have a track record, we sure as heck do. They can leverage on us as their strategic partner to help bring, clarity and a bit of confidence and credibility and stuff to the brokers when you're talking with them. And that's also why, Chuck, you start in the 10 to 30 unit space and you don't try and go bigger. Because if you try and pull that off with a 30 plus unit property or 50 plus unit property, no chance. You literally have a better chance of breaking into the White House today than you do at getting a 30 plus unit deal on your own. Is not going to happen because of that exact thing you're talking about. Now, when you play 10 to 30 for your first couple deals, you're playing more in the mom and pop space, right? They're not expecting you to have some massive resume, huge credibility, big bank account. They're not expecting that, because most people in that space do not. So that's why you play ball in that space for your first couple deals. You get your feet wet, and then you can go play with the big boys. Patrick had asked, when you call a broker and request the preferred list, you're not asking for the preferred list. You're asking to be added. You're asking to be added to their pre-market deals, their email database that they send out pre-market. That's what you're asking them for. You're not asking for the preferred list. You're asking to be added to the email database that they send out. And you're on their preferred list. Yeah. Or call it the pre-market list. Yeah. Do I have to identify or show myself as an accredited investor? No, you do not. Do you walk through every unit before you purchase? 100%. And don't ever let a broker or anybody, when you get into escrow and you're doing all of your inspections and stuff, give you some excuse as to why you cannot. That's a big red flag. That tells me I definitely need to walk that unit, like all of them. Now, you don't need to spend a lot of time in them, but 10, 15 minutes in each unit, yeah, you can do it. Brent, the workbook. Yeah, so we're going on to other stuff in there. There's some more stuff coming towards the end that we're getting through. Yes, top 10 questions brokers will ask. That's the YouTube link that you see that our team just put in there for you. That YouTube link, that's the top 10 questions brokers will ask you and my responses to them and how you will respond. And a lot of them deal with a lot of the questions and fears you have right now. How would you fund renovations without having to use additional cash aside from the down payment? So when you put a deal together, Marco, and we'll get into that when you're actually structuring and financing and capitalizing them, but the renovations can come in two forms. They can be paid through the loan amount, okay? Or they can be paid through the total cost, meaning equity. There's two ways to do it. Depends on how you'd want to structure it, but we'll get into that. King Luke CapEx, yes. When you're walking a property for acquisition, this is Gideon. When you're walking a property for acquisition, what are the key physical operational red flags that immediately signal a deal breaker? Ooh. Not so much a deal breaker, but would definitely raise some flags. Is the first thing you look at is the stucco. The stucco, is it cracking all over the place or is it pretty flush? If it's brick, same thing. Number two, the roof. It is a sloped roof or flat roof, right? And how does that look? Is it a newer roof or an older roof? When was it last replaced or improved? The other thing you're going to look for is drainage. Is the drainage, meaning when it comes down the property, are there rain gutters on it? And when it hits the ground, does it flow away from the property or towards the property? Big red flag. If it's floating towards it and they don't have any ways to deal with it, you definitely want to see if there's any subterranean issues or foundation issues. You're going to look for that. Those are the big ones on that. Definitely stucco, windows, roof, foundation, drainage. Those are the big ones. Would you buy a building with 20 single units, like one bedroom, one bath? Yeah, if the market is good for that. I mean, it'll tell you everything you need to know. If it's occupied, that tells you the market likes it, right? Tells you the market likes it. And then if the price points and stuff and all that are there, but yeah, 100%. If they're paying rent, there's not a huge delinquency issue and the market's good for it, absolutely, you can buy that. Cool. Plumbing and all that other stuff. Yeah, we'll get into all that due diligence stuff. So case study 2 on that is finding the market and live deal analysis. So what I want to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to see if I can pull up one of my pro formas real quick. So hold on. I'm going to stop sharing this screen and let me pull up another one real quick. See if I can pull up a deal. And we're going to do deal analysis right in front of you. So stand by 1 second. And I'll pull this up. And I don't know if I may not even have Excel on this thing, so that may not work. I don't know if I have Excel, but it's not going to open in numbers, so that may not work. You may be able to open it up on your computer, Kevin. So if you go into the drive, or if you go into, hold on 1 second, everybody. I'm going to pull it up real quick. So give me 10 seconds. Hold on, almost there, guys. 1 second. Okay, perfect. And then we're going to share. So we're going to come in here. I think we need to stop sharing this one. We're going to share this one. There we go. Okay. So the team will bring that up here in just a second. Yeah, we're going to walk through that. There we go. You can probably zoom out a little bit on that, maybe a little bit. So this is a deal analyzer, and anybody that's kind of in our community, what we do for people that haven't done this before is we give you 2 deal analyzers, right? We give you a simpler one, which is what is used specifically for 10 to 30 unit properties, anything under 50 units, because it's just much more manageable and easier to read and get through when you're newer to the space of learning how to analyze and underwrite a deal. So this is the one we're looking at here, okay? And you get access to all this. We're going to give this to you in your toolkit today. Okay, but very simple. It's just, you're looking at it. It's a 3-page little deal analyzer. It's got what they call the APOD on page 1, which is the annual property operating data, APOD. And that's where your purchase price goes in. That's where your down payment goes in. That's where your budgets for repairs go in. Anything blue you see here is all editable. Everything that's not blue is formula. So it's a plug and play. You just plug and play into it. But you'll see, like on this specific deal, $1.4 million purchase price. It's 15 units. We have 30% down payment. The building is a 1975 building. We have an interest rate based on current interest rates today of 6.5%. And then you'll see the point down there where it talks about the scheduled income on there, where we have what's called current rents, and then pro forma, which is future, meaning anything a year or so out. If we're going to raise rents and improve the property and renovate the property, that's what these rents look like a year out from now. So all that gets plugged in there. And you get all this data from the broker. The broker is going to give you pieces of information that are going to allow you to fill this information in. Okay. And then over there on the right, where it talks about expenses, right, you're going to plug in all the expenses that the broker gives you and the ones you can put together. And then from there, if you scroll down a little bit further, let me scroll down on that and maybe even over to the right. There you go. This is where you, to the right. I'm sorry, to the left. There you go. Yeah, so this is where you get what they call the APOD, right? This is your annual property operating data. And you see the 2 columns there. You see current, and then you see pro forma. Current, and then you see pro forma. And then what this is going to do is breaking down the total numbers of all the stuff you put up above. So you have the gross numbers coming in for income. Then you're taking out what's called vacancy and credit loss. So that's the 10%. You have other income, which could be late fees, admin fees, pet rent, utility bills, right, where you're getting reimbursed for utilities, stuff like that all goes into the other income line item. And then it produces a sub number called operating income. Then you're going to take out your expenses, of which you put in all the expenses up there in the blue in the right, but you're going to put in all the expense numbers, and it's going to populate some metric data for you. Net operating income, debt coverage ratio. Who here has heard of debt coverage ratio, DSCR loans, all that other stuff? Who's heard of that? And Gideon asked a question, how do you change the images, Wayne? Right click and click the thing called change image. A little easier. I know. It's not hard, but if you don't know it, then you get it. Yeah, Najib, we will add you to the WhatsApp group. We can send you the link for that, and it'll get you right in there. What percentage are you raising rents after remodel? Depends on what the market allows, Gideon. Every property is different, but that's where the market due diligence comes in, right? If we can take rents, like in this case, you see the current rents, like for a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, are $1,350. When we renovate, right, the pro forma rents just to the right of that, it shows the same unit, $1,450. So we're going to bump it $100 either pre or post renovation. Same thing with the other ones, $1,575 to $1,876, $1,876 to $2,100. That's how we're going to bump them. And that could happen at any point in time within a year or more after. So that's the pro forma time frame. Okay. Scroll down a little bit farther on there. So now you get into what they call the metrics. So you see these are your metrics that automatically get populated for you. And the biggest ones you're looking at in this deal, unfortunately, does not make sense right now based upon the data. Because you see where it says average cash on cash, average COC of 5.2%. And scroll over, or put your mouse over where it says 5.2% over there if you scroll to the right. Yeah, so in these analyzers, we put, go over that again. It's going to pop up the comment box. Yep, we automatically put comment boxes in here that give you guidance. And it tells you, hey, for this to be a good deal, it needs to meet 6 to 10%. Scroll down to the IRR, which is a couple down. That's the equity multiple. And then the IRR. Ideally, this needs to be 15% or greater. 14 to 20% will do it, but 15% or greater is good. Anytime you see that, now you start knowing it's a good deal, because I'm sure those are your questions. What is a good deal? Here's your deal, right? And here's how it gets plugged in. It automatically gets populated for you in your deal analyzer. Like I said, all of you are getting this analyzer as part of your multifamily toolkit, and you'll get it. If you don't already have it, you'll get it by the end of the day. We'll send you the links. But that is kind of your top line kind of metrics, just kind of start guiding you. So presuming, can you go to the next tab, which is the IRR tab? If you can see it down there. Scroll up a little bit. And we'll probably have to zoom out on this one if we can, to kind of give you the timelines and everything for it. So you'll see how it's populating some metrics and stuff. And all this tab is doing, if you scroll up a little bit, is it's taking the numbers. Scroll up more. Keep going up. Oh, that's all you can do. Okay, he has to zoom out. See how it has the years up top? Year 2024, 2025, 2026, all the way through. All it's doing here, this is IRR. This is calculating internal rate of return. It's kind of like your annual rate of return, but it's automatically doing it for you. As I said, everything in blue is edible. Everything in black is a formula for you. So it's telling you, hey, look, this thing's only producing a 10%. See where it says estimated IRR? It's only producing about 11% annual return on your money. That does not meet the metrics. If you go back to that first tab, the first one, that's yep, whoop, yep, there we go. And so you see the metrics here. So how do we, okay, all things being equal, the expenses are where they're at, right? We've analyzed it. The expenses are where they are. The revenue is what it is. We've analyzed that, and it is what it is. The interest rates are what they are. Like, we can't change the interest rates. The income and everything being the way that it is, there's only one other thing we can change, and that is the price, right? With all other things being equal, and you've analyzed it, and you know what those numbers are, and you've put them in here, and you feel confident about those numbers, the only other thing that's changing is price. So scroll up to the price. So right now the deal doesn't make sense. It only produces a 5.5% cash on cash and an 11% IRR. So let's change it to 1.3. Let's go down. So they're asking $1.4 million. We're going to put it down to $1.3 million. See if that'll help us out here. Beautiful. Now scroll all the way to the bottom. So we're starting to play ball. You see how now the average cash on cash now is 6.3, and then the IRR is now 14. We're getting there. I mean, we're definitely starting to play within range, but realistically, that's too tight. You want it a little bit better than that. So let's move it up and let's do $1.25 million. Let's drop it another 50 grand. Now scroll down. Now we're starting to play. So you're at about 7.25 on your cash on cash. Your IRR is almost 16% a year. So this is a deal. And the reason why these metrics are important is because this is how you attract money. This is how the OPM game starts. If your deal doesn't meet these metrics, it's going to be very hard to attract money. Meaning, if I came to all of you on this thing today and I said, hey, I have this great 15-unit deal. It has a 4% cash on cash return and a 10% annual return on your money, and it's a $25,000 investment to get involved in it, you'd probably be like, all right. I mean, but I'm kind of getting that in the stock market. Like, why would I put it into an illiquid asset and move it out of my 401k or my IRA or my Roth IRA or my crypto or stock market and put it into a real estate asset if I'm only getting, 4% and 10% annually? Why would I do that? I can stick right where I'm at and have it be liquid too. See where I'm going with it? The opportunity cost of money does not attract money. This is why these metrics need to sit in this space. Because now if I came to you and I said, hey, I have this 15 unit deal, it's $25,000 minimum investment to get involved, cash on cash returns of 8% a year, plus your annual return is about 18% a year. Who do you know, John, that may have some interest? And then your response to me is going to be like, I may know somebody. Can you send me over some information? And my response to you is going to be absolutely. I'm going to send you the pitch deck. And that pitch deck is a nice little 20-page, 30-page document. By the way, you're getting it today. You're getting our pitch deck. It's a template that you can use to then market a deal, to attract money into it. Because that pitch deck gives any potential investor, anybody that's interested in that deal, every piece of information they're going to need to make a decision. And that way, the only conversation you're going to have with that person is, hey, do you like the deal? Yeah, I do. Do I trust you? Yeah, I trust you. Okay, great. Let's go. And that's how money starts to attract. But if you don't have a good deal, you can't attract any money, right? So it leads with the deal. It's deal, debt, equity. Deal, debt, equity, in that order. So this is why finding good deals is so important, because if you can find good deals and you can lock them up and you have some capital, even if it's 20, 30, 50,000 to invest into that deal and lock it up and control it, you are now extremely valuable to other people, because now you're providing opportunity to them to go make a bunch of money with you, right? So now they don't want to do any of the work. You're going to do all the work, which is why you're going to get paid beautiful money and a lot of money for doing it to attract the money in to invest alongside you. Does that make sense? Thumbs up if that makes sense. We'll go over some questions, some Q&A real quick while you have that. But does that make sense? Because this is kind of the nitty gritty, a little bit of the weeds here, a little bit of the weeds, but it's important, right? This is live deal analysis and breaking this down in a real case study so you can actually see how this game works. How do you project future rents, future taxes and insurance? Great question, Pamela. So start with the taxes. So in the past, you'd have to go to the county website and put in your property address, and it would tell you what the taxes and how you would calculate them, and then you'd still have to calculate them. Nowadays, this beautiful thing called ChatGPT, you can literally put the property address into ChatGPT. You could say what you're purchasing it for, and you could say, go to the county website and give me how it would calculate the property taxes for this property. And it will do it. And it's reasonable. Now, you're not going to want to rely solely on that. You're going to then verify it with the broker, because there could be some nuance there. Okay, but we teach that. The other question was insurance. So part of doing your analysis is getting a quote from an insurance broker. Hence the reason we provide insurance brokers in our community, so that way you're not having to search for them, and that resource is there. So that way, lo and behold, you can get an insurance quote when you're looking at a property, and it will tell you pretty closely what that insurance is going to look like for that property. Okay, so that's how you will handle the insurance. After you find the deal and make an offer, do you then try to attract financing? Not until the point where you think you're going to get it, Gideon. So there's kind of a window of time. So let's walk through that for a minute. So you make an offer. You go back and forth. You get into what I call the best and final. Maybe it's you and one other person that are offering on the property. And you think you're going to get it. You would then start preparing your pitch deck. And that pitch deck can go out to what I call your soft commitments. So all the meanwhile that you're kind of doing this and finding deals, analyzing deals, putting things together, trust me, everybody in here today, right now, you have a database of people. You just don't know it. And you probably are doing what a lot of things I do. And I'm like, at first, when I had to raise $900,000 for the first deal. I'd never raised a single dime in my life. First of all, I didn't even think I could. I got the deal. This is literally how it went down, Gideon. I got the call from the broker, and they're like, hey, Justin, congratulations. Look, you're going to get the deal. You got the deal. And I was super excited because I'm like, oh my gosh, it's our first one. It's, almost 30 units. But then I started hyperventilating because I'm like, oh my God, now I got to raise the money and I'm going to syndicate this, right? Because I'd never done the securities attorney legal stuff before, right? So now I'm in the middle of it, and I'd never even learned this. I didn't even have any runway for this, but we were closing in 60 days. So now I'm okay, crap. So I knew we had to do a pitch deck. So I put together a little pitch deck about 15 pages that broke the deal down and showcased what investors would get, projected returns they would get with the deal. And then I put together a list of 25 people that I thought may have some interest. And I emailed it out to 25 people. And I didn't know if I'd ever give a return. But we literally raised 900 grand with 7 people on that deal. One of them is actually sitting in this room. So it goes to show you. Okay. And we closed it. And then I had to put together the securities documents with a security attorney. But I didn't have all these resources. I mean, but what I do inside, now we give all the resources out. We have all the attorneys. We have all the CPAs. We have all the people. We have all the lenders. We have all everything. And we have it in a nice little package. So that way people don't have to go out and search for it all on their own. That's all like on a silver platter. Makes it much easier to deal with. But that's how that got handled. So you would do that process of starting to raise money a little bit, or I call it, put the deal out right when you're about to get it. You're pretty close to it. Okay. Just downloaded the analyzer from the doesn't have the notes on the metrics. It should, Rochelle. It should have the little red things in there. The brand newer one should there. Oh, you downloaded the old version. There should be another one. Yes, correct. Gideon had asked, what happens in 60 days if you didn't? So on any deal, you have due diligence period. No different than if you're buying a house, there's a contingency period where your deposit monies are refundable. And this is when you're doing inspections, you're doing financial inspections, all that. You're doing the financing, all that stuff's happening. And then you feel pretty confident to where after that due diligence period, you would then move to close on the deal. Okay, but you have a contingency period. Najib had asked, raising money and making them partners in an LLC that purchases the property, or is it a loan with interest? So yes, you will have what's called a single purpose entity, Najib, a single purpose entity that'll own that property. You will have your interest and ownership in it, and so will your investors. And it's all done properly through legal documents. By the way, we provide all the documents. Once again, all the stuff that you're thinking of, trust me, I've thought of 50 times over and put it in a nice little package. Yeah. Nisei, this is a great question because it's probably what a lot of people deal with. My roadblock is raising capital from sophisticated net worth people. What would I want to locking in their right contracts with investors so that the way the investor feels secured with their money and where it's going? Mainly would need to better contract, a better contract than what I've used in the past, or promissory notes on the verbiage contract, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yes, let me touch on this. So once again, if you're, starts with the deal. So if the numbers on the deal, to say, look good, okay, your purchase contract, by the way, once again, we provide that language and legal documentation for those. But there, once again, that's why you need to learn how to do the process correctly with right purchase contracts and what you should look for and what you should not look for. That's very, very important. You're correct. And then in terms of the legal documents with investors, that's all kind of pre-templated too. So that way, when an investor comes in to invest with you, it's all kind of preset. It shows everything they get. It shows your role, shows that you have control of the deal. It shows that they're a passive investor and what their returns are projected to be and what they will get. And it's all ironed out beautifully in a nice little legal document. King Luke, everything is in the same place when you log in to your portal. King is one of our community members, so he was asking about that. So yes, you can still use it. It's all in there, but we can help you get that again. Gordon had asked, during the inspection periods, your due diligence is the EMD, the earnest money deposit. Is that typically hard or refundable? It's typically refundable for your due diligence period, your first 30 days. And that can get extended too, FYI. Okay. These are all incredible questions. Is this Q&A helping? Because these are probably questions that you're thinking too. So that's why I'm taking time to answer them, because you're probably going through this stuff and I want to answer them in real time. I think that's extremely beneficial. Okay. Yeah. Kevin has said yes. Juan, is it too late to send the link to a friend that forgot to sign up for this before? No, it's not. Juan Esteban, I think the team can get you the link and they can do it as well. 100%. Juan Esteban Rodriguez. No, they can come on in. Would love it. Yes, very helpful. Yes, very helpful. Dukale, I'm probably butchering your name. I apologize. Dukale, within business entity. Ask that question again because I don't understand it. Something within a business entity. Oh. Sometime or without investors. Marty Fowler. Good to see you, Marty. Love having you in here. What happens if your pitch deck underestimates the expenses and or ever overestimates IRR? That can happen. That's why you have protections in your legal documents. Because all you can do, Marty, is do the best you can, right? That's all you can do. And as long as you're not a fraud and you're not, I call it over speculating, use your common sense, right? And use what the data is telling you when you're underwriting. And that's all you can do. They're projected returns. You're doing it based upon the analysis and you're showing that to the investors. Investors have to do their due diligence too. And if they're kind of seeing everything and you're disclosing everything and it's all there, it's all on the up and up, right? And then, if markets change, that's not your fault. You can't control markets. You can just control whether or not you're a fraud. So just don't be a fraud. And then you're protected. The documents protect you. They protect investors. That's the whole point. Yeah, so the fear of that, and keep in mind, this is why it's so critical. You're not over leveraging the asset. You're not going in and putting 90% financing on these things with interest-only loans and hoping and praying that you thread the needle. That's not how this works. You're buying an asset with 30 to 40% down payment, and you're doing it with other people, and you're doing it with fixed rate debt 90% of the time. And you're buying cash flowing assets that have tenants in them that are paying the rent. They're paying for all the expenses. They're paying off your mortgage. They're paying everything, like everything, and cash flow on top of that. So you're buying something that's working. So there's not an enormous amount of speculation. The only times you're speculating per se is if you're buying something today, right, and it's not cash flowing. And then you're hoping and praying on the future that it does cash flow. That's over speculation. That's what happened in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, which is why you're seeing stress in the market now. Okay, and I can speak to that firsthand. We have a deal and had a deal that got into that. Thankfully, we've been able to move through it. A lot of people are not. They're getting their butt handed to them and already have. And there's more coming. But that provides amazing opportunities. Amazing opportunities. Duke asks, within your business entity, so this is a question, within your business entity, when you buy the property with investors, do you buy out your investors to get complete ownership? You can. So let's say you bought it today, Duke, and fast forward 24 to 36 months from now, and you've improved the property, raised the rents, and it's a great time to refinance it. And you can do a cash out refi. That cash out refi can pay back your investors, and you can take them out. And then now you think about it. Now, you've used their money with a little bit of your money and all the tenants paying for it. And now you own 100% of the property, and you've given investors a great return, and they're happy, and they're going to reinvest the money with you and go do it again. And meanwhile, you still hold on to the property, and you're paying them yourself a great return. And now you have 100% of it, no longer a small percentage of it. Okay. Great question. What percentage of the deals do you end up retrading? When you say retrading, oh, I see what you're saying, retrading. Not that much. It's maybe 20, 30% of the deals. What she says is when you go into escrow at a certain price and then you do all your inspections and stuff, you have to come back and retrade the deal. Not that often if you're doing good upfront work. I'd say 20, 25% of the time you would retrade that property. The only time you typically retrade it is when you're finding out a bunch of stuff that the brokers lied about or that the sellers lied about. You typically the seller, right? They haven't been honest. And then you go in, you find out, which happens, and then you have to retrade it. That does happen. Rochelle had asked, would you recommend a coastal beach property that requires flood insurance? No. No. The reason why is because this is the reason why we don't buy in like Houston or New Orleans, Louisiana. I don't want to wake up at 2 a.m. watching a hurricane come into the Gulf of America and take out my property. I don't need to deal with that. And yes, that means you can buy it cheaper and you get better this, better that, but you also get more headaches too, which is why we don't do it. I do not want a 2 a.m. phone call that it's raining 4 inches per second and it's flooding the world. I just don't need that. That's a hyperventilation moment. Yeah, all great questions. I love these things. How are we doing on time, team? Just so I understand where we're at and making sure where we're going at through the analysis and stuff. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so we have about 20 minutes or so till the break. So yeah, this is a great time for the Q&A to kind of go through these things. But I also want to show you, and we'll get into it a little bit more on, I believe, day 3 on some of the legal structure and how you legally put these things together. But I'm seeing a lot of the questions around that. Have I bought out our investors? Yes. We have done refinances around year 2 or 3, and we've refinanced out our investors, given them a great return, 10, 20% a year on their money. So they're stoked, and they're going to stay in and reinvest with us. But now I own the property 100%. Does your team offer legal maintenance or property management person that I can connect with? Yeah, inside our community, we provide all of those vendors that we work with on the property management side, on the legal side for attorneys, because there's actually 3 types of attorneys. Ricky, I'm seeing that. One is a transaction attorney that's going to actually walk you through the transaction, making sure the purchase contract and all that stuff is handled properly. The other one is a securities attorney. If you do end up doing a syndication, right, where you're pooling money together with a bunch of different people, they handle that process for you. So yes, all of the resources are there. Property managers and so forth, correct. We're actually going to have a property manager on here that does nationwide property management. He'll be on here, I believe, day 3 on the property management. Gideon, great question. How do you handle residents during your renovations? It's like a conveyor belt system. So if you have residents that are living in the property, they have leases. Sometimes they're month to month, sometimes they're term, meaning there's going to be 6 months or a year left. And you kind of stack it in, you kind of plan it out. Okay, we're going to renovate 2-3 deals a month. We have 2 or 3 tenants moving out this month. Those are the ones we're going to focus on. We're going to turn them over, get them re-rented. Then the next 2 or 3, next 2 or 3, next 2 or 3. It's like a conveyor belt system. That's how you handle the renovation process. How do you find a good property management company? We're going to get into that. Great question. That's day 3. Is it always necessary to have a property management company? Yes. Unless you know how to do this, which we can teach you how to do it, and it's in your backyard. We do not manage any properties typically unless it's in our backyard or we have to go in and rescue the property. Unless you have to go rescue the property. How do you lock in investors so that they don't back out last minute? Great question. So you want to get the money as soon as you can, right? So you get commitments from them, and that goes in the reservation, they call it, right? I'm going to give you $25, $50, $100,000. And then as soon as you get those legal documents, you want that money wired in, right? You typically will not use the investor's money unless you're getting ready to close, right? So you're not using it typically for any inspections and stuff. So that's part of that's part of your money in the deal, right? Your 10% that I talk about, that's part of your money in, and then you get reimbursed. Did that answer your question? Ascarian, how do you lock in? I got that one. Is bonus depreciation an individual deduction for me, or do I have to share it with my investors? It's for everybody that's in the deal. So including you and your investors get to share in that bonus depreciation, which is great. That's the whole point. You want to attract investors? I mean, literally, that's how we attract a lot of investors, because I can show them how to wipe out their taxes, because a lot of them are getting hosed. Right? They're in a state where they're getting federal and state income tax. Maybe it's a high earning W-2. But when I show them, hey, like with a spouse, right? You may be a W-2 high earner, but your wife maybe or spouse is not. They can now become a real estate professional. So now when that paper loss comes through, the bonus depreciation stuff that we're going to talk about in depth, now you can wipe out your capital gains income, that's investing income, and your W-2 income. Wipe them both out. And now you don't pay Uncle Sam anything, right? I mean, imagine think about it for a minute. Think about the checks you've written to Uncle Sam over the last, maybe you're paying it out of your paycheck every week or 2 weeks, but think about not having to pay that anymore. And you get a massive refund, or you get those deductions and you don't have to pay it all. It's amazing. And then you get that back. It's a pretty powerful tool. Yes, so that reimburses you on your money. David had asked, I'm in what I think is a great market, Charlotte. Yes, it is. Charlotte, North Carolina is a great market. What are some of the best ways to build relationships and build credibility with the brokers? Exactly the process I showed you a few minutes ago. You got to pull them up on Crexy, start going through Crexy, see which brokers are doing the biggest deals, or not the biggest deals, the most deals. You're going to see that by the logos, right in the bottom right corners. Those are the market makers. That's your first calls. And we're going to go through some role playing. I was doing it a little bit earlier to kind of show you how that conversation is going to go. You could watch that video about the top 10 questions that brokers are going to ask you and how to respond to them, because that will come up in the conversation to get to the next stage of, hey, they feel comfortable with you. So you can watch that video. Can you put that up again, that YouTube link, if you have that? We're going to put that up in the chat again for you, but save that on YouTube, watch it, subscribe, like, comment. I would love YouTube algorithm to help us. That'd be great. So please do. That is the YouTube link for you. It's a great little video that's going to go over the top 10 questions brokers are going to ask you and how you respond. Breakdown sponsorship in the proposal of one. Okay. Yeah, so let me go ahead and do that since we have a few more minutes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually just break down from a high level how a deal financially breaks down. And then I'm going to show you legally, structurally, how it breaks down. And we'll finish off on that before the lunch, okay? Let's do that right now. All right, so let's take the price. Let's say I'm going to keep it real simple, and I'm going to say it's $1 million deal. It's the price of the property. And let's say it's a 10 unit, right? 10 unit deal, $1 million, $100,000 per unit. And let's say we're going to go in reno, and we're going to put in $10,000 a unit. So that's $100,000. And let's say our closing cost, right? That's closing cost. Let's put that at 6%. So that's 60 grand. Now there's a lot of things that go into this number. Okay. So just look at it like a grand total, but there's title, escrow, your acquisition fee, all that stuff goes into this number. Okay. All of that stuff goes into it. So that way you can get paid out of it too. So now you're all in at $1,160,000. That's your total cost in the deal, right? So fast forward, let's go to your loan. Okay. Let me type in here. Now you can get two types of loans here. You can get with the lenders, a loan to cost, which means they're going to give you a loan on everything, or you can get a loan to value. I'm going to go ahead and do a loan to cost. Okay. It's 70%. So here's my loan amount. And then here's my equity, my down payment. Oops. Back into that. 160. There we go. 348. I could have just rounded off at 350, but 348. So that is your equity. That's your down payment. That's the money you need into the deal. Now, most people get stopped right here because they're like, I don't have the money. And I'm like, I totally understand. I didn't either when we got started. But this is how the OPM game works. And the reason why it works is because you're going to provide OPM good returns, which is why I was talking about what makes up a good deal. What is that? 6 to 10% or more cash on cash. Internal rate of return, which is an annual rate of return of 14 to 20% or greater, right? Stuff like that we'll get into. But now your equity, you are going to come in with 35 grand. That's 10%. Okay, that's 10%. The difference is $313,000. That is your OPM. Other people's money. And this is the game we're talking about. Okay, and then how do I put that together? Well, if the deal makes financial sense, meaning you have a 6 to 10% plus cash on cash, you have an IRR like I was showing you at 14 to 20% or greater, and you have an equity multiple of 1.8 or greater, you will raise money. You will raise money. You will raise this $313,000 for probably about 5 people. And it'll be a combination of $25,000 checks, and you'll have a couple people give you $150,000 checks. And you will raise that with probably about 5 people, if the deal makes sense. So that's why it's important to lead with what? Deal, debt, equity. If your deal sucks, you're not raising any money. Simple math. Simple math. So you just need a deal that makes sense. You need a good pitch deck, which helps describe what that deal is and what the investors get. And then you need a process like you were all talking about. When that investor says, hey, I want to give you my money, you can bring it in. Right? And that's why you learn the process. That's why you get a part of communities and things to learn this. So that way you're getting handheld and you're not making a lot of big mistakes. But this is how it's done. So that's kind of high level financials, right? Does that make sense? Yeah, and Brent just chimed in. Thanks for that. It says Justin's on it. I just raised $364,000 from 7 people, so pretty close to 313. Yeah, 5 people. There you go, baby. It's not my first rodeo. It's not my first rodeo. Yeah, Elaine, 6 to 10% is the cash on cash return, which means if I give you $100,000, I'm getting $10,000 per year on it. That's 10% cash on cash. And then when I say my annual rate of return is say 18%, what that means is when I combine the cash plus the appreciation, I'm getting 18% a year on my money. It's a pretty good return, right? If I come to any of you and I said, hey, you can get an 18% projected return on this 15-unit apartment building, minimum investment's $25,000, you're probably going to have some interest if you like me. And then you're going to ask me if I can send you over some more information. And I'm going to send you the pitch deck. It's going to break it all down. It's going to show you the financials. It's going to show you the market. It's going to show you the property. It's going to answer 95% of your questions. And then it's going to let you know that if you would like to invest, you click this button right here. And that's how the pitch decks work. It creates a process for you. And it gives investors and people confidence, right? So we provide all that. Provide all of it. You're going to get it today just for coming in. So Aziria, it asks, great question. Can you elaborate on when you say reimbursement of 10%, is that an acquisition fee? No. When I say the 10%, meaning you're going to come in, okay? You're coming in with this 35 grand, right? You're coming in with this 35 grand. That's your money in the deal. That's going to cover a lot of this pre-cost stuff. Probably your EMD, because your EMD on this thing, right? $1 million property is going to be 1% on average. So maybe 10 grand. So that's 10 grand of your 35. And then you're going to have some initial inspections, some other stuff. It's going to be another 3, 4, 5,000. Well, that's part of your 35. And then when you go close on the deal, because you have it built into that closing cost number, some of that closing cost is for this stuff that you're talking about. Inspections, lender stuff, an acquisition fee. Has anybody heard of what's called an acquisition fee before? An acquisition fee before. And we're going to get into this tomorrow. So don't worry about it. I'm just giving you some high level stuff on it now. Okay. So when you buy multifamily, this is why multifamily, I mean, I don't care what anybody says. Commercial real estate, and it doesn't even need to be multifamily. But the reason why multifamily is so beautiful is because people need 3 things. Actually, this is a good question. What are the 3 things that you think every human being needs? Every human being needs these 3 things, no matter what. Just throw some stuff out. I don't care, whatever it is. Ooh. Oh, King. Dude, you must have heard this before. Food, water, and shelter. Food, water, and shelter. So you're providing an absolute necessity. When you provide multifamily housing, right, or any kind of rental housing, whether that be mobile home parks, right, whatever it may be, you're providing an absolute necessity. They need food, they need water, and they need a roof. And so because of that, it's one of the best commercial assets because you're going to get all the benefits of any other commercial asset you would buy and then some. This is why it's so critical. And on top of that, you're getting paid 5 to 8 ways. So when you go flip a house, you're getting paid once, right? You flip it, you get the profit. You go do a rental property, single family rental, you're getting the income, right? You get some cash flow, maybe a couple $100 a month, and then you'll get a profit if and when you sell the property. You're not getting all these other things. When you do short-term rental, same thing. You get the income from it, and then you get a profit at some point. And you can also get some bonus depreciation through short-term, which is good. When you go do wholesaling, right? One assignment fee. So it's just understanding the different asset classes and where to invest your money and time. With multifamily, you're getting paid, guys, 5 to 8 ways. Like ways when you do this. 5 to 8 ways. You're getting paid 5 to 8 times. Okay, not only do you get the cash flow, you get the profit, you get the tax benefits, you get an acquisition fee, you get an asset management fee, you get a finder's fee, you get a capital raising fee, construction management fee, disposition fee. There's all kinds of fee structures built into when you syndicate apartments. It's very, very beneficial for you to be a general partner and do this, right? You're not doing this to make pennies. You're doing this to set your family up. All the stuff we talked about when we came on earlier about that passive income with passion. You're using multifamily. That's the business. When we talk about the identity audit and all this stuff, right? You're creating this very valuable business that then is giving you the rules and the tools and the resources to then take that money and time and go do the things you really care about. And getting all of this ways you get paid with all the passive, and it's incredible. Some of it's active, but most of it's passive. Carlos Paz asks, I am a licensed realtor, so will I charge an acquisition fee? 100% you will. You could probably even charge a broker fee too, if it's in the deal. Just depends. But you are 100%. Yeah. Acquisition fee is completely independent of any commissions. Yes, Julianne, these fees are itemized and exposed to all investors, fully disclosed in all the documents, and very standard, by the way. Very standard, not abnormal, unique, anything like that. Your acquisition fees, asset management fees are two of the biggest standard ones. You can also see a disposition fee or a refinance fee down the road when you go to sell it. How you become a general partner. You find great real estate deals. Curly, that's how you become a general partner. Is you're going to go find deals, you're going to put them together, but you need to learn a skill set, right? I mean, no different than if you wanted to become a doctor. You have to learn the skill set to become a doctor, right? And this is a great quote if you haven't heard me say it before. But your income is directly related to the problems you solve. I want you to think about that for a minute. Your income right now is directly related to the problems you're solving. So if you're solving $1,000 problems, that's because, right? If you're making thousands, because you're solving $1,000 problems. If you're making hundreds of thousands, like 6 figures, you're solving 6-figure problems for the world, for society, right? If you want to make millions, you solve $1 million problems because you're solving big problems for you. You're solving bigger problems for investors. Everybody wants to invest in real estate. That's not our problem. That's why you're all here. There's not a single person on here that does not want to invest in real estate. You're not going to meet, I mean, I have yet to meet a person that says like, I'm like, hey, do you think real estate is good? They're like, no, it sucks. It's horrible. I would never invest in real estate. I haven't met anybody. I'm sure there are, Karens out there, but I've never met anybody. The key to the whole thing is whether the deal makes financial sense and whether you're a trusted resource to invest with. Because once those two things align, man, I mean, you're solving major problems. It's not even asking for money, right? When you go present an opportunity to anybody out there, you're not asking them for money. You're giving them an opportunity, right? Because they're looking to invest. They just need a good deal to invest with and a trusted source to invest along with. Once you provide them that, sky's the limit, right? You just need a good deal that's going to produce returns, these projected returns that they can believe in. And then they trust you, right? That you're going to, at least do what you say you're going to do, right? Markets change up, down, left, right. You can't control markets, but you can control what you do, right? And how you act and how you respond and how you communicate and the things you're trying to do. So that is how you'll get credibility with investors. It's not, I mean, and keep in mind, your first deal is going to be with people around you. You'd be shocked. Even if you think that people don't have money, somebody has money. Somebody knows somebody with money. You just need to have a good deal that produces decent returns. You can send it out to a database of people I don't care if it's 15, 20 people. It's irrelevant. You're just sending it out, and you're not even asking them for the money. You say, hey, who do you know that may have some interest? I got this deal locked up. Here's the projected returns. I wanted to send it out to you to see who you may know, John, that may have some interest in investing in this thing. You're not even asking them. You create the FOMO effect. Because then what happens all the time is they look it over and they're like, dude, it's a pretty good deal, Justin. Like, why aren't you asking me? Why, am I like a slump? Like, what's going on? Like, I'd like to invest in this. Next thing you know, you got them and all their friends. It's amazing. I mean, I tell the story because it's actually one of the coolest ones because I haven't actually had it happen randomly, so randomly like that. But I was in a Trader Joe's checkout aisle talking to the registrar person, and they're doing the food and all that. And we had small talk, and we were talking about what's going on. And I said, I'm just finishing up my day. And she's like, well, what do you do? And I said, well, I'm a multifamily investor. We buy and invest in apartments with other people, and we do it around the country. And she's like, oh, that's pretty cool. You know, I was chatting with my brother the other day. He's looking to get into this space, like, and invest money into that. Can I connect you guys? Like, would you guys open to talking? Maybe you have some deals and stuff. I'm like, no, I don't want that ever to happen. No, it's horrible. Right? But no, he connected us on a 3-way chat. Chatted with him one time. He ended up investing $50,000 into a deal from a Trader Joe's. So once again, you know, it's being open to the conversations, having confidence, that not confidence in what you're doing, but confidence that you're providing an opportunity. That's what you're doing. You're providing an amazing opportunity to make people money. And you have a skill set because you're learning it that is extremely valuable to people with money. You are literally becoming a hedge fund manager of apartments. You are now the neurosurgeon for apartments. You have that level of skill set. That's why it's extremely valuable. That's why you get to make a lot of money. That's why the money you get to make is disproportionate to the work you do. Extremely, extremely important. That's why you're here. It's an extremely valuable skill set. You just need to know how to execute it. But that's why you're here. That's why you're on the 3-day. It's why you're learning how to do it. Couple last quick questions. You said, don't forget to explain the sponsorship. So sponsorship is that. So now you got this deal real quick. We'll finish up on this, and then we'll go to break. Are we doing okay on time? How much time we got? 4 minutes? Beautiful. So let's presume for a minute you have this deal and you're going to do the deal. And the deal's great. And it produces the returns. Okay, it produces the returns. Now, I'm going to show you legally how the sponsorship works and how you structure the deal. That's your apartment building. Let's say you're buying this thing for $1 million, right? General partner, that's you. You're bringing in 10% of the money. You're going to get probably 40% of the deal, okay? This is going to be your LLC. That's your LLC. This is your holding company, your personal LLC that you have. It's simply a holding company. It's an investment holding company, okay? That's going to hold your interest and ownership in this apartment deal. All your investors are over here. They're considered limited partners. They're passive investors. They're just giving money. Maybe 5 people, right? Maybe they give you 25 grand, 50 grand, 100K, 50 grand, 25 grand, somewhere in there, but it'll total up. Now, here's the coolest thing. When you are a general partner, you get the ability to become an investor in your own deal. So not only are you getting this, but your 35K, right? Because that's your money that's coming in the deal. Your 35K actually goes right here. You become an investor in your own deal. You get the benefits of this. You get your percentage, remember? So 40% of the deal is over here. 60% goes to your investors, but you're one of your own investors. You're getting your share of that 60%. Additionally, there's what's called a preferred return. And once again, we're going to go over this some more in detail. I'm just giving you some high level here. Preferred return, typically it's called at 7%. So your money's making 7% that you put in. All your investors are making 7%. And then once that 7% is paid, that's when you split out the 60-40 on the profit splits. So preferred return gets paid first. That's what's called a waterfall. Then you split out the profit splits. Okay. And that is how the sponsorship would work. Okay. You're the general partner and everybody else is a limited partner. You have 100% control of the deal. All the decision making, everything that happens, you control the decision making. So keep in mind, think about that. You're only bringing in 10% of the money and you're getting 40% of the deal. And your money gets to come over here and also double dip and be an investor in your own deal. It's the holy grail. Like, guys, your returns are probably 35% or greater per year on your money. Because what's cool is that in this deal, right? I want you to think about this for a minute. So how the acquisition fee works, because it gets even better. The price is $1 million. You're getting an acquisition fee, by the way, that's built into your closing cost. It's built into this number. You're getting it's called a $30,000 acquisition fee. $20,000 to $30,000. It's typically 2 to 3%. 2 to 3% of your purchase price. It's built in to this number. So if you're coming out of pocket with 35, and then literally within a week of you closing on the deal, you're getting a check, a rebate check, cash for 20 to 30 grand. How much do you actually have out of pocket? 15,000? Maybe. In this case, 5. You see where I'm going with it? And then on top of that, your 35 is in the deal. So your 35 is actually making you money. It's down here, making money. And then you're getting all these fees on top of it. Asset management fees paid monthly. All these other things. It's incredible, guys. Like when you see it and you're like, this is too good to be true. No, it's not, because you have a very valuable skill set. You're now a neurosurgeon of apartments. Think about that. You literally are a neurosurgeon. It's very, very, very valuable. That's why neurosurgeons get paid a gob. Hedge fund managers, a gob. General partners, a gob. Why? Because you're providing an incredible opportunity and a very valuable skill set to people who want to invest in real estate. They just don't have deals to invest in that are good, and they don't have a trusted source to invest with. That's your job. So if you can put it all together, which is why you're here, that's why you get to make the big bucks. And we will end on that for lunch. We have lots of videos on it. What was that? Oh, I have some notes. 1 second. Don't go too far. I got some lunch notes for you. Stand by. Yeah. All right. So, well, I don't know where the updated notes went, but oh, my bad. Here's our lunch break. So this is our first lunch break. I'm going to read you some notes. A couple different instructions. The boardroom. We are having our VIP boardroom that you've paid for. If you're in that, you'll get in that. That's going to be with me, kind of one-on-one. We're going to go through some high-level stuff. So you'll go to the dashboard right now. When you're ready, you can eat and do that stuff. You got a little bit of time here. And you can enter that boardroom session where I'll be, okay? If you don't see it, click the help desk icon on your dashboard, and we'll get you over to the VIP bonus session with me that we're going to be going into. So this session will start in 15 minutes. So take a break, stretch your legs, throw some food in your mouth. I appreciate you guys hanging in here. It's awesome. I know it's a lot, but trust me, you're getting a huge value. My goal is to overvalue for you guys, over deliver. And everyone else, if you're not in there, we're going to see you back here in 1 hour, 1 hour from now. So that'll be like 1:20 Pacific time. Is that 4:20? Yep. 4:20 East Coast time, 1 hour from now. Don't miss it, because I'm bringing back Kevin Jury, the broker. We're going to have live Q&A with the broker for you talking about finding deals. We're going to get into it, and we'll get into all that stuff finishing off. So rock and roll, baby. Cool.
You said, babe, I'm getting cold. I said, climb on in my jacket. You already know, like my heart, you can't have it. Oh, I don't remember what the radio's playing. truck, dusted up boots, and high on a perfume buzz. That sea forever sky wasn't near as high as us. Yeah, our hearts were beating faster than a runaway midnight train. We couldn't say forever, but we said it anyway. Baby, hold me tight and never let me go. Look up at the sky, heaven's putting on a show. I don't remember what the radio's playing. I was hanging like the moon on all the words your lips were saying. All I know is there was magic in our Chevy, baby. You were glowing, I was throwing stars like confetti. We made a wish on everyone. We held on till it was done. Whoa. I don't remember what the radio's playing. I was hanging like the moon on all the words you're saying. All I know is there was magic in our Chevy, baby. You were glowing, I was throwing stars like confetti. Stars like confetti. I don't remember what the radio's playing. I was hanging like the moon on all the words your lips were saying. All I know is there was magic in our Chevy, baby. You were glowing, I was throwing stars like confetti. We made a wish on everyone. Yeah, we held on till it was done. Whoa. Stars like confetti. No, no, no.
I was born a little too wild. I ran a little too hot. I loved a little too hard. Then I took every damn shot. I'm proud of my worst. It made me who I am. All the dirt and all the hurt, it was worth the man I am. I have walked through the fight. I felt the rain run cold. I've seen the man that I admire up and leave his soul. I broke a few hearts, I've healed a few too. I've sinned and I repent, that's one hell of a view. I won't look down and I won't look back. I won't give up, that's until I give back. I want the mud and I want the glory. I want a bloodline that's as fine as this one story. I won't look down and I won't look back. I won't give up, that's until I give back. I want the girl I got on the day we met. I want the world I knew when I went out west. I want ball, one law, one faith, one love. I want today to stay untouched. Okay, oh well, let my story find their light. Let my song sing farewell. Okay, oh well, I know just who I am, who I'm not, and where I fell. Okay, oh well, let my stories find their light. Let my song sing farewell. Cause I was born in the South, on the wrong side of I do. I saw all love go from what it is to what you lose. I've seen the well run dry, I've prayed for brighter days. I have slept in the valley, I have found the kind of way. I've seen the devil work, and I punch clock with the man. You don't know who you don't know when you do know you the man. The good stuff, the small things, and all that within. Cause it ain't about your stack, it's about you chipping. I won't look down and I won't look back. I won't give up, that's until I give back. I want the mud and I want that's as fine as this one story. I won't look down, and I won't look back. I won't give up, that's until I give back. I want the girl I got on the day we met. I want the world I knew when I went out west. I want ball, one law, one faith, one love. I want today to stay untouched. Okay, oh well, let my stories find their light. Let my songs sing farewell, okay. Oh well, I know just who I am, who I'm not, and where I fell, okay. Oh well, let my stories find their light. Let my songs sing farewell, okay. Oh well, I know just who I am, who I'm not, and where I fell, okay. Oh well, let my stories find their light. Let my song sing farewell, okay. Oh well, oh well, oh well. We had a plan, move out of this town, baby, west to the sand. It's all we talked about lately. I packed a car, bring your guitar and Jane for smoking. First thing at dawn, you'd cue the songs and we get going. But you went home, waited on the porch for you, sat there alone all throughout the morning till I got a hunch down in my gut and snuck around the back. Empty cans and I'll be damned, your shit was never packed. Did your boots stop working? Did your truck break down? Did you burn through money? Did your ex find out? Where there's a will and there's a way, and I'm damn sure you lost it. Didn't even say goodbye, just wish I knew what cost it. Was the whiskey flowing? Were you in a fight? Did the nurse come get you? What's your alibi? I made my way back to LA, and that's where you'll be forgotten. In 40 years you'll still be here, drunk, wash up in Austin. Hell of a bluff, you had me believing. How many months did you plan on leaving? What happened? Bad habits. Did you go back, go bashing? I loved you, how tragic. Oh, did your boots stop working? Did your truck break down? Did you burn through money? Did your ex find out? Where there's a will and there's a way, and I'm damn sure you lost it. Didn't even say goodbye, just wish I knew what cost it. Was the whiskey flowing? Were you in a fight? Did the nurse come get you? What's your alibi? I made my way back to LA, and that's where you'll be forgotten. In 40 years you'll still be here, drunk, wash up in Austin.
Everybody here ain't from here, but we're here doing our thing. Letting go a little, little by little, sipping on a frozen drink. Tiki bars taking, pouring all week, and clouds ain't leaking no rain. Two pieces shaking, white caps breaking, we ain't feeling no pain. It goes like one margarita, two margarita, three margarita shot. Don't worry about tomorrow, leave all your sorrow out here on the floating dock. When that sun lays down, we'll be on our way. One more barefoot round, one more last chance to say, hey senorita, don't you think we need a salt and a buffet song? One margarita, two margarita, three margarita, we'll be gone. Ice blue sky, shades on the ice to tuck the bloodshot away. Hair of the dog shouldn't take long, but who cares, we got all day. Palm trees are leaning, sunburned screaming, but we'll all be alright. After one margarita, two margarita, three margarita shot. Don't worry about tomorrow, leave all your sorrow out here on the floating dock. When that sun lays down, we'll be on our way. One more barefoot round, one more last chance to say, hey senorita, don't you think we need a salt and a Marley song? One margarita, two margarita, three margarita, we'll be gone. We'll be gone. Tiki bars taking, pouring all weekend, clouds ain't leaking no rain. Two pieces shaking, white caps are breaking, we ain't feeling no pain, feeling no pain. It goes like one margarita, two margarita, three margarita shot. Don't worry about tomorrow, leave all your sorrow out here on the floating dock. When that sun lays down, we'll be on our way. One more barefoot round, one more last chance to say, hey senorita, don't you think we need a salt and a Chesney song? One margarita, two margarita, three margarita, we'll be gone. We'll be gone. We'll be gone.
Oh, sh-
I ain't going out there, I don't dance. You'll never see me giving that a chance. I'd rather find a bar stool and watch you kick it out on the floor. But the way them jeans are hugging on.
okay, so we're
If you guys are a part of the boardroom, we are getting ready to start. If you can head over to your dashboard and click the boardroom button. If you do not see the boardroom button, please head on over to the help desk so we can get you the link. Thank you very much.
Doing a country dance with you. Well, there's a dude beside me in this line. It looks like he must come here all the time. Now he's turning left, I'm turning right. Oh no, baby, here we go. Yeah, I'm scooting, we're booting, and Jägermeister shooting to the best. Damn, Brooks and Dunn, Dosey, honky tonkin', songin', trippin' and scuffin'. It's a good thing I be buzzing, otherwise these two-left feet wouldn't be right where they belong. With my hand in your back pocket, yeah, try before you knock it. Did I die and go to heaven in a country bar, doing a country dance with you?
now.
Beautiful. All right. Cool. How's everybody doing? You get to get kind of a little bit behind the scenes here. So anybody getting a little bit of food and stuff in them? And I don't know if it lets you talk. It may not. We'd have to probably have to point some people out to chat. So I know that Karim were in here, but let me, I can pull up some names, or you can probably pop your hand up if you want to chat. Then we can see that. So then we can pull that up, and then maybe Karim, we're able to unmute and let him come up side by side. And then we can kind of go through some questions that way, which I think will be helpful. And then what I was going to also show you too is a little bit of the behind the scenes, through our investor relations software that we have. It's a third-party company we use called Syndication Pro. And then also like our website. So I can show you kind of like our capital website. None of you have seen it, because anytime you're going to start this process of getting into multifamily, in order to attract investors, like anybody, no different than you've done with us, is, who are these guys? And who is this guy? And what do they do? And tell me their story. And are they legit? Or are they full of crap? Or all that stuff that goes on. So having an investment website and having a simple back-end CRM that helps you, compile people and interested folks in deals is really critical to the process. And so, learning that, and you can either put it together on your own, which is fine. And there's companies like Wix.com and other ones that you can use to just create a website as an investor. Or, we have it inside our community. We give kind of a business in a box setup for anybody that comes in, where you have websites, CRM, automations, everything set to go, to where you look the part and then get it set up for you. But knowing and having that is really critical. Chat GPT and other tools work great for building landing pages. Yep, they do. You're absolutely right. They can absolutely help you out. And then I think you probably just need the mechanism to host that landing page, Jeremy. So they can certainly help you with design and language and all that stuff on landing pages, which are good. I think the key is having a website. Let me double check. Make sure. Karim, are you in here? That way we can, I can share my screen, see if it'll do this.
Yeah, go ahead.
And that way it can be brought up potentially. I'll kind of show you this one here, see if it can be brought up next to me, possibly, if you guys can see that. So this is basically two different things. I'm going to show you like our website. So this is what kind of an investor's website would look like. This is ours. This is Brennan Capital. And, when you get started, yours would not be as elaborate, right? It would probably just be 3 tabs that have, who are you, about story, investment strategy, stuff like that, and helping put that together. Or you can get into stuff like this, where it has all this stuff in here. But all it's going to do is really give any potential investor or anybody who's interested to learn about you. And we have all this templated, so this goes out to anybody that's in our community. So they have their website locked and loaded, ready to go. But if you don't, you can do this on your own. I mean, it's not terribly difficult, but if you're like not tech savvy at all, there's different ways to do it. So, but this, having this investor website is going to be a huge component to getting, I call the back end administrative stuff set up. And it's basic, where you have just a little 3-page website, a CRM, client relations manager. So that way, if you have any potential investors, contacts, anybody you run into, because it happens all the time. Like you'll be at a backyard barbecue and you run into somebody. And I'm curious, so chime in the chat, what professions you guys are in and gals. I'm curious. So mortgage banking. Yep, mortgage. So that's Renee, and I don't know if you're 1099. I think they W-2 you now sometimes. Nursing, great. Rochelle, yep. Robotics engineering, yep. Josh, love that. Mike, Jay, yeah. Real estate engineer, all that stuff. Yeah. So based on your profession, that's going to it's going to help you, because at the end of your tagline now, like no different than I did, is I went from being a real estate agent, a realtor, to being I'm a realtor and a multifamily investor. So that literally started to go on some people can do this, some people can't, depending on your job. But that started to go on my signature on my emails. And anybody I would talk to, and they would ask me if I was at a backyard barbecue or talking to folks, and they ask, hey, what do you do for a living? And if they didn't know me, I'd say, hey, I'm a real estate agent and I'm a multifamily investor. And what'll happen is they'll forget what you actually do. And then they're going to say, well, tell me about this multifamily thing for a minute. And then you talk about it. Yeah, I just either started into it or I'm getting into it or whatever it is. And we buy apartment buildings around the country, 10 to 30 unit deals, and we do it with other investors. Oh, really? Like, what type of returns do these things get? Typically 14 to 20% or greater annualized return on your money. How much does it cost to get into these things? Usually about 25 grand minimum to get involved. Oh, that's kind of cool. And 20% return on your money every year. Yeah. Gosh, do you have any deals right now that you're working on? Not at the moment, but we're going to have stuff coming up. I can get your information. They'll be like, yeah, like I'd totally invest in one of your deals if it made sense. Send me the information. So what that's called a soft commitment. It's a soft commitment. Because what they're telling you is, yeah, when you have a deal, right, then I'll commit. But until then, it's a soft commitment. Like, yeah, send me over some stuff. I'd love to learn about you guys. And one of the first things they're going to do is they're going to go and check you out. They're going to see if you have like a basic website, right, that tells your story. They're not going to wonder if you have a CRM, but having that CRM is how you would actually put them in your phone. I mean, I can't tell you the number of times I've been at a place and somebody said, yeah, I'd totally be interested in investing with you. And I'll put them right into the contacts on my phone. Well, if you have a good CRM like we do, the minute I put it into my Google contacts on the phone, it automatically syncs into the back end of my CRM. So now it's already organized and ready to go. So then when I want to send out maybe a newsletter or anything we're doing or a deal that I have coming up, it's already there. I don't have to chase around where all the leads and contacts are at. Then all of a sudden, next thing you know, you have a 30, 40 person database, even if you don't have any today. Does that make sense? Real estate development, Kevin, awesome. Design and construction management, digital marketing, beautiful. Realtor in Ocala, Florida. Yeah, I'd love to chat with some of you folks. I think they can bring you up and unmute you. Karim, can we do that? I think, I'm not sure exactly who it was. You can raise your hand. We would love to bring you guys up and chat if you haven't, been there before. If we're able to do that or not. I don't know if we are. I thought we could. I think we can. I'm sure we have the ability, but or do we have to unmute? Do I have to do that? Maybe I have to do that. So 1 second. Put your name in the chat real quick, and then I can unmute you. Maybe that's how we have to do it.
Hey, Justin,
or are you able to unmute yourself?
Hey, Justin, I can unmute them and bring them up.
You can unmute them? Okay, awesome.
Yeah. Just let me know who you want up first.
Yeah. So let's do David, are you in here? Raise your hand or speak real quick and we'll unmute you. I'd love to chat with you real quick. And then if anybody else, please, raise your hand. Love to bring you in. Okay, Dave. Yeah, we can unmute David and then David can come on screen with me. Cool. He's driving in his car. You're a cop. I love it.
Yeah.
Welcome in.
How you doing? Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you having me.
You bet. You bet. Yeah, so tell me a little bit. I mean, we know you're a cop. That's beautiful. Thanks for your service.
Obvious. Yeah, so I've been down here in Charlotte for about 25 years now, and I'm probably going to be retiring next year. So I'm just looking for the next phase. I've been dabbling in real estate for the last several years. We have about we have exactly 6 houses in our portfolio. I think about a $3 million valuation for all of them. Yeah, all single family. We just bought a pretty big Airbnb in Tennessee. We literally just closed on that thing in May. And so that's still kind of remains to be seen how that's going to do. It's summer season, but I don't know. Hopefully that works out pretty good for us. But, I've always been interested in multifamily, and, I figured the time was now to start learning really the nuts and bolts of it.
Yeah, and I guess maybe what is one of your biggest holdbacks? I mean, you're thinking about it, and you're kind of right there. You're definitely in a beautiful part of life to do it. Like you said, retiring from the field, and you'll have some savings and pension stuff set away to where you can take another avenue in life.
Yeah.
But I guess what is the major holdback right now that's keeping you from, like, why haven't you done it yet?
I think just, I was busy with other stuff. I mean, for a while I was busy on, acquiring single families, and also I did some wholesaling. I was doing some land flipping for a while. That was it was pretty good for a little while, and then it kind of dried up and just became more cost prohibitive. But just busy life, family, all that stuff, and in my current role as a lieutenant, pretty dang busy now at work. But again, just trying to think for the future what I'm not going to be so busy and when I can really dedicate a lot of time and energy. I think this is where I want to put that time and energy.
Yeah. No, I love that. I mean, so aside from like the time aspect of it, is there any kind of, financial limiting belief systems about money or raising capital or
I'm
putting little deals together or stuff like that?
Well, I guess just the general lack of experience. I've got experience with, single family and land and things of that nature, but I don't have any experience with raising capital. I don't have any experience in basically anything else to do with multifamily properties. So
Right.
I think that's probably the biggest thing I'm looking to get, and the thing that's held me back so far is just that lack of knowledge and lack of experience. You don't know what you don't know until you start getting into it. So
Yeah, no, and that's part of the reason too. Even when I got started and kind of how we teach is there's a lot of people saying go for bigger deals, right? And I understand why. Meaning bigger being over 30 units, okay, for your first ones. And there's economies of scale on that, and you'll get there, right? It's not a matter of not doing it; it's just a timing issue. But learning, the key is to control as much of the deal as you can. Right? So that way you get the most amount of money and benefit from that deal as you can. So if you're trying to do a big deal or bigger deal as your first one, and you don't have the experience and or the capital or the credibility or any of that stuff, well, now you're bringing very little value to the table. Does that make sense? And when you don't bring a lot of value to the partnership, then you're going to get a limited amount of the deal because you're relying on a lot of other people to execute on that bigger deal. And so that's why staying in the 10 to 30 unit space in your beginning, it does a few things. It reduces the capital you need, number one. Number two, it's going to give you more of the deal. Number three, it gives you opportunities down the road because you're going to scale and grow into bigger deals. But it keeps the capital raising, right? Keeps the loan amount. It keeps everything more bite-sizable. And more importantly, when you do make little mistakes, and you will, they're not with a bunch of zeros, right? And you can recover from them.
Totally makes sense.
Which
makes sense.
Yeah, and there's still
and one of the things I
meat on the
actually,
bone.
yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. Just one of the things that I did want to ask you is, when making contact with these brokers and having these conversations, meeting up with them, what are some other ways that I could kind of establish, credibility and, basically get on their list, given my background, obviously the police work doesn't really translate too well, but I mean, obviously I do also have some real estate experience and I definitely have management experience. Like I have about 80 guys that report to me right now. So, I mean, I think a lot of skills I could translate, but I just also don't know how to kind of make that connection with a broker to where they're going to take me seriously. I also don't want to go in there and be like, hey, I'm a cop, so I don't even think I would even bring that up. But what I mean? Because that's the last thing I want to do is be, come off douchey or something like that.
Yeah, no. So part of it is the repetition, right? And then knowing what to say and what not to say. So that's why we even shared that video and stuff in terms of questions and answers and how you would actually get around that and going through the motions of it. Because as anybody getting into the space, step one, you're literally going to go through this recycling until you get a deal. It is find a deal that makes financial sense, analyze it to make sure it looks good, write the offer and negotiate. And you're literally going to keep doing that over and over and over again. It may take 20 deals times doing that before one pops and you actually get it. Okay. And then in terms of building the credibility with the brokers, part of that is knowing the process, learning how it works. So that way, hey, what to do, what not to do. Knowing glossary of terms in terms of basic language, right? No different than there's language in your industry as a cop, right? There's language in the multifamily space. Knowing what a cap rate is, knowing what an equity multiple is, knowing what an IRR is, what a cash on cash is, little nuanced things, and that's all part of a glossary of terms in learning that is provided. But that'll help you from a language perspective, and then it's just getting in and getting your hands dirty. It's like anybody. I mean, there's a handful of our community members in here, and even in the VIP right now. I mean, they can attest to it, and they can even come on. I mean, I think Joshua or anybody wants to come, and Rochelle's newer, but kind of explaining their process of okay, so this is how I got over that fear, and this is how I got over that hump, and this is how I made this happen, and how I talked to the first broker or didn't, or I'm getting ready to, and stuff like that. Because of course it's like anything, right? You have to jump off the cliff a little bit, but the key is having, if people need it, some hand holding to make sure that, hey, if they're making mistakes, they have somebody to kind of walk them through that in real time as it's happening, so they can get it done and avoid, big money mistakes, or avoid looking like you said, a douchebag. Don't want that. Don't want that.
Yeah.
But that is part of the
thing.
process, right? It's no different than when you wholesaled your first deal. It was hard the first one. You figured it out the second, right? The first time you did any flips or any single family rentals, you went through your first rental escrow. It's probably a little anxiety driven in the beginning, and then it got better after that. So same thing. Once you go through your first multifamily, and that's why you keep it bite sizable too. You're going to be like, okay, first deal is always the hardest, but you know what? I got over it. I got it done. And wow, I mean, I can't tell you the feeling I had the first deal I ever did of any multifamily size at 27 units. And we closed escrow. I got the closing call, and I was in Kansas City at the time. And I remember driving up to the property. I was alone in the car, and I drove up, I got out, and I was like, I remember saying to myself, holy crap, like I own this thing. Right. And like you go up and you touch it and you're like, it's brick. Like I can touch it and I own it. I don't own all the I don't own the tenants, but I own the building and all the tenants in it. Right. And it's a really cool feeling because it's like that first hurdle. And then you're like, oh, I can do this. Like it was scary, but I got through it. Now it's not. It's like anything. So Jeremy said a lot comes from across the questions you're asking, right? Filling out your pro forma brings us some, yep, it does. Yeah, Jeremy had asked, a lot of it comes across from the questions that get asked. Yeah. When you fill out the pro forma, it's definitely going to, raise questions, which are great. Anybody, hold on one second. I'll scroll down our little list here real quick. Just so I can see it. I don't know if Josh, if you're around, if you want to chat real quick. And then I know we got Thomas is in here. Good to see you, man. So yeah, let me know if Thomas or there we go.
Yeah, I'm
perfect.
here.
You're there. Beautiful. You haven't got your logo.
Yeah, I'm starting everything, man. I'm doing it right.
Very cool.
So I'm basically, I'm on my first deal. Everybody else doesn't, but I got accepted, but it took probably 100, analysis to get to this one.
Okay.
So
yeah, it's usually not that many, but I mean, it is what it is, right?
I was doing from Texas to Kansas, Missouri to North Carolina. I was hitting it hard. Like we're talking 10 to 20 a day for, the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And
but what's amazing is locking in that first deal, right? It's a big hurdle, right? In terms of what you're doing and
not gonna lie.
But I told you, I said, listen, when you get it, you're probably going to hyperventilate a little bit, just a little bit. But that's cool.
For
That lets
sure.
you know you're alive. That lets you know you're alive because
I'm
that's a
still
great
kinda
feeling. I
nervous
did the same thing. Yeah.
because he sent
Um,
over the PSA now, so I have a few days to look that over. We have a few days to look that over and
yep.
sign it, and then
Now, are you going to send
um,
that through to our team? And then
already
also
did today.
yeah, is it a standard PSA like from the city or the county, like a state or a state purchase and sale agreement?
Honestly, I don't know the difference. I think
Okay.
it's from his broker, not the state.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at that. And then if you want to get the transactional attorney involved in that deal that's in the back end of your portal, you can do that. And that's going to be, he's in there. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name right now, but he's the transactional attorney that can actually walk you through it if you show, one. Just FYI. So that's why they're there. And that cost is all built into the cost of the deal. So it will get reimbursed through it. And a lot of times, depending on the contract, it could be worth its weight in gold. How many units is it again? Right?
12.
12. That's right. Okay. Yeah. So it's not a huge deal, but not a small one either. You may not need a full-blown attorney for that deal on the transactional side, but that's why we'll look at that and make sure that things look good. The due diligence questions that you have in the portal, have you sent those across yet to the broker?
I've asked a lot myself. I haven't sent him
Yep.
the checklist, the whole checklist.
Yeah, so there's a specific list of seller questions, as you know, and it's in your due diligence checklist in the back end. Those 22 questions need to go across at this point, and ideally, you would like the answers to those included in your contract. Ideally.
Okay.
Ideally.
I'll send them over
Yep.
to Jack then.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And then Rochelle had said, did you find this on a website or was it pre-market-ish?
So this is pre-market. I did exactly what Justin said. I talked to all these, brokers, and the first one from this broker was not a good deal. And I just told him, hey, keep me in mind for anything else. I was like on off market, keep my options open. And he said, actually, I have one in my pocket. And that's how
They always do.
That's how it happened. So
Yeah.
I basically followed what Justin said perfectly.
Yeah, it's crazy how, and I didn't understand how the commercial game worked because I'd come from a residential background. But once I understood, it makes sense. They're the gatekeepers, and it's different because they keep everything close to the vest. So there isn't like this wide-ranging MLS system like you do with residential where everything's on Trulia, Zillow, Redfin, right? Realtor.com. It's not like that in the commercial space. It's very good old boys, good old girls, cowgirl club. And it's held close to the vest. And then the process by which a property comes on market is exactly what I was describing in the main session. And we're going to talk about that. When Kevin Jury comes on, who's a commercial broker, we're going to walk through. This is a guy that, you may get deals from. You don't know. And he's in the Missouri market. So he'll kind of explain how the game works. And then we'll go back and chat a little bit back and forth. But that way you can understand how the commercial space is run and how you're going to find good deals. So, but I think you may have beaten the record, by the way. Because prior to you, I think it was 22 days to the first deal. You said you did it in 14. Is that right?
No, it was since I've been mentored. No, it's longer than 14.
Okay.
Less
Yeah,
than
I was
a
about
month.
to say, holy cow, man, that's a rocket ship. Because usually it takes a couple weeks to set up the website and all that stuff, which you're doing, and kind of get the admin, start looking for deals, get in the market, blah, 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 and kind of decide the market and jump in. So that's very, very cool. Either way, fast. So that's amazing. So yeah, and you, like you said, it's even worth it. Mess with. David asked a question: is it even worth it to deal with a 5 to 10 unit? Not really. Yes, it is technically because that's multifamily, David, but it's going to be a little tougher to pencil, mainly because there's not as many zeros in it. And so you're losing some economies of scale. The ideal size, the ideal unit count is 16 or greater, right? 16 to 30 is like ideal. 10 to 30 works. So that's kind of why we pocket it, because 10 will work. It's big enough, small enough. 30 is kind of on the upper end of that zone. And then 16 to 18 is ideal. Anything south of 30, north of 16 is perfect. 12 units is great. 12 units is great. So any other last question on that, Josh, before we finish up?
Not really. I just finished my
Okay.
pitch deck last night, and I'm starting to send it out today. Actually, while I'm watching this.
I love it. Now, do you have a little bit of how many people are in your kind of database you want to send it to? Because it doesn't need to be a lot.
Like 15 right now.
Perfect. Yeah, my first was 25. Like I literally had 25 people on the email, and I thought, I'm like, there's no way. How much money are you raising, by the way?
312.
Okay, so mine was 900. It was 898 to be exact, but 900 grand. I mean, and I freaked out because I'm like once I got the deal, I was like, oh, I got it. But then I'm like, oh crap! Like I need to get a loan, and I need to raise money, and I need to do this. And so all like the hyperventilation, negative stuff starts to hit, and then you start, once you settle in, you're like, okay, because the deal's a good deal. Like so you can like, okay, it's a good deal. And then all it had to do is I literally sent out a pitch deck with an email to my 25 people and started to get some feedback from them, and then started to have a few conversations after they reviewed it. And I never pitched it in the sense of, hey, are you interested? It was always in the sense of, hey, who do you know that is interested? So that's a key reframing, because then you're creating FOMO, right?
Yeah.
And that's how you do that. Rochelle had asked, how should we prep our potential investors before we send out the pitch deck? You can, if you know them, it depends on how well you know them, but if you know them pretty well, Rochelle, you can send them a personal text saying, hey, same thing you're going to do on email. I mean, I just blasted out the email. I didn't even have a text with them. I just sent out the email and, subject line, great, I think it was, great deal in Kansas City, great multifamily deal in Kansas City. Need your thoughts. It's kind of like my subject line with a question mark. And then I went into it, just simple summary with the pitch deck attached. And I threw it out there, not in the sense of, hey, I'm pitching you. It was, hey, who do you know? Like, I'm in escrow. We're set. We're going to close on this thing. Who do you know that may have some interest? Here's the summary, projected returns and everything. I'm trying to get it out to as many people as possible. We're bringing in a little bit of money. Because keep in mind, that's why you can raise money. Because think about it. If I came to any of you and I said, hey, I'm looking to raise 300 grand, and your question to me is, well, how much are you putting in, Justin? And my response to you is, what are you going to think? Right? I knew exactly what you're going to think. And I'm not going to raise anything. So having some confidence to where, yeah, you don't have all the money in, you have 10%. It's something. But then the rest of it comes from OPM. So cool. Yeah, that's great on that. Do you have any favorite CRMs for this? So Jeremy, we use Go High Level. So what we ended up doing, and this is actually by request, before we were giving all of the vendors, like we use Wix.com, and then that had a little CRM in it. So that's an easy one for people if that's what you want to use. That's kind of what you're seeing here. This actual website here that you're seeing on the screen is a Wix.com website, right? And there's kind of like our stuff and our faces. That's a weird photo of me. But there's Christopher Poley. He's the Poley in the Brennan Poley group. He's a tech guy, right? So if you want to see how this game works, and this is probably the only way you can do this game with no money out of pocket initially. So in the financial crisis, I was getting hammered. I didn't have any capital. I just knew we had to buy property. So what I did is I went to my buddy, Christopher Poley, and I said, hey, Chris, it's 2010. Like things are crushing, down. And I said, we need to go buy some property. I said, I don't have the cash to do it, but you know what I can do? I can go find us the deals. I can put them together. I can analyze them. I can structure them. I can run them, manage them. I can do everything. I can do everything, right? I just can't put the down payment down immediately. I can't get the loan immediately. So what do? So he became that financial arm. He didn't have to do anything. I did all the work. That's the sweat equity. He brought in what's called the check equity. Because of that, we created our partnership 50-50. So that is, if you are sitting here and you don't have a dime of capital to invest, okay, that is a method you can do it. But then you need to have a partner that you're getting ready to go get married with. And you guys are going to form this company, which in our case was Brennan Group. And we went after it. I found all the deals, ran everything, analyzed everything, everything I did, right? And he's just basically passing money along and collecting checks on that money. And we created the company. And we started with one condo in 2010. And today we have over $200 million in assets and about 1,200 units. But it started with one condo. So if anybody tells me they can't, do it, or you need to have some crazy wealth, you just don't. I mean, we had $25,000 down was our first down payment. And on a $100,000 condo, $75,000 loan from Wells Fargo. I mean, it was crazy. But it's wild how it happens. What are the limitations to soliciting investors, accredited versus non-accredited? Great question, Kevin. So if I can go behind me on the board, let me show you. Because when you get into the securities attorney SEC game, and don't let that freak you out, by the way. I was freaked out about it at first, but it's not. Okay. There's a path and a method for everything the first time you go through it, but that's why you probably want some hand-holding or at least knowing what you're doing. But let me stop sharing that. If you can get the whole screen there, perfect. So when you do the SEC stuff is what you're talking about, Kevin, you have two types of what's called offerings. Okay, and this allows you to get an exemption from having to do a public offering of stock, right? New York Stock Exchange. So that's just how you do it, is a private offering. And the SEC allows you to do this. And it's done through what's called a Reg D. And by the way, the securities attorney does all this for you. So you don't have to learn this. Reg D filing, that gives you the exemption. And then you're going to have what's called a 506B or a 506C in terms of the offering. The only difference between them is this is accredited investors. This is both. Okay. This is public marketed. This is private. Okay. So what I mean by that is this one up here, you're attracting accredited and non-accredited investors to this one. Okay. This is probably what all of you will be doing on your first deal. So you'll be raising money into this. So you can have some accredited investors, some are not. They'll be bringing in $25,000 investments into the deal. Okay. And then this will probably be with a network, so it's more private. This one down here, you can go on Facebook and start pitching it. I can run ads. I can do anything on Google. I can just go crazy with it and publicly market this thing nationwide if I wanted to. But then you can only attract accredited investors. And you can literally chat GPT the difference between accredited and non-accredited. It'll give you the list of about 5 things that explains it. We have it on our website as well and all that stuff. I just didn't want to go over that detail here. But that is, when you say limitations, the difference between them is based on your offering. But everybody here will probably be here. We'll probably be there when you start. And what that means is you can market privately to people generally speaking, without going on Facebook and getting crazy. Okay. So there's ways to do that. But that's how you would be. Does that answer your question, Kevin? Awesome. Cool. Yeah, we have a few minutes left. I know we just have about 5 minutes here. I want to make sure you guys have a little bit of time in transition. So if you want to grab a little bit more food, but I wanted to kind of dive into that. And last thing I'm going to show you is kind of our back end CRM software for the investor relations. So this is what's called, and you don't need this in the beginning, right? But this is called Syndication Pro. So in the beginning, you just use like a spreadsheet to like track all your investors and stuff and the money and all that. You can do that because it's your first deal. And or the CRM that you get, right, can do that too. Once you get going and you're like on your third deal, you may want a nice investor relations software. This one's not bad. This is Syndication Pro. I want to say we spend $500 a month. It's unlimited in terms of contacts, leads, as well as properties that we put into it. The purpose why you would have this is because it's specific to syndicating and raising capital. This allows you to put your deals into it and then put deals on landing pages and market them. It allows you, when somebody's ready, they can actually invest directly into the system. They can complete all their legal paperwork. They can get all their tax documents. They can do all of their documents that go up in there, their tax documents, their statements every month, their distributions, all that stuff that happens when you're paying investors. It's all organized and controlled inside this beautiful system. And then it links directly with any kind of QuickBooks or software from an accounting standpoint. So once again, you don't need that in the beginning. I just wanted to show you logistically how it all connects so people can come through our website, right? And they would go directly into our, which would end up coming into this, and they would put them right in here, right? And then they come right in. And so that's how that game is done on the back end kind of business systems. Is we have our front end website with the back end investor relations software, which is now utilized as our CRM for investors. So, cool. Awesome, everybody. Well, yeah, I hope this little session was good in the beginning, kind of get a little bit behind the scenes, speak and hear from some of the folks that are out there with probably similar questions to what you're looking for. Any questions that you can put into the chat right now that I can answer either online or offline that you're thinking about, and then I'll give you guys a few moments before we jump into the main session. Awesome. Okay. That means did I do my job? Just kidding. I love it. I mean, I could talk about this for hours, you guys. Yes, Renee, we will be getting into grave detail on cost segregation and bonus depreciation. And I will give you several case studies from husband and wife, single individuals, real estate professionals on how they actually literally go and wipe out their taxes. Yeah, the depreciation game, cost segregation, bonus depreciation, we're going to be getting into that in grave detail. So that'll be under the financing section. I believe that is tomorrow. That is critical. It's not about the money you make. It's what you keep, right? Awesome. Yes, Thomas, absolutely. Okay, well, let's jump off here and we'll be pulling out. They're going to go to the dashboard and stuff.
Let's go to the dashboard.
Yep. Yeah, so you'll be going back out of here into the dashboard, and then we'll go into the main session here in just a few minutes. So, and then you'll hear our fancy God Bless America music. We'll see you shortly.
I hope that sun starts setting on you, and I hope you feel every inch of rain. That door you slammed is staying closed behind you, so go and walk away. Them wheels may turn, but they ain't going nowhere. You're gonna see me when you close your eyes. Them stars may still be up for shining, all, but baby, they ain't shooting tonight. No. That this would happen, baby. Don't blame me when it comes back around. You knew when you hurt me it would kill me, but you went and did it anyway. I've been saying all along you'll be haunted around this town by a song, and your world would get to crumbling when my heart starts breaking, but you went and did it anyways. Oh, you went and did it. You tell will still taste like me. I may get high, but girl, the high road's still a little out of reach. I'll be fine, and I'll make sure you see it. I already got one rolling on the way right now. She just flew in from California, said she's never seen a little town.
All right, and then we are ready to go live to you. When you go up there.
Look at these guys. I see some. I see some. Oh, we may have to. There you go. We're getting some echo in here. How's everybody doing? Coming back in as we're. Can you hear me okay or no? Can you guys hear my audio or no? We may have to turn it on. You can hear me okay? Audio. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like you can hear me. Okay, perfect. Cool. Yeah, we'll get going here in just a second. I think everybody's coming back on. We'll wait just a second. You want to pull up the chat side of it here on that screen so we can see that. Bringing it back over. You'll want to come on the screen and click the chat button. Yeah. So that way we can see the chat on there. Come down and hit the chat at the bottom. Awesome. Yep. Keep going. There we go. Perfect. Okay, and slight echo, are we okay? Sounds like we're good now. Awesome, everybody. Well, welcome back in. I hope you guys had a good lunch and, you know, you don't fall asleep. I mean, I remember when I used to go to any kind of conferences, I'd pass out at this time because you ate too much and all the blood goes from the head to the stomach. But we'll keep you excited. What I'm very excited to do now, and we were talking about it before the break, you know, today was all about kind of that identity shift, right? And moving you mentally from, hey, you're in the contributor world, 9 to 5, or you're working for the man, or you're doing something else, and you want to buy multifamily apartments. You just don't know where to get started. And half that battle is a mindset shift to kind of get into the creator world where passive income lives. And then once you kind of make that decision for yourself, you know, how do you find good deals? How do you find good deals? And as we were talking about before we came on, unlike, say, the residential space, go on Zillow, Trulia, Realtor.com, and, you know, all the websites, and 90% of all the deals are right there for you to see. Repeating yourself 4 times. Oh, that was to Patrick. That was King, not to me. I'm looking at some of the chat. But the reason you're going to find good deals is going to be by going direct to the brokers, because the brokers are the gatekeepers in commercial real estate. They're the ones that are hounding the pavement every day, calling people like me. Do you want to sell? 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 Eventually, we say yes. And then they put together what's called a BOV, like I said, a broker opinion of value. And then they'll usually overinflate those. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. But they'll make it, you know, look good, which it's supposed to. And what can the market bear for your property? And that's the whole point. Because then you decide, hey, do we want to go to market with this thing? And then once you say yes, then they put together an OM, an offering memorandum, which is a nice marketing package that then now gets presented. 9 times out of 10, it goes straight to their preferred list first. And they'll send it out via email database to the people that they have the best relationships, typically 25 to 50 people to start in groups they've worked with in the past. And they'll get a pre-look at it before it goes on some of these websites, sometimes like Crexy, LoopNet, CoStar, stuff like that. And it'll sell a vast majority of the time in that phase before it ever gets to those websites. And so I wanted to bring on, you know, I could bring on broker after broker, but some of the best in the market are here today. So we got Nick and we got Kevin, and they're based in Missouri. There we go. Just brought them up. Beautiful. Are you guys' audio on?
I'm here.
I believe so. Can you guys hear me?
I know they're talking. Can we hear them? Can everybody hear them? We'll double check the audio just to make sure. Okay. So we can. Oh, turn on the speaker. That's what it is. Yep. But then is it going to echo? Yeah. Oh, I know why. Hold on one second, guys. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Howdy.
Okay, now we got it. Perfect. Now I can hear you too, so we can chat. Okay.
Great.
Welcome in, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having us on. It's good to
Yeah,
see you.
Yeah.
absolutely.
So you guys are the mean, bad, scary commercial brokers that, everybody's scared to call. Just kidding.
Yeah, that's us.
That's more Kevin. I think that I'm the friendly one.
There you go. Well, we will start off that, you guys are Kansas City Chief guys, and we got to poke a little fun because you guys are, Kansas City Chief fans,
Yeah, we get that a lot. We're used to it by now.
Yeah, and I appreciate you taking a few minutes coming in here. So kind of explaining everybody on here. We have quite a few folks on here. Most everybody in the novice phase or newer, right? Some people have done real estate stuff, some flips, wholesaling, maybe some rental properties, some duplexes, fourplexes, and they're trying to get into that multifamily game of 5 units or more. And, as we always position it, is if you're getting started, you have a lot of people out there saying, go big, do a 50 unit or 100 unit for your first deal. But darn well that it's very difficult to pull that off. It's hard enough to pull it off at a 10 to 30, let alone 100 or 50 or something if you have 0 to limited experience. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, the jump into the multifamily world and kind of taking your first step into a little bit larger asset, it can be daunting. But if you take the right steps, it's really not as difficult as it might seem. And the smaller properties is the right place to start and really have a good understanding of what you are looking for. I think when we get approached with new investors, some of the things we really like to hear are, what is the focus that where are you really focused? Unit count, equity check size, location, submarket, which we can help you kind of narrow that down. But the more when you come to us, the better. And a lot of that is research you can do before you call us. But we also, help people out on that side as well. So
yeah, and we call that the buy box, right? The buy box. And we were just going over it earlier as I was kind of letting folks know, because of where they're at in this journey, that focusing in on the 10 to 30 unit space and buying units somewhere between 50,000 to 150,000 per unit, and doing it in markets where you can get cap rates that make sense because of where interest rates are at, right? To be in alignment, meaning, just so everybody understands this, if interest rates right now are 6.25 or 6.5, it's pretty difficult. It can be done, but it's harder to buy a property where the cap rate is less than the interest rate. Just because of how you got to be able to pay the mortgage. And so if your interest on your mortgage payment is higher than the cash you're getting on the property, it's kind of hard to service the mortgage unless you put an enormous amount of money down, right? Amount of money down. And so, but, and then focusing, so I think the rest of the buy box was, that unit count, that dollar figure in terms of price per unit. Anything else you'd kind of recommend right now with where you're seeing the market at for somebody that's going after 10 to 30 unit apartment buildings?
Nick, you want to?
Yeah, no. Just to kind of touch on that first point, I think once you get up to over 30 units, that's when you really start to have more sophisticated property owners. And I think the more sophisticated the property owner, typically I don't want to say the worst deal, but you won't find as many great deals from those owners. Unless they're really in a pinch, which most of the time they're very savvy. They don't put themselves into pinches, where that 10 to 30 range, you really might have more of a mom and pop. Somebody who bought it 40 years ago, somebody who inherited it 20 years ago when their parents passed, where you might have somebody who views real estate more as a passion project than a bona fide income stream. And typically that's where we find the really good deals. You taking a picture of us?
I'm filming you while you're in the, this is cool. Talking, guys.
Yeah, no. So I just think that when you're buying from a mom and pop owner, historically, I found that that's where the best deals are. Um, Typically, because they just, well, first off, every time we call them, they tell us to leave me alone, delete my number. But that's kind of good for us because we're persistent, we stay in front of them. And so while most brokers have been weeded out and they've been told their property's worth $4 million, 3.7, when it really is probably worth like 2.5. When we bring them an offer for 2.5, they like it, they accept it, it makes sense for them. Um, and for them, it's not always the bottom number. It's, is my property going to the right person? Are they going to treat the tenants that I've had here for 10, 15 years? Are they going to treat them with respect? We see that a lot more frequently with the 10 to 30 unit range, where if you go a little bit bigger, it becomes a little bit more corporate.
Yeah, that makes sense. And going through a couple questions in here, William asked, would you start with a vacant complex? Probably not, because it's not financeable. I mean, it is financeable. You may get a smoking deal. Just depends.
Could.
Because, yeah, you'd have to probably buy that with hard money if you were going to be doing it. And then, have a lease up period where you get it renovated and then leased up. So there's a whole process to that. But no, as I was kind of explained, remember how I said light to medium value add for everybody in here when you're getting started in your buy box? Because you're newer. And because of that, you doing some heavy job like that where you have to lease up an entire building and renovate the entire building and do all of this on your first deal, I mean, you'll quit. You'll quit. Because it's a lot to ask for someone on their first deal, right? So what you really want is similar to how we got started. It was a medium value add where of the 27 units, half of them had been touched. The exterior had a light reno on it, but we went in and renoed, just nice paint job and cleanup of the exterior. And then we touched the rest of the 13 units and we put washer dryers in them. And we added tremendous value because of it. And we didn't have to go in and reno the whole building and do some crazy value add and spend just enormous gobs of money and time and energy and problems and ripping open every wall. And you find problems with that and the list just keeps going. So yes, light to medium value add where some stuff's been done. It's in fair condition, but could be dated. So you can go in there and push rents, improve the property by putting maybe $7,000 to $10,000 a unit in and move the rents and improve the property. What would you say to that? Does that sound like a decent place to start?
I would say that's great. I think one thing that I've seen in my career is when you do a project like this, it's a smaller project, so it's not too heavy of a lift, but you always want to make sure you're well capitalized. I think you want to assume that if you're assuming that you're going to spend $5,000 a unit, add more and just assume a little bit more, because if you're well capitalized, you're not going to find yourself in a pinch when you get halfway through and you need an extra $500 a unit to put in a new dishwasher or whatever it is. So that's a big point for me is if you're going to do a value add project, just make sure you're well capitalized on the front end, because you're going to run into some things and you never know. So, but yeah, I think that's a really great place to start. There are a ton of properties in the 10 to 30 units that need attention, and that the value add is absolutely a fantastic play. You're gonna succeed. The rents are growing in the market, and you've got an outdated unit that doesn't have, the nice feel of the newer units, and you absolutely can go in there and succeed with your business plan. So I 100% agree.
Yeah, I know. And like you said, the capitalization is really key, because I've been on both sides of that, where one deal we probably didn't capitalize enough and things got tight. And then you're trying to play the game of, gosh, you're trying to use too much of the cash flow of the building to get things done, and then you don't get to where you want to go. So that happens a decent amount. Then other ones where I said, because once I understood, and everybody says it's important for people to know this, you can always give money back.
Absolutely.
Right? mean,
You'd
technically,
rather do that.
meaning let's say hypothetically you brought in more money than you needed for simple, right? You can give money back, and actually investors would like that. That's not a bad thing. But what they hate is when you have to come back to them for more money. So it's much better to get it all up front. And like I said, overcapitalize it, because you could literally close on the deal and 3 weeks later realize, you know what, we actually brought in $50,000 more than we need. We have plenty. So you could actually start then returning some returns to the investors with that 50K, and they would be stoked. Right. And so you're kind of utilizing it as a return mechanism. So don't ever worry about raising too much. Always worrying about raising too little if you're doing it. Because you can always give the money back. And more importantly, you can close. This is another thing people that I've had to teach too, is you can close the deal and maybe you didn't meet your entire capital raise that you were trying to raise. Because let's say you wanted to raise 500,000, but you only raised 350. But that 350 was enough to close the deal. And so 150, you can technically continue to raise, just so everybody knows this, post-close. Because we've been in situations with some even people in the community where they'll get to the finish line and they're 100 grand short, but they can close the deal. And then they just need time. It's not a matter of they're going to raise it or not. They just need time to raise it. So they'll raise that money post-close of the deal. So it's just realizing you can actually close on that thing with the limited funds and then bring in the rest typically within 30 days after the close. So just keep that in mind. You're never forced to do it. You just really want to get to the finish line, especially if you know it's a decent deal. Close on it, and then it could just be a time issue, because sometimes investors need an extra 3 weeks to get you the money or whatever's going on they're in, but it just may be a timing issue. Have you seen that a decent amount?
Yeah. I mean, in the last couple of years, equity has been a little bit different, I should say, to get your hands on. So I've seen people getting deals done and still working through the capitalization. And you work with these banks, having good lender relationships is a big part of this deal. And one of the things that most brokers, I know Nick and I definitely, we have great relationships with lenders, and we are happy to make those introductions. I think that's a big benefit to calling brokers. It's not just market knowledge, but also just relationships with other vendors, bankers. We've got property managers. We can point you in the direction. We're not gonna give you just one answer. We're gonna give you several. If you're like, hey, who are a few, we've got this deal we're looking at. Do you have any banking relationships? We can give you 3 or 4 and make an intro. And that goes a really long way, especially for out of market buyers in a new market. We have the relationship. And if we say, hey, Joe over at Bank XYZ, here's this guy, he's working on a project, boom, they're in, they can talk to the bank, they can get some terms.
Yep.
I think that's a huge benefit for new buyers, is to get lending relationships through brokers.
Yeah, no, and you're touching on something that I was talking about, earlier before you guys came on, and that is kind of the process for setting up your market, because a lot of people are racing to find capital and deal money and all. I said, well, great. Well, if you get a deal, you're going to be running with your, what between your legs, right? Catch and tail. I said, here's how you properly do it. And no different than how I got started. We had to identify the market we wanted to go into first out of California, which it happened to be Kansas City. And rather than just start getting deals across my table, I said, we're going to do a little 3-day reconnaissance mission. So in the process, I teach everybody to go find brokers. As I said, you can go on Crexy and LoopNet and CoStar and those websites, but I said, you don't go on them to find deals. You go on them to find the brokers. Right? Because you guys are listing your properties there that you haven't sold yet. And so you can see by the logos who's doing the market, who's the market maker. I mean, we were just looking up in Kansas City and your guys' name was coming up under your brokerage, right? It was all right there. So by that, now I'm going to click on that property. I'm going to see that you're one of the brokers. And if I, like the style of property, I'm going to give you a phone call, and you're going to be one of my first brokers and I'm going to talk to you, and I'm going to say, hey, this is Justin for so and so. I'm looking at some properties in Kansas City, this one in particular that is your property. Tell me, not a little small talk, walk through it, and then I'm going to set up an appointment with you after we kind of go the back and forth and chat for a little bit about how we can look at the property. And I'm now going to set a meeting with probably 2 other properties, maybe 2 other brokers. So that way, when I come out there, now I'm going to tour 3 different properties, perhaps with 3 different brokers. Maybe those deals make sense. Maybe they don't. Either way, now I'm saying hi and we're shaking hands. And then what next thing I'm going to do is, hey, Kevin, look, this deal may not make any sense, but I'm sure you have stuff you're working on behind the scenes, right? Some stuff that may be coming up soon. I mean, I'm going to buy here in Kansas City. I would love to buy through you guys. Can you get me on your kind of preferred email list? So that way you can send me out some properties when they start coming along. And
Absolutely.
then, oh, by the way, do you happen to have a couple property managers I can speak to while I'm in town? And you're going to be like, yeah, you can look at these guys, and these guys. So what do you think my next call is? I'm going to call them and say, hey, I'm going to be in town next week. Can I meet with you and so and so and so forth? I'm looking for properties in Kansas City. And then the next question I'm going to ask both the property manager and you guys is, hey, do you have any local banks I can probably talk to before I come out there too? And they're going to say, sure. Here's a couple people we can connect you with, and you can meet with them when you're local in town. And then I'm going to ask the property manager, hey, do you happen to have any renovation guys that I can maybe connect with while I'm out here as well? Because if we have to renovate, I want to have the team set up. So now all of a sudden I have my brokers, I have my property manager, I have my lenders, and I have my construction crew. So now it's kind of like my reconnaissance mission is done. And that way, when I go home and now I'm on your preferred list and I start seeing emails come across with deals that actually probably make sense now we can strike. And I have all the components in place. Is that a good methodology?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that's so important to have that team in place before you start going under contract. I mean, because a due diligence period, especially in these 30 units and under, you'll probably have around 30 days. And the idea of being able to fully wrap your head around an asset at the same exact time as you're trying to build out a team and build relationships, it's a very heavy ask. So I think if you can knock out a bunch of that stuff before you start to really start that purchase process, I think that's incredibly helpful. And also, when you come into town and you meet with Kevin or I, and you say, hey, I met with this lender yesterday, yada, 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 it just shows that you're more invested. It just shows that you're all in. And that goes a really long way with us.
Yeah. Because now it's going to show that, hey, like you're actually serious. And sure, you may be newer. Because everybody's big fear in here is like, oh, I'm newer, or I haven't done it, I haven't done this, right? That traditional stuff. And I try and tell them, I said, I had never done one either when I got my first 27 unit. But I said, what I did do is I set up the market so that way I understood it. So that way the conversations that I was having with the brokers, I mean, I wasn't like an expert, but I didn't look like a moron, right? And that's kind of what you're trying to accomplish. You just don't want to look like a moron. So having some knowledge of the market, spending a little bit of time in there, having some understanding of it is going to go a long ways. And then knowing maybe the top 10 questions that a broker may ask you and then how best to respond to them would be helpful. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Are you about to put me on the spot for the top 10 questions?
No, we already have those. I actually did give everybody a video.
Okay, good.
That goes over all of these. But let me ask you this. I mean, what would be, doing a little, role playing here, if I called you and we were kind of going over your property and we got past the small talk, I mean, maybe what would you ask me?
Just off the top of my head, I think I'm going to ask you, well, what are you really looking for, and get into those deal specifics, unit count, size. And then I'm probably going to dive a little deeper and ask, where's your equity coming from? Do you have equity behind you?
Yep.
And equity comes from all sorts of places, and we've seen it come in different ways. So there's no equity out there that's not okay with us. We just want to know that you're focused on getting equity in any way, and just so we know you're capitalized. Gonna ask what kind of financing are you looking at? Are you looking at local lenders? I mean, there's a bunch of different lenders out there. And strategy, I mean, value add, stabilized, looking for something. I mean, but I think that's kind of your buy box you've already gone over. So we'll probably dive deeper into your buy box. And then even probably into the submarket. You know, what kind of submarket are you looking for? Are you looking for more suburban, more urban core, highly dense areas, not so dense areas? Those are some that I can think of off the top of my head. Nick, do you have some to add?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think those are all really great. I think I would probably ask, is this your first time ever buying an investment property? Do you at least own a house? Like, are you familiar how a real estate transaction takes place?
Have
I
you
would
talked to
definitely want
Justin?
yeah, yeah.
Have you taken his 3-day class?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
There you go.
no,
yeah,
right. But kind of like Kevin said, I mean, if you have that capital in place beforehand, that's incredibly helpful. And I mean, I work with first-time buyers very often. So, I mean, the idea of a first-time buyer does not scare me off whatsoever. And how they get their money, we don't necessarily care. But just knowing that you have that sort of capital in place, not saying that you have to have it fully raised, but having an idea of where you're going to get it is incredibly helpful. And yeah, I mean, yeah,
Yeah, I
those
think you're
are
touching on
kind of the
a
main.
yeah, Nick, you're touching on a huge, not a pain point, but a belief for folks, because I thought it too. Because keep in mind, my first apartment deal over 5 units was a 27 unit. And I had not done technically a syndication, had not raised money, had not closed on a deal over 5 units ever. And so I had to get over that false belief pattern that, oh, you've had to have done it and you had to have this massive resume and this crazy track record. And what I keep trying to tell people is no, but that's also why you're not going after a 50-unit deal. Okay. You're
and you're not
staying
calling
more
us.
mom and pop. You're staying bite sizable, where it's realistic, where you can actually go take it down and you're not having to raise $2 million and maybe it's a few $100,000. And then
Yep.
just to your point of, where your capital is coming. And I tell everybody, they're like, well, do I need to have all the money up front? I said, no. I said, you just be straight up with the brokers. I said, listen, we're going to get 65 to 70% financing from a local lender, or maybe it's agency debt. We'll get into that tomorrow. And so that's the financing side. And then in terms of the equity, we syndicate our equity. So I'm bringing in 10% of it, planning to raise 400,000. So I'm bringing in, say, 50,000, and we're going to raise, a few $100,000 from our database and network that we have. And that's kind of as far as it needs to go. It's just a level of confidence that, hey,
Absolutely.
you're not trying to raise some gob amount of money and you've never done it before. Because if you had the conversation, you're like, yeah, we're coming after a 50-unit deal and I've never done one. And so you're, and I'm going to raise $2.5 million for this deal. And the broker's like, dude, no, you're not. And you're definitely not getting a loan. And you probably don't have the balance sheet to pull off the lending loan side. So it doesn't add up. So that's why staying in that pocket of 10 to 30 units to start, you can absolutely come in as a newer person and execute it, as long as you kind of have an understanding of what the heck you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
A couple of questions coming in here. Do you take preferences to all cash buyers? Yeah. Yeah, you do. Answer that question.
All cash buyers are definitely the most preferable. But I mean, and Justin, maybe you can touch on this. I feel like syndicating an all cash deal is probably incredibly difficult. And would you even recommend it?
No, because your returns are going to be really bad. But you do see in this market people coming in with more down payment to get the deal to work in this interest rate environment, right? And then over time, they'll refinance that equity out and give it back to the investor group. But they may have to come in with 40%, maybe. Yeah. Stuff like that to get it to work. And then knowing full well that, maybe in 24 months from now, we can refinance when the environment's better. and then pull some cash out, give it back to the investors, and still be in a great position on the property. So you'll see that. But yeah, bringing in all cash. I mean, I don't know a scenario that makes sense, because even if you had all the money, I don't know why you would use all the money on one property, right? I mean,
Yeah, one of the things
basic understanding of leverage would tell you, why would you put all your money into one 10 unit when I can take that money and probably buy 30 or 50 units, a bunch of 10 unit properties, right? And then scale, your portfolio. But that's the beauty of money and how you can use to scale money with debt, and using good debt that's fixed rate debt against an appreciating asset, because banks are out there to lend money. Banks want to lend money, right? And they may be a little bit more conservative here or there, depending on the timing, but they're out there to lend. Even in tougher markets, it just comes down to, what's the down payment? How much money in down payment versus the loan that they're going to give out, right?
Right.
Yeah. So what are you seeing in the markets right now? Because, people were asking the question about the quality of the market, distressed properties, commercials coming to an end, the world's coming to an end, all these other things. And I said, my response was this, and I'll let you lead into it. The commercial industry is challenged. There's no doubt about it. And mainly because of a lot of the properties financed in the past, maybe under some bad debt terms that can't get out of it. That's number one. And or some good debt terms that are coming due and they can't refinance given the market, right? And values and cap rates and stuff. But where do you see it at currently? Is it getting better? And do you foresee it? I mean, now is obviously a great opportunity to buy, but do you see it meaning tougher to buy in the future because the market's going to get better? What do you think about that?
I think the market is pretty good right now, for buyers and sellers. I don't think that there's advantage to one or the other. I think the end of 23 and into 24 was kind of a weird time. And as 24 kind of went on, things have kind of leveled off on kind of the ups and downs of interest rates. And right now we've got what we're seeing is there's tons of buyers out there, not as many sellers, which is a good thing, because there will be more sellers in the future. And the buyers are not taking immediate action right now. I think there's been a little bit of a I don't know what's going to happen kind of mentality, and we're seeing that kind of clear up here as the end of summer and kids go back to school. There's a lot of capital that wants to be placed. So I think right now is a fantastic time to start trying to find a deal. There's not a lot of supply for the larger properties. So there's a lot of the smaller properties transacting, the 50 to 100 units. But the 10 to 30 or the 10 to 50 unit properties, those don't ebb and flow like the larger properties. There's always transactions happening on that size deal. Would you agree, Nick? I mean, that
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and I do think that the market has been a little bit challenging, but just to kind of touch base on the point that you just made, like, we helped Justin sell a 27 unit building here, and I think the interest rate the guys got was like 8.5%, which is really, really high.
You got
And
an
but
8.5%. How did he do that?
he
we'll get
put
into
down like
that.
50%.
Mm.
But because it's this sub three, or because it's around this $3 million and under range, more banks would look at it. So it was easier for him to go and get financed. And I mean, it was able to transact where Kevin and I have seen on the market stuff that's $8.5 million, $10 million. That's whatever it might be, has sat on the market for 300 days, for 400 days, and a
Wow.
lot of that stuff is not trading. Where these smaller properties are I guess the word you could say is liquid. They trade a lot more frequently with a lot more velocity. But I think that the market is still strong. It's still good. It is undoubtedly more difficult to sell a property today than it was 4 years ago because interest rates have doubled, insurance has gone up, taxes has gone up. But at that exact same time, in markets like Kansas City, we've gotten 3 to 4% increases in our rental income every single year. And that's one of the best parts about the multifamily asset class is that you get to readjust your income basis every single year. And often in Kansas City, it is by that, 3 to 4%. Sometimes even higher if you're in an even better pocket. And so I think that it's pretty strong there. And I guess kind of the last point is um, people have been getting so much outside noise about, the market's in shambles, this and that. And I mean, Kevin and I are on the ground every day doing the work. It's really not that bad, but the sellers are hearing it and it's making them take offers that, you know, 6 months ago they probably would not have taken or a year ago would not have taken. So even though you're going to probably be getting a higher interest rate today than you did back in 2023, I think you're going to be able to get a much, much better price. And I mean, maybe I'm speaking outside of my lane here, but if you do refinance in 5 years, I have a pretty strong confidence that interest rates will be lower. And when you refinance, you'll even be able to capitalize even more that, hey, I got this asset for this great price. It was maybe a little slim for a little bit, but then down the road, I was really able to recap it. And now Kevin has a lot more experience in investing and putting together deals, but so maybe he thinks
No,
everything.
I think you're spot on, Nick.
Yeah.
I think you're spot on.
Yeah,
No, it's a good market. I think
it is.
if you watch the news, everybody's going to tell you the world's coming to an end, but it's not. It's the same thing with real estate. There's a lot of negativity around it, but it really is a very positive outlook in today's investment environment. So
Now, what markets do you handle? Just the Kansas City and Missouri markets, or
Kansas City, Wichita, we've done some stuff in Lawrence,
Kansas.
obviously, Manhattan, Kansas,
Yeah.
Columbia, Missouri. I've done a couple deals in Omaha, looking at a deal in Des Moines right now. So really the Midwest. I mean, but focused around the Kansas City market.
okay. And if somebody wanted, because I got people saying, "Hey, I'm going to Kansas City. Hook me up with Kevin." And see, you may just have people coming your way right now. Look at this.
Do it. Hit us up.
Yeah.
Are you able to type into the chat on you guys your emails and phone numbers if you want to do that? I don't know.
I don't know if our chat goes to everybody.
It should say message to everyone if in the chat section there, if you want to. But that way, people.
I'll try.
Yeah, I think Kareem said to send it.
Oh, you guys are in a different room apparently. Gotcha. So they're just sharing you in here.
We'll send it to Kareem and she.
Yeah, they'll get it out to everybody. For anybody who wants to reach out to them. How are we doing on time?
I mean, we still have another 3 minutes.
Okay.
If you want to do a
Perfect. Yeah, so I would like to open it up. Are we able to do? Because I can read you the questions and you can respond to them. Maybe that's the best way. But one of them in here is if there's lots of buyers now than sellers, that means that the price is likely going down in the future because there's more buyers now than sellers. So the prices are stable now, but because that may change, right? What are your thoughts on that?
Supply and demand and market fundamentals are very complex. It's not just an analog kind of one graph chart. Prices are really fluctuating on a lot of factors. I'd say interest rates are a big one. Supply and demand of properties and supply and demand of buyers, as well as supply and demand of sellers. So I don't think that you can be you can't just silo just that one factor, but I think right now pricing, you've got a lot of buyers, but you have a lot of buyers that are not taking action, because the unit count that they're looking for is that 50 and over, but they're not seeing a lot of that product right now. And as more of the bigger product comes on the market, you're still going to have the kind of same velocity for the smaller product. And it's hard to determine exactly where prices go, but rents are always increasing as well in Kansas City. Kansas City is a very strong market. We don't outpace our growth, so our rent doesn't decline because when COVID happened in Phoenix, I think there was rent increases around 20% at one point, and Kansas City topped out at 8 to 12%. So when the market corrected itself, Phoenix saw rent decline, and Kansas City just saw rent stagnate. It never went down. It just stopped growing for a few months, and then it kept growing. And that's what
no, that
a
makes
good
sense because you
fundamental
had this.
market is.
Yeah, and a lot of that happened in Texas too. So that's why I was saying it's a little bit market specific because you're right. Kansas City and in the Missouri market has been more stabilized because even with Texas, similar to Arizona, they saw just massive booms of construction and people moving there and all that other stuff, which is great. But they have temporarily oversupplied the market.
Yes.
And so
Kansas City is a very strong fundamental market.
Yeah. So what you've seen in
Texas, it's hard to say prices will go down. It's hard to say that because rents increases. You've got interest rates that we hope will continue to ease. So it's hard to say they will go down, but there's a lot of factors. And right now it's a good time to buy. I think you've got a real strong couple years ahead of us. And the lack of deliveries through COVID means that the demand for apartments is going up right now, and the supply is trying to catch up. So I think it's a good time to buy right now.
Yeah, and it is market specific because Texas is hurting at the moment, but it's going to come back around. I mean, just based on the data that I'm seeing, because construction has stopped or slowed drastically, and they're absorbing through all of that inventory because there is an enormous amount of growth still there, but they got to eat through a lot of units that they built. And so that's causing a lot of downward pressure on rents, which then, cap rates have a problem with that. Pricing has a problem with that, all of that, right? Because NOI squeezes and now they can't refinance their loans. And so you're seeing that happen. I was reading a story the other day that there's $905 billion in commercial loans that are due this year in 2025. And I'd let everybody know in here, I said, because they'd asked well, what's going to happen with all that? Does that mean the world's coming to an end? And I said, the problem is actually too big. So they can't let it fail. So what you're actually seeing happen, and I was chatting with my other lender buddy the other day about this, is, loans that are being paid every month, right? And they're not delinquent and they're just out of term, but they're still performing. The banks are kind of quietly not doing anything about them. And they're working with them and allowing the extensions to happen because they can't actually refinance them right now, given the interest rate environment and some other things, depending on the market. So they have to kind of ride through it and allow it to just be, because if they actually have to either change that loan, do that loan, now they got to write it down to market. And if they have to do a reappraisal on the property, given where things are at in certain markets, that could cause a major problem. And so they're just not doing anything. And they're kind of just quietly kicking the can down the road and allowing extensions. Some are being modified that are in big trouble. Other ones are not. And that's where you're seeing some foreclosures happen. What is your overall thought on that?
There's definitely some lend and extend going on. People thought the same thing would happen last year. They thought, there's going to be blood in the water. I had a lot of bigger investment in firms that I talked to tell me, I'm waiting for blood to be in the water before I buy another deal. And they've been waiting 2 years for that to happen. And it just hasn't happened. Banks don't want you to fail, and they don't want to own real estate. They don't want to take your property. They don't want to foreclose on you, especially the bigger loans out there. So I don't think it's going to be, you're not going to see this big wave of all these properties, getting foreclosed on or bad things happening. There's a lot of the bigger deals have been recapitalized. So they have a $10 million deal, they've got $2 million invested, and they go out to investors and raise another $1 million because their refinance is only going to be, $7 million instead of 8. So it's just you're seeing a lot of that. I don't think it's going to be a situation where you're going to start seeing all these steal of deals. So
Yeah, no, and I heard that going on for a while too. And as I kind of watched the data, I was like, huh. I said the problem's almost a too big to fail problem. I mean, they can't actually put the gun down on all these properties because if they do, it's just so widespread because of the interest rates going up, as you know. What was it, like 11 times in 9 months when they went up in 2022 all the way through? And so because of that, you just have people who just can't, they're good loans, good debt, they just can't get out of them. And so the bank is kind of sitting there going, well, we just need to like work with the situation. We can't actually call their notes right now because that would be maybe even worse. So I feel like I'm seeing that quite a bit. What would you consider? So talk about lending real quick as we get into this and people trying to go out and get a loan. And I know you're not in the lending space, but what are you kind of seeing in types of loans being put on these 10 to 30 unit properties where, maybe they're buying them for, $2 million and it's a 20 unit, 100,000 a door hypothetically. Are they putting 30% down, 40% down? And then what type of loan is it? Is it a local bank or is it an agency debt?
I've been seeing a lot of local banks on the few deals that I have worked most recently. I'm just looking at my board. I mean, almost everything was a local bank. They've been pretty friendly with terms. They typically have a little bit less requirements. We have a lot of banks in Kansas City that are even family owned. So we'll ask them to help us get lending on this, and their approval committee is, I'm not even joking, their dad and uncle. And so those are a lot more likely to go through than US Bank or some gigantic financial institution. But I'm typically seeing around like 30% down, 40% down if the current cap rate is pretty low, but there's a lot of potential to raise it in the next 12 months. But I'm seeing a lot around like the 30%-ish or so down. Kev, is that kind of what you're saying?
yeah, 30 to 40, 35 being the sweet spot. And interest rates for the local lenders are going to be 6.5 to 7 right now. I think you're capping out at 7. If you've got an interest rate above 7 and you're buying a deal in Kansas City, call Nick or I because we can find you another bank that probably can get you a better rate. But yeah, I think that's right in the money. And the banks, specifically local banks that you can form a relationship with, they're going to work with you. If you've got a business plan to go do value add, they might be able to work with you on the construction loan side of things, the funding a piece of the construction, maybe not all of it. So having those relationships up front before you go under contract, like we've said several times, is very important. You'll get a lot out of it before you get the deal under contract.
Yeah, and so regarding that kind of renovation stuff, so let's take an example of a property that you purchase. The current financials really don't support the price they're asking, but the future does. Like, they're just under market substantially. And it needs some renovation, but not like crazy. Are you seeing banks work with kind of a DCR scenario that is not cash flowing from day one and putting an interest reserve in place for 18 months that's fixed rate, or does everything go hard money at that point? And the reason I'm asking this question is because a lot of people may be looking at kind of these renovation type deals that are value add, not crazy heavy, but they want to finance some of the renovations in the loan dollars.
I think that you're probably DSCR constrained for the most part. You can get out of that a little bit. It just gets a little bit more expensive. But I think if you come to the table with your bank with real good evidence of what the business plan is. And let's say you're buying a property and they're renting everything for $500 a unit, but the rent should be $850 because there's 5 deals right next to it that are all charging $850.
Gotcha.
You got to have that evidence, and the bank will absolutely listen. But
Okay.
on top of that, it's also the appraiser, and the appraisers, a lot of people are afraid of appraisers because you don't really see them in the home ownership world. But in the commercial space, buying multifamily, the appraiser is looking at your pro forma. They're looking at they're looking at your evidence that you're providing as well. Especially when you're working with us as the broker of the deal, we're talking to the appraisers too. We're telling them, this is why the pricing's here. This is why it makes sense. And we have buyers ask us to talk to their appraisers all the time because it's an important piece to the puzzle, making sure that the lender gets an appraisal back that matches what your expectations are.
Gotcha. Okay. No, that's an alignment. Beautiful. I see a couple questions coming in here. We'll finish up on these ones, but do banks let you buy down the rates with points on COMMF property, commercial multifamily property? Yeah, you can do rate buy downs on that. Everything's debt coverage ratio based, as they were saying. How do you get the evidence of other rental prices in the area? You can pull their comps and or knock the doors like I used to do. So usually what I'll do from a high level is I'll pull it up online first, kind of see where things are at, comp it out, kind of say, hey, is my property better or worse and different in the units? And then you can get kind of boots on the ground if you can, and your brokers will help you, right? I mean, they'll tell you, hey, I'm looking at this property here. Here's the condition, trying to take it to here. What do you think about these rents? There's a couple other ones over here. How do they compare in terms of location, condition, and what's going on? And I think you'd give a fair assessment as to, yeah, you can probably hit that, or no, you can't.
Yeah, Zillow for rent is great. Rent.com, LoopNet, apartments.com. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to find that evidence.
Yeah, and then you can get the high level online stuff, and then you try and really dig a little deeper on the ground to back that up, right? Because location's everything, and there's some nuances to properties and stuff like that
Absolutely.
that can make a difference.
Yeah.
In the rental prices and stuff. Rentometer is a great one. Kevin had mentioned that in here. I love that. Rentometer. Anything last little kind of words for anybody in here? Is there kind of newer investors, some in the space, some looking to get into it, and having you on as a broker in the marketplace, and they're going to be talking to you. So, I think the key is giving them confidence that, yeah, if you're new or newer, it doesn't really matter. Just come at it, and kind of what we've talked about here, you can get it done. And as Nick was saying, newbies don't scare me off. You just need to kind of have your ducks in a row.
Absolutely. And if I may just add one thing, like when you're starting out, if you are feeling nervous or you are feeling scared, go and call the junior agents at the office. Like maybe your first call shouldn't be to the most successful active broker in the market. Maybe see who's closed $2 million last year and who is maybe a little bit younger and a little bit more eager. Because I know when I started out, I was intimidated on cold calling property owners that had 50 to 100 doors because I didn't want to sound like a moron. And so I started to call the fourplex owners, the sixplex owners, and I got more comfortable I eventually got to the point where I knew what I was talking about. I knew what I was doing. And so calling those bigger property owners no longer scared me. So I personally think it's completely fine if you want to start out and kind of test it with some junior agents, with people who might not be as active, but will still have a lot of knowledge before you talk to some of those bigger, more active brokers. Not to scare you away from them, but that's just been a method I used in my career, and it was very helpful.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that 100%. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think even the first ones. I mean, because you can go online and find out too. Like if you're scrolling through the websites, right? and you start to see a bunch of the logos, they're telling you, okay, they're kind of market makers. You can go to like the little KW commercial guy, right? Who may not be your bigger broker, but is still doing some deals and has some knowledge and then some expertise. And you can sink your teeth on that to start and then have a couple brokers around it. But the whole concept, I call it in the threes, right? It's 3 brokers, 3 properties, 3 property managers, 3 construction crews, 3 lenders, all locally within that market that you're setting up, because that's going to put you in great position to find deals and get deal flow that makes great sense. So,
Justin, I wanted to touch on a point you made at the beginning. When you come, let's say you're going to Nashville, Tennessee to go look at a deal. You've got one deal you want to see. Go find 3 other deals that you want to see. I think that is extremely that you don't want to see, but go find 3 other deals to go look at and talk to the brokers, because I have clients come in from out of town they're sophisticated buyers in another market. I know them from referral or something, and they come in town to see my one property, and they've got 10 other tours over the next 3 days, and they're just doing market research and meeting people. And I think that is extremely valuable. And we love that. I want you to go see other properties and talk to other brokers, because it shows that you're dedicated to the cause and to your process, and you're going to go get as much knowledge in the market as possible, which makes my job easier when I talk to you. I mean, it really does. So I think that was a very good point that you made at the beginning.
Appreciate that. Yeah, and we're going to put up your contact info, Arizia. We're going to put up their emails. Can we throw that up one more time? And then we'll have Karim and them share that as well. So that way, anything kind of, it sounds like Des Moines, Kansas, Missouri, where else do you want to like go to a vacation spot and do some properties there, guys? What do you want to do?
I'm not there yet. Maybe when I'm 65, I'll be doing that.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
No,
I think everybody appreciates your time. So thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that we
Absolutely.
did this, and I appreciate you reaching out to us.
Yeah. Any last words before we finish up, or that's it?
It's not as daunting as it looks. It really isn't. Just put your head down, do some research, and start talking to people. It clears up a lot quicker than you think.
Yeah.
I would say that real estate is a slow game, but you got to get started and you got to kind of have a sense of urgency, but do not get discouraged. It's a slow game. And the people who stick it out and wait are the ones who win, and they're typically the ones who have the most success.
Yeah, that's great advice.
I have one last thing. If you see a listing that has been on the market for like 120 plus days or like 150 plus days, I would talk to those brokers and see where those sellers are at. Because I have one client who only buys stuff that's been on the market for 150 plus days, and he has me submit offers that I think are rude and going to ruin my reputation, but I do it, and he wins them a lot. And the people are willing to take stuff because they've been on the market for 5 to 6 months, and you catch them on the right day. So that's my one little nugget that I've learned from somebody else, from him kind of telling me to do it, and he gets a lot of good deals from it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And that kind of goes through to the process for which deals come on the market. Typically they're going through that pre-market phase that I was kind of showing, and you kind of send it out to your little preferred network for a few weeks before it goes on to some of the websites, and it'll hit the website. Maybe it didn't pass the test for all the real deals, right? Pre-market. And then so it sits on the website for sometimes a few months, right? And nothing happens. Well, then the seller is going to get a little frustrated and be like, okay, well, maybe I was overpriced. Maybe my deal isn't that great. And then once they finally get an offer, well, maybe they're going to consider it now. Whereas before, they weren't tired enough. They weren't exhausted enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, all right, guys. Well, I appreciate your time. Thanks so much for coming in. Everybody give them a round of applause. A little
absolutely,
maybe louder or whatever, So I appreciate you guys coming in. Thanks so much. Very, very cool. You bet. Thanks, guys. Would you guys enjoy that? I mean, hopefully thumbs up on, kind of getting behind the scenes with the brokers, because that's kind of your first step, right? It's how do you set up the market you're interested in? Chime in the chat real quick. What markets are you interested in? As you're sitting here, what market are you interested in? Tell me about the city, state, and town that you're even thinking about. So you got North Carolina State. It's good. Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Miami. I love that, Angelica. And then San Antonio, Las Vegas. We got Virginia, KC, Mississippi, Des Moines, Iowa, Kansas City now. Thomas is all into Kansas City. Beautiful. Yeah, it's a great market. We're still there. Love it. Miami is a great market. It's obviously pricey. You're going to pay a little bit more per unit there, but you're going to get a lot more for it. And if you do have the capital to pull that off in Miami, I don't know why I say Miami, you should do it. Georgia's great. Oklahoma, Missouri, Arizona, Indiana, Ohio, love them. Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. David, that's great up there. How much deal flow, though? So you want to look at deal flow as well. Great market. Idaho's great, but the deal flow is important too. Los Angeles. Well, I mean, that's, if do you plan never to get your tenants out? I'm just kidding. It can be a little challenging there. Are you under rent control there? You just want to watch it. Savannah, Georgia is awesome, Ricky. Jacksonville, Florida is a great little pocket. Indianapolis, awesome, Michael. Yes, great market. So yeah, all of these things are important. Chicago and Illinois, maybe not the urban Chicago, but maybe suburbs of Illinois could be decent. You just want to look at the landlord-tenant laws there in Illinois. Just make sure it's going to be fair for you. Military towns, we love them, Renee. We typically, a lot of the stuff we've done have been around military towns. San Antonio, massive military town. San Diego, massive military town. Decent amount in Missouri, right? Heck, that's where the B-2 bombers came out of. So a lot of military up in those areas. And it does help support the markets, because then it's not your traditional employers. You have a lot of sub stuff around that, which is great. So let me chat with the team real quick. I want to kind of see where we're at on timing. Oh, hold on real quick, because I know that we're going to analyze another deal, and then we got a couple other things, and then finish up. So we're going to do another little break right now. Is that right?
We're just going to do a quick break.
Yep. Yeah, so we're going to do a little 15-minute break for you, stretch your legs, and we're going to come back. We're going to analyze another deal in detail and break it down, and then we're going to finish up with a little homework for the evening to get you guys going. So this has been awesome. Beautiful. We'll see you back in 15 minutes from now. We'll put it at about 2:40 Pacific time, which will be 5:40 East Coast, and then we'll rock it and finish up. So appreciate it. We'll see you guys back here in a short minute.
I told you that this would happen, baby. Don't blame me when it comes back around. You knew when you hurt me it would kill me, but you went and did it anyway. I've been saying all along you'd be haunted around this town by a song, and your world would get to crumbling when my heart starts breaking, but you went and did it anyways. Oh, you went and did it. This would happen, baby. Don't blame me when it comes back around. You knew when you hurt me it would kill me, but you went and did it anyway. I've been saying all along you'd be haunted around this town by a song, and your world would get to crumbling when my heart starts breaking, but you went and did it anyways. Oh, you went and did it. I don't dance,
my boots on the ground. I never like spinning around a crowded room, but I want to with you, and I don't sip wine. No, it's never really been my thing. We're sitting here on this front porch swing with the sunset view. Girl, I want to with you. No, I never thought twice about settling down, having more than just me to give a damn about. Then right out of the blue, now I want to with you. I thought I had all I need, didn't want nothing more. When I gave you a ring, all the things I asked for, girl, that I never do. Ain't it crazy, baby? Yeah, I want to with you. You know I don't really like going out, but here I am calling up downtown, reservations for two, 'cause I want to with you. And I wasn't the kind that you see every Sunday at church, but now I'm reading all the red letter words by your side in a pew, 'cause I want to with you. No, I never thought twice about settling down, having more than just me to give a damn about. Then right out of the blue, girl, I want to with you. I thought I had all I need, didn't want nothing more. When I gave you a ring, all the things I swore, girl, that I never do. Ain't it crazy, baby? Yeah, girl, I want to with you. Yeah, I want to with you. Yeah, I want to with you. Yeah, baby. No, I never thought twice about settling down, having more than just me to give a damn about. Then right out of the blue, now I want to with you. I thought I had all I need, didn't want nothing more. When I gave you a ring, all the things I swore, girl, that I never do. Ain't it crazy, baby? Yeah, girl, I want to with you. I want to with you. Yeah, I want to with you. Ain't it crazy, baby? Yeah, girl, I want to with you.
It's 7:30 in the morning in a Mickey D's drive-through. And 2 muffins, 1 coffee, and a little bitty orange juice. I saw a man with a sign on the corner. I rolled my window down, handed him $1. That's when I heard her ask, "Hey Daddy, who was that?" And before I could answer back, she said, "Daddy, look, there's a plane in the sky. Are we there yet? Did you just see that dog run by? The squirrels have houses in the trees. White God put stingers on honeybees. It's crazy all the things she sees on the side of the road, out of that window beside her. I wish I could be more like her. My little dangling feet, pretty in pink, backseat driver." Later on that day on the highway back home, I saw a lady in a black Mercedes yelling at her phone. She flew by me with her finger in the air, and I had to act like I didn't care. And that's when I heard her ask, "Daddy, why was she so mad?" her back. She said, Daddy, can you please turn up the radio? Hey, what are you pushing with your feet that makes us go? The squirrels have houses in the trees. Why God put stingers on honeybees? It's crazy all the things she sees on the side of the road, out of that window beside her. I wish I could be more like her. My little dangling feet, pretty and pink, backseat driver. One day I'll look back and I'll miss when my whole world wasn't over that dash. It was back there buckled in, saying, Daddy, look, there's a plane in the sky. Are we there yet? Did you just see that dog run by? The squirrels have houses in the trees. Why would God put a stinger on a honeybee? It's crazy all the things she sees on the side of the road, out of that window beside her. I wish I could be more like her. My little dangling feet, pretty and pink, backseat driver. My backseat driver. 7:30 in the morning in a Mickey D's drive-through. 2 muffins, 1 coffee, and a little bitty orange juice.
Hand on the Bible, I'm a decent man. No, I ain't perfect, but I'm learning how to be the best I can. But I got demons collecting dust, and I buried them so damn far down so they can't find their way back up. So don't mistake my kindness for weakness, cause I can flip that switch and you can find out quick. There's a hell on the other side that you ain't met yet. Tread real light, dare you to light that fuse, cause I can be a loose cannon. Cross the line, I'll call you bluff. Promise when push come to shove, but you don't want that smoke. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. Don't pull the trigger, try your luck. If you shoot your shot, better pray to God that I don't get my ass back up, cause you won't get your ass back up. There's a hell on the other side that you ain't met yet. Tread real light, dare you to light that fuse, cause I can be a loose cannon. Cross the line, I'll call you bluff. Promise when push come to shove, but you don't want that smoke. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. You don't wanna know the devil you don't. So don't mistake my kindness for weakness, cause I can flip that switch and you can find out quick. There's a hell on the other side that you ain't met yet. Tread real light, dare you to light that fuse, cause I can be a loose cannon. Cross the line, I'll call you bluff. Promise when push come to shove, but you don't want that smoke. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. You don't wanna know the devil you don't. You don't wanna know the devil you don't.
that ballpark parking lot. 3 months, that was our spot. We'd make out in the outfield. We felt how far the stars feel. We knew it'd never work. I knew that shit would hurt when you moved back to Austin. Since then I've had a few Julys, few girls I like, but I never had a summer like you, sipping tequila.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. Well, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Woohoo! We are back. We are back. I see all the smiley faces coming back in. Beautiful. So we have probably less than an hour left, right? Just to give you some timeline, less than an hour left. And what I'm going to end up doing here is a different way of analyzing the deal. Rather than throwing into the deal analyzer, what I'm going to do is kind of show you the high level of analyzing a deal, from going onto the website, looking at some aerials, pulling up the OM, the offering memorandum that the broker is going to give you, reviewing that. I'm going to show you what I look for when I'm looking at it, because that's kind of step one of the analysis. And then all you're going to do is take those numbers and you're going to plug them into a deal analyzer to start, to see if the deal even begins to pencil. And then you start to maneuver the numbers once they're inside the deal analyzer, like I was showing you earlier on that Excel thing, okay? But I want to show you from a high level, start to finish, of, hey, identifying a deal, pulling it up, getting the OM, the offering memo, looking at it from an aerial, what things you should look for, driving it on a Google Street View, things you should look for in that initial process of looking at a deal, okay? So I'm going to share my screen. I think it's already being shared. You can pull that up on the map here of a property. So are we there? Are we there? Here we go. So once again, back to Crexy.com. I sent you, okay. Just I was looking in the messages here for the chat. So yeah, back on Crexy. I went ahead and went to San Antonio, Texas. I know we have a couple Texas people in here. So I figured I'd go into Texas and look into San Antonio, which we know pretty well. We're in that market. We own some deals there. So definitely like that market in Texas. But I was just kind of scrolling through some different deals and looking at some different things. Came across a couple ones, kind of pulled up this one based on location too, but that's a little 32 unit deal. So right kind of, at the threshold of that size, but it's a newer property. So you're not going to have to do a lot to it. So it's a matter, based on, they're at 100 and something thousand a door, which isn't, too crazy, but just trying to pull it up and see what makes sense. So I'm going to kind of show you, to click on this thing. It's going to pull up to this, give you the detailed page on that property. And first thing I'm looking at, no different than what Kevin and those guys talked about, was how many days on market. So this one's pretty new. As you can see here, 31 days on market. You have the broker contact information down here, Mr. Raymond, and his brokerage information. And then it's just pulling up, year built 2020. It shows you the parking spaces and ratios and all that, which is fine. But really what I want to do is, before I even dive into the OM, the offering memo, which is right here. So you'll see a lot of this stuff, whether that's the marketing flyer, the listing document, pictures and photos. They're going to call it, at least on Crexy, view the OM. View the OM. That's kind of like the marketing package for the property. Okay, just so you know that. And then on the aerial, I want to kind of show you from a high level. It's kind of coming in here to San Antonio. So what I learned, once again, this comes down to market reconnaissance. Before we ever went into San Antonio, I flew out there for a 3-day trip. I met with the brokers. I toured 3 properties, 3 different brokers, 3 different property managers, 3 different lenders, 3 different construction crews, all the 3s. Drove the areas. After speaking to the brokers and touring properties, I found out something very specific. I don't even think you can see it on here, but if you went, you can see where I'm highlighting San Antonio on this thing. But from here, if you go up in a V shape in San Antonio from downtown and kind of draw a V from downtown San Antonio, that's kind of what you want to be at in a 45-degree angle. So just kind of knowing areas, growth, neighborhoods, stuff like that. You don't want to be south of San Antonio or too far east or west. Nice little V-shaped at a 45-degree angle in San Antonio coming out from downtown is where you want to be. And that's just based on demographics, good areas, bad areas, right? All that stuff. And then looking at growth and potential growth, rents, good, all that stuff, right? So, when we went into San Antonio, we went into the medical district, which is actually right around where this deal's at. I'm going to zoom in here. Maybe we can see. Oh, there's our property. I can point it out. Here's one of our properties right here. Here's one of our deals right here. Yeah, it's the Oaks Medical Center there in San Antonio. So it's right against the golf course and everything. It abuts the medical center. Good little location. See if I can pull that other property up at. 1 second. Make sure it's there. Address. So what I want to notice here, being in the medical district, good area. I just know that area. But I want to see if you guys pick up what I pick up when I zoom up on this thing. It's kind of one of those little factors that I was talking about earlier. You zoom in on this little 32 unit. Anything you notice around it, anything good, bad, and different around it, you're going to like this stuff because we're going to learn something here and like what you should be looking for from an aerial. Yeah. Yes, you called it. You got single family homes mixed in with some multifamily. Single family, so we're not in a commercial zone. What's something else you kind of notice? Couple cool things that you kind of notice. Church. Church. Those are good things right around you, right behind you. And then you have a community center right down here with a park. I don't know where that was at. There was a community Bible center, whatever it is. I mean, not like these things are huge, but it's showing you little things. And then any of your industrial stuff, see the like stuff that may not be that great, right? Is this stuff right here, right? You see how this property tucks in amongst, this isn't that bad, but you see how it kind of tucks in here, like this apartment complex around a lot of this kind of industrial stuff. You know, you definitely want to drive that and just kind of see, does that affect your neighborhood? What's going on? This one's fine. It's tucked away from it, right? You like that. It's around single family. See how that single family abuts it and surrounds it with some other little higher density zoning here? That's very, very good. This complex is nicely located. So point being is these little 32 units are located in a good little pocket. Great little spot. Great little spot around single family with some open space around it. You got, you know, churches or banks around you. That's what you like to see, and not liquor stores and smoke shops and other stuff, right? It's just going to keep your crime down and make sure the area stays safe for residents. Because the one thing you can't replace is location, right? I don't care how well you renovate the property, how nice you make the units. If the tenants do not feel safe, it's going to be very hard to raise rents. It's going to hurt your value and your occupancy, and it's going to be very hard to sell that thing for maximum value down the road. So do not ever sacrifice location, which is why I get asked sometimes the question, you know, should I buy D-class properties? Like in a, you know, that also means it's in a rough neighborhood. And the answer is no. The answer is no. So if I were to come in here and take the street view, right? You kind of drive around some of these areas. It's kind of parsley, but you're going to notice, I mean, pretty decent little pocket, right? And if I drive, I mean, I'm not seeing bars on all the windows everywhere. That's a good thing. Even if I drive down here, see if this is that the deal? I think that may be the deal. Yeah, that's it. Cool. So there you go. And you kind of look around, newer construction, you know, looking for, you know, no issues on the windows there. This all looks good. So you can drive these little neighborhoods on Google Street View before you go there in person. It's going to give you some bird's eye as to what's going on. This is a newer construction property, nice little 32 unit. They're probably overpriced for it, but not bad. Not bad. Not in that district, not in that area. I'd be interested to see what the rents are and how things are going for that thing financially. So what we'd end up doing then is we're going to come in here and I'm going to open up this OM, right? This is an offering memo, which is basically an offering memorandum that's going to go through some of the marketing details on the property, give you some of the financials. And then all you would do is take these financials and go put them into your deal analyzer that we're giving you. You have, but you would have that, okay? And you're just supplanting that information, but I'm going to show you what information you would be taking over. So let's scroll through it. So they're just giving you some marketing info, some aerials, photos, giving you a bit of background on the brokers and stuff, which is all here. Then they're giving you a basic P&L statement, right? Basic P&L statement. So they're showing rental income, which is gross potential income of $293,000. Then they're adding in the convenience income, other income into the property, which can come from reimbursements due to utilities, other things, vendor refunds. That's just minor stuff there. And then you get into some expenses. So you got trash, you got some labor, security, some office supplies, payroll. I mean, they have a lot of line items in there. You would probably scrunch those up. You can actually compress a lot of those into some high level ones. Like when you go on the deal analyzer, you're going to see property taxes, insurance, repairs and maintenance, turnover. So people ask sometimes, what is turnover? Turnover is when you're making units ready, when you literally have turnover of the unit. Somebody moves out, you got to get it made ready to move somebody in, hence the term make ready. So when you see turnover, there's a turnover cost because you're going to have people move out. No different than normal. And then you're going to have contract services. Contract services on your deal analyzer is like for landscaper. If you had pool maintenance, something that's consistent, flat rate contract service. And then you're going to have maybe some payroll. You probably wouldn't on a small deal like this. You'll have your property management fee. And on a deal like this, you're probably looking at, see if they even have your property management fees in here. $3,000, which is super low, by the way, because that should be probably at least 6% times 302,000. Yeah, that's a really low number. So that would be something that would kind of be a flag, and I'd want to dig into that because that's really low. And they're probably self-managing and keeping that super low, which is possible. But you'd have this thing third party. You'd probably run it at a 6% management fee. You know, they have some other small things in here. Commissions, you'd probably take these out. I don't know if that's leasing commissions. I'm guessing that's for probably the lease up, but you could take that out. Utilities, that's fine, leaving that in there. Some office supplies, but you could definitely scrunch some of these up into single line items without having all these line items, and you'd put those over into your deal analyzer. Looking at some of the chat here. Is that a Class C property? No. So just so you understand, this will actually be a good point for you, Patrick, and anybody. So class of asset, when you talk about Class A, B, or C assets, it goes like this. Maybe you can zoom up on this and get off of that one on the board. Perfect. So a Class A property is going to be anything, at least right now, from 2025 to probably 2010. That's going to be probably a Class A. Class B is going to be 2010 all the way down to probably, at this age, probably 1990. Class B on average. And then you get into, I call like the B minus, which is like 1990 all the way down to probably 1975. You could do that. And then this is like B minus. And then like C through C plus, or I'm sorry, C minus through C plus would be anything 1975 older. And then we don't even talk about D properties because you're not going to do them. Okay? You're not going to touch a D. I won't let you. I'll personally tackle you and not let you do it. Okay? You're not allowed to. But that's how you're going to deal with your classes. So when you're looking at these properties, just know age groups, that would classify that for you, Patrick. Okay? A D is something where you need a gun to collect your rent. That's a D property. I mean, if you want to do that, by all means. But I would just highly recommend against them. But that's how you'll classify your classes. Okay? So kind of looking at, you can go back to the sharing on this, the financials here. So yeah, you got some legal expenses. So yeah, you would summarize all these up into some contract services. That's going to be trash. So that 8184, carpet and labor, that's going to be repairs and maintenance. Your pest control, that's contract services. Securities, contract services. Office supplies would be general administrative office supplies. They have a little bit of payroll in there. Commissions, that's probably leasing fees for lease up. You could actually take that out. Legal professional fees would be under general administrative. Management, that's a separate line item, so on and so forth. So repairs and maintenance is there too. That's its own separate line item. Property tax is own separate line item. Insurance, separate line item. So would you say better be a bounty hunter? Yeah, you need to be a bounty hunter for Class D. Don't do it. And what they're doing here is they're giving you a 5-year pro forma. So this is actually kind of nice. Once again, keep in mind that anytime the brokers do these on these OMs, they're presenting it in its best light. You can take this information and plug it into your deal analyzer, but take it at that, right? Once you plug it in, you're going to see if the deal makes sense or not. Then start diving in, right, to the numbers. And this kind of comes with learning, like what number should be, following some certain guidance on where the number should be, which we help people with. So that way you're not kind of trying to figure it out on your own, but you can get a general idea of what numbers should look like. And the more of these you look at, by the way, the easier it's going to get, right? It'll just become natural looking at these numbers and plugging them in for yourself to have it make sense. You'll be like, oh, that number seems off, right? All the other ones were here. This one's here. It's just off. But by looking at a bunch of them, it'll start to make sense. So what they're doing with this is they're showing you, and let's kind of just do high level here. I'm going to scroll to right there so I can see it. Okay. So kind of looking at this and knowing where the market's at. So let's take end of year one where it says EOY number one. EOY number one. They got $420,000 in gross potential income. Then they're taking out a vacancy and credit, which on this property, newer like this, 21,000 divided by 420. So that's a 5%. A lot of brokers do this. They'll just run it at a 5% vacancy. What they're not really accounting for, and they should be, and this is kind of where your analyzation comes in, is what's called economic loss. Economic loss. Economic loss includes physical vacancy, meaning, hey, I got 5% people not there. Then you have bad debt, meaning people don't pay their rent. You got to kick them out. Then you have some concessions. I know that's heavy in this market right now. You got to give people some free rent to move in. And then you have bad debt, or not bad debt, but concessions, loss to lease, meaning market rents are say $1,000, but you're getting $900. So you technically have $100 lost to lease. So you need to account for that. So in a market like this, you run a run at 10%. It's about double. So that would be the first thing I would change, is that vacancy factor should be closer to $40,000. That vacancy and bad debt. It's really called economic loss. And then you're going to add in all the expenses they have there. So their expense ratios, and let me just look at this one. So their total expenses are $224,000 divided by, and I'm going to find out the expense ratio. So I'm going to take that $224,000 where it shows total expenses. I'm going to divide that over effective gross income. See where it says up there, effective gross income? So divided by 399,000. So that's a 56% expense ratio. And then it looks like it gets a little bit better, but not much. It gets better, drops down into probably, by the time you look at year 3, you're at 230,000 divided by 440. And you'll see this when you put these numbers in your analyzer, it'll give you all this. But that's closer to a 50%. So that's pretty high. So I'd want to really dig into those numbers, because I think at a newer property like this, you could run it much more efficiently than 52% expense ratio. Meaning, what are the expenses in ratio to the income? That's what I'm doing here. Because realistically, a property of this age, 2020, meaning it's a 5-year property, 5-year-old property, should probably be operating in the low 40s expenses. So I'd really want to dig into where a lot of these big numbers are coming from. It's like their property taxes are pretty heavy. You'd want to dig into that. Utilities are pretty heavy, but not too bad. I'd dig into the commissions number. I think their property management numbers are getting realistic on their pro forma, but the commissions number, I'd want to really dig into the commission side of it, because I think they can run this thing a lot more efficiently. So those are things you start to see once you start to analyze more deals and you get comfortable with it, but it's going to help you understand deals much quicker. Let me look at a couple of the questions real quick. I see some apartment complexes that turn to condos, then some turn to Section 8. Thoughts on that? When you say condos, meaning they sold, and then now they're renting out individual condos as Section 8? Is that what that means? Because I'm seeing some responses to that. So we do not do Section 8. That is its own business model. Keep in mind, I understand why people are attracted to it, because you're getting a government check for everybody's rent every month. But you have to understand what comes with that. You better be very, 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 very good at screening your tenants. Okay? Because if you have an entire complex with Section 8, it brings about, not necessarily the people that care about the complex. And they may burn that sucker down. There's a good chance. I'm not kidding. So you got to be real tactful with that if you're going to get into that business model, because you don't half it into that. So I would recommend this. If you are going to do a Section 8 building, you need to live in that neighborhood. Like, you need to live in the city in which you own it, because you need to be on that thing like white on rice, right? Otherwise, you may get into trouble, because your property management company is not going to manage that thing with a level of due diligence that's needed on every tenant before you're allowing that entire complex to be Section 8. Right? You'll be maybe praying you didn't. I'm just, because I've heard horror stories. I've seen horror stories. I've had horror stories. And we weren't even a full Section 8 property. When we picked a property up, it was 40% Section 8. And we moved them out. And it was very interesting. It was very interesting. Another question came up. If I have asset management expertise with many units, but in a company, not my own portfolio with bankers, take that into consideration and allow me to sponsor? Absolutely. Yeah, if you've done deals or been around deals and you have that experience, it's all experience, King. It's all experience. And it gives you precedent over people who may not. So 100%. And you would mention that. And you would almost lead it in, like if they asked you, you'd say, yes, almost to the section. I mean, not that you necessarily own them per se, but yes, I'm a part of a portfolio, or I've done this, blah, 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 and X amount of units and so forth. Because it does give you experience. Even though you haven't maybe physically owned them, you've been in the weeds with them. And that makes a big difference. Great question. Cool. But yeah, let me keep scanning down here. And if you have more questions, put them into the chat. But the net operating income on this thing, so let's just look at that and kind of establish value, because they're asking $4 million and change, right? And that's what they're asking for this thing. It's $4.2 million. So I'd have to go into the kind of like their cap rates and stuff. But let's presume a 6% cap rate, right? 6% cap rate. So how I determine value, just so everybody knows. And this is your formula for value. And if you can zoom up on this real quick. So the value of any commercial building is determined by this. Net operating income divided by cap rate. Okay? That is the formula for value. So it's just like basic algebra. If you know 2 of the 3, you can figure out the third. So in this case, we know that the net operating income of the building, let's call it, and this one was 200, I'll call it 191. So 191,000 is the net operating income. I don't know the cap rate. I'm going to figure out what that is. They're asking what? They're asking $4.2 million. So for me to figure out the cap rate, I'm going to take 191,000 divided by 4.25, and that gives me a 4.4 cap rate, right? A 4.4 cap rate. No, I would not buy this deal because you can't even service the debt. I mean, you're going to get an interest rate on this thing at 6%. How can you pay 6% interest rate when it's only producing 4.5% cash? You don't even have enough cash to pay your debt. It doesn't work. So I can guarantee you'll find this out when you plug it into the deal analyzer. So what you would do is start to work backwards and either adjust price or see if there are some expenses to adjust and some other things. So that way that net operating income goes up or the price comes down. It's one of the two. Either you're going to increase revenue, decrease expenses, or drop the price. Because there's no way that that deal would work unless you put like 60% down. And have very, very, very little debt on that property. And then it probably wouldn't even make sense to do it. So just keeping that in mind. So that is kind of, just, does anybody have questions on kind of net operating income and the value thing in that formula? So you can, once again, if you know 2 of the 3, you can figure out the third on any property. And it's extremely valuable when you're just looking at these things from a high level, because a lot of people get hooked on cap rate. Right? They're like, oh, I want a 6 cap, right? Well, yeah, you want to be within reason, right? You don't want to be too far off, right? And if you're paying $4.2 million for it, based on this math, I'm buying a 4.5 cap. It's way too low. It wouldn't work, right? Not without an enormous amount of money down. So I'd want to talk to the brokers about it. Obviously, you want to plug these numbers into the deal analyzer, and then you're going to work backwards onto what math actually does work, what price does work on this thing. So, yeah, see that cap rate, 4.1? I gave him the benefit of the doubt, 4.4. Yes, I mean, it just doesn't work. They're going to sit on market on this one, but it could be a great opportunity because the longer they sit on market, I'd watch this one, and then I'd reach out to the broker in about 3 months if it hasn't sold, and say, "Hey, listen, I'm looking at this thing. I can pay $3.5 million for it, but I'm betting that these guys, they built this built 2020, so that's probably fine. They beat the market on that." But they're getting a little too rich trying to sell this thing in a 4.1 cap. Like it doesn't work. The only way this thing is working is if you put an enormous amount of money down or you buy it cash, which if you have a high net worth individual, you may be able to buy the thing cash. It's possible. No, it's the other way around, Juliana. So great question on the cap rates. If it's a higher cap rate, does that mean higher price? No, it's actually the inverse. And let me show you how this works, okay? So let's say, for example, this same thing, right? Now, let's say we're going to go ahead and add in, right? So this one, you see it's 4.2 million, right? And that's at a 4.2 cap, right? So this is at a 4.10 cap. Right? So now let's go ahead and move that cap rate up and watch what happens. So we're going to move this up to a 5. So now I take 191 over a 5% and watch what happens. Divided by 0.05. Now that price just dropped to $3.8 million. Okay? And then same thing, if you went up to a 5.5, which is probably where this thing should sell, right? I took 191 divided by 0.055. Yep. Remember I said like 3.5? That's probably where that thing should sell. Now keep in mind that cap rate is still probably higher than the interest rates. You're still going to have to put a chunk down, but what this means, eventually, in probably about a year or so, I am going to be able to refinance this property, right? And you'll pull cash out at that time. But this is probably where that thing needs to sell at. I mean, because keep in mind, guys, you can buy a 4.1 cap rate at the beach in La Jolla, in San Diego, in pristine, best place in the world. Why in God's name would you go in the middle of Texas and pay 4.1 cap rate when I can pay that 4.1 crappy cap rate in La Jolla and San Diego? You wouldn't do it. I mean, that's stupid upon stupid upon stupid. So what you could do is a 5.5 to 6. That's where this thing needs to sit. And I understand the owners aren't going to like that, but this is where it has to trade. Period. It's going to sit somewhere between there and probably $3.2 million. Because if I did 191 divided by 0.06, yeah, I'm at $3.2 million. So that's where that thing, this is where that deal needs to trade, which is a heck of it's $1 million less than they're asking. Now, they're not going to take that right now. It's only been on the market 30 days. But if it sits there and sits there and sits there, depending on, right, the motivation of the seller, they may get into a situation, where they're like, let's get rid of it. Possible. Where did the 191 come from? If you look on the screen, so you see these numbers down here at the bottom where it says net operating income at the bottom of that pro forma. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'm actually giving them year 2 numbers at 191. That's the net operating income. So what that is that's basically your cash flow before you pay any loan, before you pay any mortgage payment. Okay. That net operating income is basically your cash flow before you pay any loan payment every month, or in this case, every year. Everyone trying to sell a pro forma instead of actuals. Yeah, I know, Sean, right? Is there room for rent up to, yeah, you can increase the rents, you're saying? Sure. but probably not right now in this market. I mean, my knowledge of this market is rents are pretty flat right now. And if anything, they've dropped about 15 to 20% because of oversupply. Now they're going to turn around. They're going to go back up, but we got to get there. Should you tell the broker to call you? No, this is what I would do. This is how I'd honestly handle this deal is I'd call the broker and I'd just play dumb, say, hey, really like it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to be in town in a week and you're going to look at that property and 2 others, right? You're not going to waste your time. You're going to look at a couple other properties while you're there. In meeting the broker, I'm going to go through some of the financials and I'm going to tell them, look, I'm looking at this thing. I mean, you're trying to sell it at a 4 cap, 4.5 cap. I mean, would you buy this? Like, would you put money into this thing, broker? And they're going to, tell you whatever they're going to tell you. And I'd say, that I can get a 4 cap in like a really tight apartment market in Southern California. And I mean, why would I do it in Texas if I can do it in Cali? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And they won't have a good answer for that. It's not the point. The point is now the next thing is, okay, let me look at it. And you're going to send them an offer for 3.2. And they're going to lose their, what? That's okay. Let them lose it. Then you're going to follow up with a phone call and they're going to kind of be all, hurt, right? And then you're going to say, listen, I've underwritten this thing and darn well I can't pay a 4.4 cap, whatever it is. This thing is going to trade at a 5.5 to 6. Oh, blah, 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 blah. That's what you're going to hear from them. You say, listen, I am here when the seller's ready. I like the property. I'm interested in it. You have my offer. And first of all, I'd write the thing at 3. And yes, they're going to freak. It's not the point. The point is he's way overpriced. He's way overpriced. He's not even in the hemisphere. Okay, they're smoking some good juju. I'd like to know what juju they're on because it's some good stuff. And I'd just play the game. And I'd sit there and I'd sit there and I'd sit there. And if it trades, great. If it doesn't, I move on, keep going to another deal. Right? You got to keep it. This was not an emotional decision. The beauty about multifamily, it's all financials. The numbers work or they don't. It's not like, do I feel good today? Or I want to see my kids playing in the backyard. That's completely different. That's a single family. That's your home. It's all about the dollars and cents. It's either going to make you money or it's not. So I went to year 2 NOI because I think their expenses are too high. So I wanted to see what I think is probably reality. And they're probably around there, 191,000 in net operating income. I'd probably look at that because I think their expenses are at least $20,000, $30,000 more than they should be right now. So I'd want to look at that. I wouldn't take this deal. I'd move on to a better deal with a reasonable cap rate. Yeah. But you could still throw an offer at it. Keep in mind, the offer is as good as the LOI, the letter of intent. It's a piece of paper that it's written on. Literally, it's not, you don't have to get tied into it or somehow think that you write it, you're bound to it. There's no legally binding to a letter of intent. It's literally what it is. It's a non-binding document. Yes. And if if the seller does not have the motivation and the need to sell, then they should not sell. They should just take it off the market. Maybe it's possible they're just shooting for the stars and seeing what the market will give them and seeing if there's somebody dumb enough to pay it. It's possible. And or they get a high net worth individual that's got $4 million in cash and will just pay it and hold on to an asset. That's possible, right? Who are they looking to sell at 4 cap? I don't know, Brett. Yeah, it's a good point. I agree. Because you can get a 4 cap in a lot better market than San Antonio, Texas. You would never pay that, ever. I mean, Texas right now, honestly, is above 6% cap rates, just so you know. So now, granted, this is a new property, newer asset, so you could get a little creative with it. You could go down to a 5.5, but no more, no less than that. No less than that. Great question from Juan. What are some common examples of when it may make sense to pay a premium? This is one. This is a good example, Juan, of a premium, because I even think at 3.2 to 3.4 million, you're actually probably paying a premium. Because if I had my way, we'd be at a 6.5 cap. I would match interest rates, right? And then that thing would be under $3 million. So am I willing to pay for a new property in a good area? Because I know that Northwest corridor, knowing my knowledge of that market, that Northwest corridor around the medical district is a good area, and it's growing and it's expanding, and there's a lot more coming there. So the long term on that property is very good. Very good. What is the best way to get a good sense of what the cap rate is in an area? Brokers. Okay? Because you don't really care what the properties are listed at, right? You care what they sell at. And so most of the brokers will have that data, and you can ask the brokers, genuinely speaking, say, hey, John, for these types of properties, right? Vintage. Remember, we were talking about the vintage, right? The class of asset. I think I had that right. The class of asset is going to dictate kind of the cap rates. Okay, so you'd go to the broker and you'd say, hey, because most of everybody in here, you're probably going to be dealing right around here. Okay, this is the space you're going to play in for your first couple deals, is the B and C class assets. Somewhere in the 1960s, 70s, 80s is where you're going to play ball. So with that in mind, right, your cap rates are going to be higher, right, because they're just more dilapidated type properties, more work needs to be done to them, right, all of that stuff. So you'd get that from the broker. So you would go to the broker and you'd say, hey, broker, just like Kevin and Nick, and say, listen, what are properties trading for right now that you're kind of seeing in the marketplace in this area of San Antonio? And they're going to squeeze the cap rate, right? They're a broker. So whatever they tell you, add a half point. Okay. So if they tell you, we're seeing things trade at 5.5 to 6, that really means 6.5. Okay. But because they're doing their job, they're salespeople. That's just what happens. So just add a half point to whatever they say. If they say 5.5 to 6, it's 6 to 6.5. Okay. And that's the reality of the market. But they're going to give you some guidance on what's selling. Yes, they'll give you market. Michael had mentioned something interesting about sometimes the market cap rates are in the OM, right, that we're showing here. That'll show you the property cap rate, but it may not be the market cap rate unless they give you demographics on the area. Sometimes they'll put it in there, generally speaking. I've tried sometimes to actually ask ChatGPT. It's not, that's so-so because it doesn't have all the deep intel. The boots on the ground intel that I call it, and the brokers will. How would you make money? This was a question that came out. How would you make money if the cap rate is lower than the interest rates? You have to put a bunch of money down. So what you're doing when you play that game is you're playing a wealth preservation game, meaning I'm not trying to make a lot of money right now. I'm going to cash flow it because I'm going to put a bunch of money down to keep my debt low and my payment low. I'm going to cash flow it, but it's not going to be great. I'm playing the wealth game because I'm going to use it as depreciation to wipe out taxes and preserve my family's wealth. That's how people will overpay for properties, because they're using them as a tax shelter, not a wealth growth. That's how that happens a lot in Southern California, because you're like, dude, that thing does not make any sense. Well, it doesn't if you're looking for money. It does if you're looking to save money and preserve wealth. We got a couple more minutes here. Yeah, you didn't get the contact for the KC brokers. I don't know if we can throw up their emails again, Kevin and Nick, if that's possible. Then, yeah, there they go. Will the deal analyzer calculate the cap rate and what it should be in relation to the loan? Yes. It's going to show you the current cap rate. That deal analyzer shows you the current cap rate and what the future cap rate is, both immediately and into the future, right? Because what you ultimately, this is the holy grail if you can pull this off. Ideally, let's say like on this property, right? Right. Let's say I did buy it out of 6, right? I bought it out of 6. Because this is how you really make money in the real estate game. You buy it out of 6 cap. You take it up to an 8 cap. And you ask, how do you do that? You do that by increasing the revenue and dropping expenses, right? You increase the revenue through increasing rents and you drop the expenses. So therefore, your net operating income is going to be higher and it's going to give you a higher cap rate. And you can do that through renovations. You can do it through all kinds of things. But if you take it from a 6, you move it up to an 8, and then you sell back down at a 6 or even at a 5.5, You ideally would love this spread between what you buy it at, take it to, and sell it at to be 2 percentage points or greater. Or greater. So I bought it at a 6. I did things great to the property, moved it up to where it was cash flowing at an 8. I got to sell this thing because the market let me sell it back down at a 5.5 and 6. That's a home run. 2% or more between your delta is where you want to be. You'll make money every single time. Okay? That's a little tidbit. Pamela said, you put a helicopter pad on the roof of the apartment complex, you're golden. I agree. And then Kevin, yes, we have the finance section tomorrow. So I have my lenders coming in, capital guys. We have Rudy Medina coming in tomorrow. He's my mentor / was also Grant Cardone's partner initially in San Diego. Whether you like Grant Cardone or not, Grant Cardone got started here in San Diego, California. And his first 2 deals, apartment deals, one was a 30 unit in Point Loma in San Diego. The other one was a 47 unit up in Vista, California, in like 30 minutes in San Diego, but north of San Diego. That's how he got started. And then Rudy partnered with him on those 2 deals. So he knows the insides outs on all that. So he'll be here tomorrow talking capital raising, structure, all that stuff, and how you actually do that for you to get started in the capital and to kind of your mindset for that. So he'll be here. And then we also have Scotty Nielsen with Walker Dunlap Lending to go over the financing and what you can expect for you guys financing these deals and getting you into these things. So we have those 2 speakers tomorrow. And then we also have an inspiration panel. We have some folks coming on that are in this process right now, in the middle of it. Some already have deals. Some are in the process of getting deals. They're literally in the middle of escrow. And some are in the very, very beginning process, just like you, trying to, do I do this? Do I not? Do I jump in? How do I do it? And like some of those fears that went on through that process. So that's going to be really advantageous to hear that. So you can take those next steps and jump in and make this thing happen for you. The deal analyzer, Carlos, should be sent, if it hasn't already, through the multifamily toolkit. The multifamily toolkit. I believe that was sent into the WhatsApp chat for all of you, Carlos. And we can resend it in there for the WhatsApp chat that you were all got into. Can you show the number on a 6.8 cylinder? Oh, meaning this here? Was that where you're looking at on the caps? Please resend it. Yeah, we'll resend it into the WhatsApp chat for you for the multifamily toolkit for you. That's going to have a pitch deck, right? So just so you know how it works, you'll get it. You're going to log in, right? You'll get a portal you get to log into that's going to have the toolkit inside there. Inside there, once you log in, you can download it all. It'll have the deal analyzer, a pitch deck. It's got a due diligence checklist. I think your 90-day action guide, fast track 90-day action guide to get going in the next 90 days. Little starter toolkit. So simple stuff to get you going. Beautiful. Yeah, awesome stuff, you guys. This was incredible. Dante, appreciate that. Okay, so we're finishing up here. We're going to finish a little bit early today. So for your guys' homework, very important. All of you are doing your identity audit. You guys get to do this. And I want you to spend a little bit of time thinking through this tonight, because this is this inner thing, right? That is going to push you. It's going to drive you. Money and motivation in multifamily is a great way to start, but it won't keep you going. And so that's why this is really cool when you go through this exercise, like I was showing you how I did in deciding, like for me, like the way that I can like get really excited and motivated every day is because I know that I'm serving a bigger cause, a much greater passion, right? I move from active income to this passive world with passion. And so that gives me a burning desire in my belly every single day, knowing that, dude, if I make a bunch of money in business and utilizing media, right, and education through that process, at the end of the day, it's all about this, right? Not only servicing my personal family and helping them, but those 3 charities and causes that I showed you guys earlier today, the Seal Future Foundation, right, helping disadvantaged kids, and then Tunnels to Towers. Because if I can have more passive income where it's coming in while I sleep, and it's enough income to give money and have passive time, then I'm servicing my family, and I'm servicing a bigger cause. So now I'm leading with purpose. Does that make sense? And this is what this is all about. And I don't know what that purpose is at the end of the day. Maybe you want to be a politician. I don't know, but you need some time to do it. Maybe you really want to give back to your church and be a big piece of that church and religion and all that. Beautiful. Maybe you really want to give into sports and your kids' sports and be a coach and do these other things, but you can't because you got the job and all these other things. Well, maybe that's a driving passion for you. But I guarantee it's somewhere in here based upon all your answers earlier today. So we're going to go over these tomorrow. And I'd love for you to take a little bit of time in your workbook. At the bottom of your workbook has this identity audit thing. And I just want you to write some things down for yourself as to how this works for you. Okay. And we can go over them. And if you'd like to share tomorrow, I'd love to hear your story about it, right? Because your story will inspire so many other people to take this, right? I mean, that's really what it's all about, right? I mean, that is what you're all here for. The multifamily is simply a mechanism, right? It's the business. It's the mechanism to get to the other things that you want to do and to get out of the rat race and away from the W-2 and all these things, right? And we're going to get you to believe that. And it's an identity shift. It's moving you out of, like I said, you're moving out of that contributor zone into the creator world. You're moving out of active into the passive with passion. And that's the identity shift we're moving. Because once you get there, you'll wake up with so much excitement every day and fly out of bed, you won't have to ask yourself. Because now you're like, dude, if I do this and this, I get to do this, and then I get to do that, and like I get to make a difference in life, and that's when you feel fulfilled. Think about when most people feel fulfilled and you help people. It makes a big difference. It's pretty cool. All right, guys, so that is it for today. I want to be respectful of everybody's time. It's almost 6:30 p.m. East Coast. Day one in the wraps. Did you guys enjoy it? Did you guys enjoy it? Thumbs up if you did. If you didn't, don't say anything. Just kidding. You can do thumbs down. Thumbs down. Loved it. Beautiful, Victor. Appreciate that. Rochelle, you're welcome. Kevin, you're welcome. Carlos, everybody. 100% Dante. You're very, very welcome. Yeah, I'm glad. I mean, listen, I'm trying to over-deliver value for you guys. I don't want to dive too much into the weeds because it can sometimes overwhelm, but I'm giving you guys some weeds. I think that's important. And then bringing on some great people to speak to you, to give you some behind the scenes of really what this is all about. Because at the end of this thing, like I said, my promise is this. I want to get you into your first multifamily deal in the next 90 days, number one. Number two, I want to show you how to wipe out your income taxes for the rest of your life. I mean, if that's not valuable, I don't know what is. But that is my goal by the end of this thing. So, the workbook, David, the link is in the WhatsApp. We actually uploaded the PDF in there. The PDF is in your WhatsApp. And if you somehow do not have the WhatsApp, then go into the Help Center on your dashboard, right? So if there's any issues with any of this stuff, guys, you can come right into this guy, right on your dashboard, right into the Help Center, and our team will help you, get you anywhere you want to go and handle anything you need, getting into whatever it is. Yeah, the workbook just went up here in the chat as well. So you can pull it off and download it, PDF. But if you need it, it's right in your WhatsApp chat too. But if you need access to the WhatsApp, because we are communicating in there for you guys, so it'll be in there too. And if you need access to anything or have any tech issues, any problems, whatever it is, jump into the help desk, okay? Because we're there. We have teams, people in there ready to serve you. So on a scale, and I'll finish up with this, on a scale of 1 to 10, let's just say it was a 2.5 multiplier on that deal's cap. All right. I like that. Beautiful. Okay. All right, everybody. Have a great evening with your families and everybody. We will see you in here first thing tomorrow. I believe the VIPs in the boardroom, you start a little bit earlier. I believe 8 a.m. We'll double check that. We'll confirm and send that out. And then, is that right? Yep. And then for the general session, 9 a.m. Pacific, which is 12 noon Eastern time. Do not miss it. It's going to, I mean, you thought today was good. Wait till tomorrow. I mean, it's going to blow the roof off this thing. Wait till you see this stuff. We always want to wait till day 2 to like really get crazy. So, but I appreciate it, and let's rock and roll. Have a good night.